Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 47, Chapter 46. A/N. I'm currently binging the sports festival while writing this, and I have to say, did they really need an entire arc to focus on Todoroki's daddy issues and Broccoli Boy's lack of self-preservation? I personally don't think so, but that could just be me. Also, the arc is boring AF, fight me. If you are wondering why I'm updating so often by my standard at least, it's a mixture of adrenaline from listening to heavy metal, and being on a chalky milk high. This chapter will have Sakuya's reaction to the race, and a bunch of business shenanigans to set up some future projects. I'm definitely not stalling this out because I don't really want to write about the damn cavalry battle. P.S. I might change the event, so, beware. Sakuya POV. I finished watching the reunion between the four friends, and I was loving every single moment. Just not in the way most would expect. I was loving the shouts of denial, the tears, the choked sobs, the very second the survivor's guilt hit them, the hoarse voices, the way Homeless-san's stoic facade broke, and more importantly, I was loving the moment the reality of the situation hit them. It hit all the right places for me, all the possible routes I could have imagined the conversation going. It was perfection. I had to restrain myself from bursting out laughing on multiple occasions due to Eri being with me. She didn't fully understand the situation and had no chance to. She was sheltered for most of her life until coming to live at UA with me and Momo. But I made sure to educate her on what was happening on screen. Whether it be why they were crying, why Homeless-san was shouting, or why they were all happy at the end. She wanted to go over and hug them before I managed to placate her by suggesting they were best left alone for now. The reality was that I just didn't want to deal with their inevitable messages of gratitude. I did do them a favor, though. I'm not completely cold-hearted after all. I dried their clothing and restored it to its former glory. Well, as much glory as Homeless-san's shabby robes could have. I, at least, hoped that this event would lead to Eri being a person less willing to invade private moments such as this one. She saw all the raw emotions that a person could display, and it was unpleasant for her. I wanted to shut it off at times for her sake, but she made her choice, so I held back and respected it. Whether it was a choice she would regret or not, that would be seen at a later date when she's fully processed the information and wants to talk to either me or Momo about it. After it finished, I made a clone who went with Eri to her grandparents. I didn't want them smelling the alcohol on my breath, nor hear their cheering for Momo. They are very enthusiastic about their family, and seeing their little baby girl compete would, no doubt, cause them to be very excited. Not that I could blame them, I'm excited to watch Momo too. I also made sure to give my clone a copy of the contracts for certain people, namely those on the police commissioner's board. They are in attendance, and I want to push those contracts as fast as possible. They are, no doubt, in a good mood. Maybe some are even on the phone with the government trying to secure more funding as we speak. All of those factors will lead to easier negotiations. Happier people make a lot more mistakes than cynical ones after all. Having the police force on my side, or at least in my favor, would help me in implementing various things in the future. The advanced technology that the police force would have will also catch the intrigue of foreign countries, and even more, contracts will be signed, boosting my influence further. If I was a naive idiot, I would have gone with the HPSC for this reason too, due to them being the current superior option in law enforcement, and having a greater media presence. Not that it would matter as my family, and by extension, I control the media. But, alas, I am no naive idiot, so I chose the current lesser option, which would give me more control in the long run. This would also ingrain some loyalty from the police as I inevitably boost them, and their standing, in the government's, and society's eyes, towards new unforeseen heights. It doesn't even have to be a tech contract either. There are so many quirks suitable for a police officer, that even just having them would boost their efficiency tenfold. I would also be the sole supplier of quirks due to only me being one of only two people that could do it. Kirishima's hardening, Gran Torino's jet, Gigantomachia's pain blocker, my mother's parallel processing, Tsukachi's lie detector, Tsukachi's sister's polygraph, Shin Nemoto's confession, Ragdoll's search, Kashiko's chart, Mandalay's telepath, Midnight's somnambulist, Dayton's flashbang sweat, Wolfram's metal manipulation, Muscular's muscle augmentation, and Habuko's paralysis come to mind immediately. Well, you get it. There's an absolute arsenal of quirks that are useful for them. Some are for specific uses within the police force, though, and won't be going to everyday officers. Such examples are confession, lie detector, polygraph, telepath, and parallel processing being for those who perform interrogations. It's an entire goldmine, but also one that can easily blow up. Many things will be needed to ensure that the officers who receive those quirks don't end up going rogue, and when they retire they will be stripped of them. There's a lot of things that need to be ironed out for such a new field. They will have a limit to the quirks the everyday officer could receive. I didn't want super soldiers out there that weren't under my control. Sadly, I will have to hold back on giving out quirks until AFO is in jail. I don't want to be boosting his arsenal more than needed. Not that it would matter, as it would only take a single stray breath for me to erase the crime lord. It would also require the Kenji to successfully push through the Quirk Usage Act for police officers for it to happen anyway. Which will take a year or two to implement at best. In other money-making related thoughts, I also need my mother to secure me a large island, and a larger number of smaller islands. Preferably devoid of structures, and not on a tectonic hotspot. It won't matter if they aren't, because I could delete the structures, and make enough tech to stop earthquakes and tsunamis from affecting the island too badly. I could also manipulate their sizes if I find them too small with the use of Pixie Bob's Earthflow quirk. It was time for Jurassic Park to begin its journey towards having its doors open. I would have to reveal a bunch of tech I would prefer to have hidden for a while when people begin visiting the park. But such sacrifices are necessary to make sure they are safe, and the dinosaurs can't get out. Such tech includes teleportation arrays to visit the hubs of each island, force field generators to ensure guest safety, vibranium-reinforced buildings to ensure the structural integrity of the buildings, arc reactors to power the entire archipelago, hard light pathways, and replicators to ensure a steady food supply amongst a plethora of other things. It was going to be an eye-catching experience, for sure. It wouldn't surprise me if people tried to steal the technology too. Maybe security droids would be needed. The staff would probably need a bunch of quirks shoved into their system too. Probably anavoice, telepathy, search, chart, parallel processing, and super regeneration should be enough for standard everyday staff. I should probably just merge search, telepathy, parallel processing, and chart into a singular quirk called Great Sage, or All-Seeing Eye, or something. I don't know what to name it. I suck at naming things. A/N, this is where you, my ever-loyal readers, give me names for the quirk combo. If you can make any other quirk combinations, and name them, it will be useful for future endeavors. Example, IQ, high spec, parallel processing, and overclock being called brain power. Also, I found out there is an entire quirk that turns someone's upper body into a locomotive like Thomas the Tank Engine. I laughed so hard. I don't exactly want them dying on the job due to them ignoring the rules to satiate their own curiosity, hence the reason for super regeneration. But, if they do piss me off, and they will know that I can throw them into the middle of a velociraptor pack and they won't die. It will be enough of a deterrent for them goofing off. If the security droids don't work out, or if I give up on them, I could just hire retired police officers to do it. Maybe even set up a private security firm along the way too. Never mind, I just remembered that my family already has a private security firm. I don't know how I forgot about the people in suits that followed me around for my entire childhood when I wasn't in the house, or at Momo's. It couldn't hurt to have more members added to it, so my plan to hire retired officers could still be in place. They would need to be outfitted with some upgraded tech, and rewinded to their prime age, if they so desired, before starting too. The quirks they would be outfitted with would most likely end up being similar to the ones the police will have access to. My personal officers would have the ability to have multiple quirks added, whereas the majority of the police would only have a few added to their systems. Maybe trusted personnel could earn the right to have a copy of weighted words, or erasure, if they prove competent, and loyal enough for it. Those are both dangerous quirks to have, and I don't want them to fall into just anybody's hands. The construction cost will be non-existent, due to the usage of earth flow, cement, creation, size, and metal manipulation. The only funding needed being for the purchasing of land, food, and staff wages. It will be a money-making machine of an amusement park that will put Disneyland to shame. Once my mother has secured the land needed, I will be able to set it all up to run smoothly within a single day maximum. I will, however, need to purchase a large building in mainland Japan to house the main teleportation arrays to the island. But, that will be a minor inconvenience at best. To repay my mother's efforts in securing the island, and being a great person overall, I will seek to fit the entirety of our reporters with the quirk full-body lens. For her personal thank you gift, I will give her a coupon to ask for whatever she wants from me. I suck at gifting, so that's what I'm going with. The wide publication of my teleportation technology will also help in implementing it as an alternative to everyday transportation such as trains and buses. Instead of train stations and bus stops, there will be teleportation relay buildings. That will be another money-making venture. I was brought out of my business and money-making mode by the familiar voice of Fluffy-chan. How did you enjoy the show, Sakuya? He questioned me. Honestly. Preferably so. You've always been brutally honest since I've met you, no point in changing that now. You fufu, what a great memory meeting you is. Yes, you freaked me out with the level of intelligence you displayed for your age. Your appearance was very deceiving, and I ended up letting my guard down. Anyway, I found it exhilarating. The tears, the sobs, the raw emotion. It hit all the spots for me. I also loved the little analysis you did of me near the end. I answered with a slight flush on my cheeks. Well, I'm happy that my description of you was well received. We have a few minutes before the events begin. Would you like to discuss something other than your despair fetish? I don't mind. Do you have anything you want to talk about? That's unless you wish to discuss business with me, because I'm always game. I offered. We can discuss that afterward. I have something I'm more curious about right now, mainly your wife's sudden addition of extra jewelry. Ah, those are items which grant various powers like matter manipulation, and complete control over time, etc., etc. I don't really want to bother listing all of the effects they can do. Plus, since when were you someone that asked for answers, instead of enjoying the mystery-solving process like you usually do? Perhaps, you're right. Does each piece have more than one function, or, as you called it, power? Apart from the necklace, which only controls time, yes. You do realize how big of a deal these items are, right? I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Since I've somewhat satiated your curiosity about my wife dash. Don't phrase it like that. Hush. I think it's time for some business talk, no. And here I was, trying to relax for a day. Fluffy-chan said in a melodramatic tone. Who are you trying to fool? You, relaxing. Anyway, I think it's time that you finally accept your fate, and become my business partner, Nedzu. I'm very serious about recruiting you to my side, you know. My clear lack of a nickname when referring to him caught him off guard. He knew I was 100% serious now, and not messing around. The last time I didn't refer to him as his nickname was when I brought the Endeavor court case to his table. Do you want to be remembered as the principal of UA? Or do you want to strive for something better? Something more? I guess, what I'm asking is, do you want to revolutionize this primitive world with me? To help catapult humanity towards the future? To have our names written in history as the pioneers of technology, and of civilization itself? As I finished my impromptu recruitment speech, I pulled a very thick document out of a warp gate. It was my game plan to have my family's name become synonymous with success itself, to bring about large-scale changes towards this flawed world. Having the ability to see the future, and being able to alter it to my whims, was such a blessing that I could never praise enough. I couldn't put into words how useful it was for everything relating to business. Being able to manipulate the stock market, having almost impossible negotiations go in my favor, discovering future flaws in businesses before they even appeared, rooting out people that would cause major scandals towards my family's various businesses before they were revealed, and so many other helpful things were possible due to my quirk. Was it the way Truck-kun intended me to use my quirk? Probably not. I doubt it would be the way other people would use it as well, if my time reading similar scenarios have given me any indication. They would probably just go on 7-page muda sprees mindlessly. I placed the heavy document down on the control panel in front of us both, resulting in a loud slam reverberating around the small isolated room. I'm sure you could figure out what that document is, Nedzu. I just need you to confirm that you will be with me on this journey, and I will let you read it. A very tempting offer, Sakuya, it really is, but I need to see my contract before I could agree to anything. Honeyed words can only go so far after all. He replied after giving it some thought. Nice to know that you haven't lost your intelligence in the face of me stroking your greed and pride. I took out another smaller document, and handed it to him. This is your contract, feel free to read through it all, I think you'll find the terms agreeable. The contract details how we won't be equals, however, he will be my right-hand man, and the person directly below me, and my family, in terms of authority. He will be paid a large salary, with a plethora of benefits, not only for him but for UA too. Why bother helping UA out in the contract? It's because it would be the only way of having him accept the deal. He is far too generous and cares deeply for this school and its students. Me giving this school free equipment and facility upgrades within reason, quirk awakenings, guaranteeing that his students would have a place to work in my family's successful industry, given they achieved well in classes, and various promotional media contracts, would be the bait that lures him in. He would be doing a lot of work for me, though. The benefits don't come without the workload to warrant them. I did make sure that he would have enough time to do his principal duties, though, because I know how much the position means to him. Most of his work involves the securing of future business ventures and their locations. Dealing with any legal issues that may appear. Attending meetings in my stead, unless specified otherwise. Overseeing the various sectors, and managing their respective managers. Allowing IZA Yao to have official first pick of both, business course, and support course students, they would be heading towards various sectors that will be developed in the coming weeks. There are many more things that he will be in charge of / being forced to do, along with various other things that benefit him and the company. It just goes into way too much detail, and it isn't worth the effort of listing every single clause, etc. You've really put some thought into this contract. There are simply too many benefits for me to pass this up, not only for me but for UA too. He turned to look at me, and offered a furry paw. Thanks for having me, boss. I took the paw in front of me, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's wonderful having you on board. Also, don't call me boss, it's weird, Fluffy-chan, stick with Sakuya. Yes, ma'am. Don't make me fire you as you just got hired. Do you have a pen on you, so I can sign this, to make it official? Yeah, give me a second. I made a ballpoint pen with creation and handed it over to him. Thanks. After he signed it, I made a copy for him and stored the original away in my bedside table in my dorm room. To signify the start of this wonderful business relationship, I will be giving you an upgrade regarding your high-spec quirk, I announced. Upgrade? Wasn't it already awakened? I distinctly remember the sharp pain from when it occurred. Nope, I'm talking about merging quirks. I will need to erase it from you first, because I don't know how an already awakened quirk reacts when merging. Are you up for it? Yes, but I want it over in an instant. No promises. I slowed down time, erased his high-spec quirk, before promptly freezing his body in time. From there I began merging IQ, high-spec, parallel processing, and overclock into a quirk called brain power. I copied the now merged quirk's creation process down mentally for future use and made a copy for him, and myself. Then I unfroze time once more, slowed it down immensely, and shoved the copy into his tiny chimera body. After making sure that everything went to plan, I returned time to its normal state and watched as Fluffy-chan twitched rapidly for a split second. Congratulations. Your new quirk is called Brain Power, creative, I know. You should already know how to use it, due to it, increasing your brain power. But, to help you figure it out I brought out a cup of Earl Grey tea, before giving it to him. This tea should help jumpstart the quirk. At least, that's how Intelli's IQ was activated. I added mentally. He took a quick sip of the tea, before a look came over his face. He was enlightened, it was as if all of the universe's secrets were open to him. He was, big brain. He slowly came down from his big brain high, and turned to look at me. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words came out. That powerful, huh? Hope you enjoy it. I can't have someone who's gonna be managing my business be less than perfect, right? This quirk, no, the combination of quirks, is more than perfect, Sakuya. I don't know what quirks you used for this, but I'm glad that they are now in my possession too. He cheerfully replied. I was going to merge in Mandalay's telepath quirk too. But, I didn't want you to have the ability to speak directly into my mind just yet. This is more than enough for now, it will still take some getting used to, and Mandalay's quirk on top of that would make things 10 times harder. I wouldn't exactly want to accidentally start broadcasting my accelerated thoughts to the entire stadium. My thoughts exactly. You can read through the game plan at a later date because Oboro is on his way right now, meaning it's time for the events to start up. Will you portal him, or do I have to do it? No, I've got this one. As the mist was seeping out towards the door, I decided to ask. Where are you sending him to? My office, he will be introduced to the staff tomorrow, when everyone is fresh of mind. He answered offhandedly. After sending Oboro towards his destination, Namiri was on her way towards the podium once more to announce the event. The event was announced, and guess what? It was still the same as canon, an obstacle course race. Was I expecting something different for the first event? Not really. It took them an entire week to dig the pit for the fall, and they've had Power Loader ordering his third-year support course Gremlins to make the mines for the past month while he was busy on the robots. They were going to start with this event, no matter my intervention, as little as it has been lately. I guess I was too busy writing up contracts, and securing a food stand for Sato's family, to make any large-scale changes lately. I still had hope that the second event would be changed. It required no prior planning other than a bunch of customized headbands, which I haven't seen yet. Otherwise, I would be here watching a weird, overly complicated, battle between the inevitable frontrunners of Momo, Inasa, Shoto, Katsuki, Melissa, and whoever else can complete such a simple race and manage to get onto one of their teams. In short, I would be bored out of my mind and waiting for the inevitable outcome which anyone with half a brain could figure out. Momo only needs the spin ring out of the 10 she has and she would already be able to dominate the competition for the race. I knew that, she knew that, and that's why I knew she was going to spice it up a bit for my viewing pleasure. When a ring can grant, and I quote, Quicksilver levels of speed, the race was as good as hers from the second it was announced. There was also the added bonus where any single one of the rings granted the ability to teleport too. The problem would be that she probably wouldn't want to be running at light speed or teleporting to the end, in fear of stealing the spotlight from those who deserve it. So, she will be holding back on the speed aspect at the very least. Would I do the same in her place? Probably. If I completed the race in the blink of an eye, I wouldn't be using the event for the optimal showing off time. Plus, it would allow me to use the overpowered rings. The doorway. I would use the spin ring to blitz through it, before using the remaker ring to transmute the air inside of the doorway into sleeping gas similar to Midnight's quirk. Maybe I would even turn it into the zombie gas from Romero's quirk. The robotic inferno. I would use the remaker ring to have the robots fight each other. The fall. The remaker ring could turn all of the pillars in the chasm into a singular golem construct that would carry me over to the other side while I rested on a throne. The minefield. Use the remaker ring to remove all of the mines, and form a large number of hidden pitfalls in their place with the use of the demonic ring's illusionary capabilities. As you can guess, I love the remaker ring. It's so deliciously broken, and easily my favorite of the 10 rings due to its sheer versatility. That one ring alone could carry Momo through the entire festival. The buzzer rang, signaling the start of the race, and I saw Momo team up with Shoto and Inesa. It was a great start to the race and showcased their teamwork well enough to catch some heroes' attention. Seeing her turn the previously frozen doorway into a thick layer of cement was a thing of beauty, or perhaps I was staring at her face, I'm not too sure. I soon saw, what I could only assume to be, the reason for Momo's sudden team-up. Katsuki was being ganged up on by his superiors, and I was loving every single second of it. I knew of my wife's distaste for the explosive blonde. I just didn't know that it was so deep as to force her to team up on a live, internationally broadcasted, event. I guess I will try to keep the two separate from now on. I then overheard Mick's oblivious, and unintentional, blunder on live TV. He was basically calling out Melissa as the next wielder of OFA to AFO. I'll have to arrange some security measures for her family after this is all over. After that dilemma, I saw a sight that made me very horny. Momo went Godspeed Killua mode, and completely, in a show of dominance, shredded through all of the metallic skulls of the robots. Then, what really sealed the deal? She winked at the camera and gave a confident smirk. I burned that sight into my memory. It was right next to the mental pictures of her in her wedding dress, her naked, and her snuggled up against me wearing an adorable cat onesie. They were some real precious images and things I never wanted to forget. I was barely holding myself back from calling her with telepath right then and there. I was on the edge of horniness, and it was about to tip over real soon. She suited up in a nanomachine Iron Man suit, specifically the bleeding edge suit, and that was it for me. I called her with telepath and said a single message in the most seductive voice I could muster. I saw the way she tensed up for a split second as soon as I ended my message, and I knew it had the desired effect on her. I made her as horny as I was. I stopped paying attention after that. I needed to go and calm myself down. I already knew that she was going to win as Inesa was a kilometer behind her, and she had the speed advantage. The others' positions didn't matter in the slightest to me, as they weren't my wife. Chapter 48, Chapter 47. A/N, hope you enjoy the new cover, because I personally do. This chapter is also almost 6K words, making it the longest chapter IRC. Time to introduce the name of the new event I made, because the cavalry battle sucks. The actual event may not start this chapter because I'm going through some things, which if you've read the AUX chapter you would already know, and I don't want to write for hours to try and perfect my own creation/event today. That will be a job for me in the future. In the Azaoi mansion, a large ruckus was occurring in the otherwise serene home of the influential family. Everyone was finally having a day off, and the head of the house, their master, secured enough tickets for all of them to attend the sports festival UA is holding. The maids were busying themselves with last-minute checks around the mansion, at Pistonia's behest, of course. The security was making sure that their temporarily hired replacements knew their duties, and what to do in emergencies. The chefs eased the burdens placed on the maids by cleaning the kitchen themselves thoroughly the day before. The estate is rather large and encompasses several other buildings aside from the main home, which was the leading cause of their rushing. They had the already gigantic main home where their master, her mother, her daughter, and her granddaughter all live in plush luxury. The marble flooring and long corridors that they grew to love over the years of their servitude now annoyed them due to their sheer surface area. The marble had to be polished, walls cleaned alongside the furniture, carpets aired out, and everything had to be disinfected every other day. The overly zealous need to have things disinfected to such a degree occurred because of Lady Airy and their master's overly protective attitude. Lady Airy only visits on weekends, was the thought they all wanted to scream out loud recently, but held their tongue. It just so happened that the day disinfection needed to be done was today, on their day off. Then there were the large courtyards, gardens, and general landscape that needed minor maintenance checks. The maids would have usually seen to it, but Pistonia was generous and had their master hire some gardeners for it today. The bright side was that the servants' quarters are regularly kept spotless due to the number of clean freaks in there. So, they didn't have to bother cleaning it. Nevertheless, they did their duties admirably, so that their master would be proud of them. It also may have been due to not wanting to see Pistonia's disappointed look. Nobody ever wanted to be scolded by the motherly figure. However, they all were scolded anyway due to them not eating breakfast. Luckily, for them, Pistonia knew that it would happen, so she ordered some small pastries to be purchased. As they were happily eating away, their master began stirring in her bed. Graphia POV. Cracking my eyes open, I was met with the, all too familiar, the sight of my bedside table. On it was my phone, keys, alarm clock, and a picture of my baby girl cuddling a bat plush toy. It was my most treasured possession and something that helps motivate me throughout the day. Sure, I have it framed in one of the hallways, but this was the first print of it, and that makes it feel even more special to me. As I sat up in my bed and performed some rudimentary stretches, I began thinking about how much my life has changed since I've had Sakuya. I still remember all my years in labor, no matter how much my mother says it was only 4 hours, before she popped out. She was completely silent, and I was so worried that there was something wrong with her. If I hadn't been already in tears from the pain, and too relieved it was all over, I would have broken down then and there. It was my first baby, and I didn't want to lose her. It was a gift to the world that I, and my husband, brought into the world, and I didn't want that gift to be short-lived. Thankfully, Chiyo-chan informed me that she was completely healthy. The cathartic feeling that I felt at that very moment was something that would take thousands of deep tissue massages to ever feel again. It was such wonderful news, not only to me, but to my mother too. She was hounding me to have a child for years now. She wanted to finally have someone that acted their age around the mansion. It's not like I didn't try for one, it was just that my husband is almost always overseas in Europe on hero-related business. When the pregnancy test finally came back positive, I jumped and shouted in joy for almost an hour. Then came the actual pregnancy stages, and good lord did I hate it. The vomiting, nausea, and dizziness were hell, and that was only for the first 2 weeks. The symptoms only got worse from then on. Thankfully, I managed to keep my husband by my side for 8 months before a large terrorist organization took root in the UK and he was called back. It was all worth it in the end, though. I remember my mother telling me those words, and I wanted to choke her out right on the spot. I couldn't believe that it would ever be worth it. It was simply impossible in my eyes. But then I held her in my arms. Her tiny, frail body sparked something inside of me, something protective on an instinctual level. What pushed me over the edge was how her tiny eyes held a light of recognition behind them. I spent the next years doting over her as hard as I could, even bringing her to board meetings whenever I could convince my mother to allow me to. Sakuya began developing at a rapid pace, far faster than any child before her had. She walked, talked, and could form sentences months before she normally would be able to. My child was a genius, which only caused me to dote even further on her. It was also one of the reasons I took her with me to the board meetings, in hopes that she would absorb some knowledge from them. It looked like I was right about that fact too. When her quirk awakened, and I saw what it was, I instantly knew that she would end up becoming a hero. So, I doted even harder, in hopes that in the tragic event that she does die in the line of duty, she would have received every single ounce of love I could have given her, and knew that she was appreciated, and loved by me. No mother wants to think about their child's potential death, and it was hard for me to accept the reality that she would die one day. Whether when it was her time to go, or prematurely, I knew it would happen one day. A short few years later, and my daughter already saved another child, Toga Himiko. She also secured a doctorate, a medical hero license, caught an S-rank villain with the epithet Mountain Smasher, adopted a child who was abandoned in an alleyway, made a tight-knit group of friends, made millions of yen in stock trading profits from her pocket money, and married into the Yajirosa family. And this was all before she entered UA, of which she entered on the principal's and Chiyo's recommendation. My baby was growing up too fast. Then came the announcement that UA would have a dorm system. My baby wouldn't be at home anymore, I wouldn't get to see Ari as often, and the house felt a lot lonelier. I still have one of her quirks that stays in the building, who performs the duties that Sakuya cannot, such as seeing patients, and whatever scheme the two bodies work on that the main one cannot complete due to having other responsibilities, but it's not the same. I, at least, now have Miha, and Mitaka, over regularly because we are now family, instead of just friends as we were previously, which helped with my loneliness a bit. Looking over to the calendar on the wall, I saw a large notice present on today's schedule. It was the UA Sports Festival. I wouldn't be able to see my silver-haired baby in action, but I can see my daughter-in-law compete. A good enough compromise in my eyes. I didn't want to see them fighting it out during the finals, which they were almost guaranteed to reach in my opinion, because I don't know how it would reflect on their relationship outside of the festival. Their bond was strong, they trust each other completely, and they have Ari to hold them together when it gets too bad. I don't think they would ever break up if they did fight in the finals, but a mother can't help but worry. I dragged myself out of bed and pressed the buzzer located underneath the calendar. The buzzer informs the head of security, Iwao Aguro, and head of the maids, Pistonia, that I have awoken, and that they should expect me soon. I was surprised that Sakuya would find someone to replace the old head of security so soon, and a vigilante at that too. He claimed that he owes her a debt too heavy to pay off, which I later found to be that Sakuya healed his wife, returned his quirk with an improvement, fixed his relationship with his daughter, and that he will be following her orders. I didn't know what to make of it, so I just hired him on the terms that he no longer performs any vigilante activities himself. He mentioned that he was training some other people, and I allowed him to keep doing so in private, knowing that if he didn't, they may end up meeting their end sooner rather than later. She brought him alongside another large person called Kendo Rappa. Rappa said that Sakuya beat him, and his boss, in a fight, so he now follows her orders. He did want to compete in the UQFC every now and then, which Sakuya takes care of. Thankfully, she did too, as I have no idea about managing a professional fighter. I can barely manage myself at times. I was already desensitized to my daughter's recruitment sprees by then, so I allowed him to work under Ueo. The first person that she recruited was someone I mistook as a child upon first meeting her, Manami Aiba. I thought Sakuya adopted another child when I opened the door. God, that was embarrassing. I even asked her to call me grandma too. What she lacks in height, though, she certainly makes up for in the intelligence department. She is now in charge of Sakuya's online presence, stock management, etc. She currently lives in one of the spare rooms in the main house and worships the ground my daughter walks upon as if she were a deity. I questioned Sakuya on what she did to earn such loyalty. Her reply: "I'm great at manipulating people, I guess." A single sentence never sounded so terrifying. I found a silver lining in that sentence though. It meant that she was less likely to be manipulated, which eased some worries. Without wasting any time, I stripped and entered the shower. The maids will come and set out towels and an outfit for me by the time I'm finished, so there was no need for me to bother with that. After showering, drying, and clothing myself in casual clothing, which is far nicer to wear in this heat than the usual suit, I made my way downstairs where I was greeted by Ueo and Pistonia. "Good morning, Lady Azaoi." I gave a slight nod of my head in acknowledgement before greeting them back. "Indeed it is. I hope your morning has been as pleasant as mine has." My curiosity was piqued by Ueo's appearance in the mansion today, so I decided to ask. "How come you are here, Ueo? Weren't you going to spend the day with your family? I specifically remember you asking me in my study yesterday night after I announced the day off for the staff. I hope my presence isn't an issue, Lady Azaoi. I simply wish to personally inform my temporary replacements of their duties, and my family will be meeting me at the stadium later anyway." I waved off his concerns as I made my way towards the door. "It certainly is not. I was simply curious about your presence, that's all." Pistonia opened the door, to which I thanked her, and I made my way into the car awaiting me. Before stepping into it, I called out to Pistonia. "Pistonia, inform the others that the cars will be setting off soon for those who do not have their own transportation. Before returning to this car, you will be riding with me, and Ueo." She gave a quick bow and set off to complete her task. I let out a heavy sigh as I began thinking about the possible downsides to today, namely Sakuya's speech. She informed me of what she was going to do. She even wrote the entire speech down for me. It's in her game plan to increase our family's standing in society so we would become irreplaceable, become legends. She was going to irritate a lot of people, a lot of influential people at that, but it would all fall under her control in the end, as most situations caused by her often do. Noticing my exasperated sigh, Ueo asked, "Are you all right, Lady Azaoi? Please, just call me Grafia. Lady Azaoi is far too long of a name for such an informal setting as the back of a car. The back of a luxury limo, that costs more than my entire house. Yes, but it is still just a car in the end. I suppose. You seem to have dodged the question, lad. Grafia, is there anything bothering you? You have a daughter, don't you, Ueo?" "I do, she's my pride and joy. Now, imagine if your baby girl had the power to control the very concept of time on an infinite scale. She also has a scheming mind, and the preference to manipulate people to be in her favor in the long run. Then, imagine that she loves the thrill of a fight, and an opportunity to fight in front of the largest audience possible is taken away, due to her being too strong. She may hide it, but she is dissatisfied with the opportunity being taken away. But, she then has the opportunity to do the opening speech for the year's biggest sporting event, where she could display all of her dissatisfaction with things, live, on TV. A platform to voice her dissatisfaction to the millions of people watching. What do you think would happen in that hypothetical scenario?" I asked. "I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this isn't a hypothetical scenario as you've described and that this refers to Lady Sakuya. She would utilize all the time she could use, and, most likely, cause a lot of chaos which she will then use to manipulate people's views on certain issues. Probably manipulating the crowd into sharing her dissatisfaction so that similar situations don't occur, and they would be easier to control from then on." He answered with his usual gruff tone of voice. "You've nailed it in one. Sadly, she will also be using the speech to kickstart the hype train for her next profitable venture, a real-life Jurassic Park. There will also be some deals with the police being influenced during it too." I explained while handing the copy of the speech to him. "This is a copy of her speech, word for word. Even the stage directions listing her actions are noted down." As he finished reading through it, Pistonia entered through the door and took her seat beside me. After exchanging a formal greeting, she quickly joined in on the conversation as the car finally set off. At least the young miss has a clear set goal for this speech of hers, and one I can easily see being realized. I do wonder if I have to put her through etiquette classes once more. She shouldn't be using baby speak such as whittle during such a serious speech, the head maid expressed in her usual formal tone. Does your brother know anything about this Pistonia? He is the chief of police, after all, surely he is in the loop regarding this plot to secure the force some more funding. Your brother is the chief of police. He nearly arrested me last year. Iwao shouted in clear surprise. Yes, he is. I'm sure he had a good enough reason for your arrest. He typically has a lax attitude towards vigilantes. To answer your question, Grafia, I'm sure he does. He has recently been, pardon the pun, hounding the government for more funding as of lately, citing some very beneficial contracts that would boost the efficiency of the force tenfold. I believe this increase in requests is due to the young Miss Speech and her plan. We spoke for the remainder of the trip about the possible events that Momo would end up going through. It typically starts with a speed or stamina taxing round to weed out the less physically fit candidates, then it's a team event, then it's the final 1-versus-1 tournament. I was interested in who she would team up with in her wife's absence. Maybe it would be with the girls she's friends with or the red-haired boy. Either way, I'm sure she would be able to find success in whatever team she chooses in the end. Arriving at the stadium, our car was instantly mobbed by the lesser media. Thankfully, Sakuya already informed me of the incoming storm, and my journalists have already been writing stories about the higher-end heroes on the list for weeks now. They will be published as soon as the speech is finished, to force the HPSC and its employees/management into an even direr state than it would have already been. Thankfully, a large majority of the people on the list have already been scheduled for interviews, which they cannot decline. We have interviews lasting for over a month of non-stop programs. Every single day we'll have multiple heroes interviewed during it. It will be very profitable. Hawks himself will be interviewed tomorrow morning, which will kickstart the entire thing off with a bang. Iwao exited the car first and forced open a path for Pistonia and me. Stepping out of the car, I was greeted with the familiar flashing lights and sounds of shutters going off. They soon realized who I was and didn't take any more pictures. It's hard not to notice the biggest person in your respective field, especially so with all the recent expansion and advertising done. Thank you all for nearly blinding me, right before the sports festival where my daughter-in-law is competing too. I would still like to be able to see her compete. Make way, because, unlike you vultures, I have somewhere to be right now, so I suggest that you choose another target to harass with your cameras for today. My cold tone paired with my barely concealed disgust worked wonders for clearing the crowd. My status helped in intimidating them too. One brave, and clearly new, reporter still decided to shove a mic right into my face, ignoring the face of unbridled disbelief her cameraman was giving her. Izaoi-san, you said that your daughter-in-law was competing. What about your actual daughter, Sakuya Izaoi? Is she not competing? Was she intimidated by the large crowd? Who are you? My name is Jessica Landy, with Kyoto 24/7 News. Ah, it seems, I misspoke. What I meant to say was, who are you to me? Excuse me. You are excused, leave. Huh. Who do you think? She was interrupted this time by her cameraman who started dragging her away. What do you think you're doing? I was about to get a big scoop. No, the fuck, you weren't. You were about to get yourself fired, and me along with you. Do you not know who she is? As he was berating his coworker, I made haste towards the entrance, ignoring the crowd that was now filming the duo. I was met with the sight of Vlad King, an old friend of mine from UA. I was on the business course, while he was on the hero course. Hello, Can, it's been a while. I don't suppose you're here to escort us to our seats. I asked the proud father of two. Nice to see you too, Grafia, I am indeed. I wish I could have visited more, but Aluka is still a handful, and I want to be there during her childhood as much as possible. She also doesn't like new environments much. I doubt you want a crying banshee in your house. You fufu, you have it rough, huh, Can? How's your wife been? It's tough at times, but it's all worth it. I've waited for a child for so long, I can deal with a few eardrums shattering now and then. The wife's been as happy as she could be, especially because Aluka favors her more than me. I saw some tears forming in his eyes, but didn't decide to question it. He then took us to our seats in the VIP box, where Iwao's family was waiting for him. Spotting 2 empty seats over in the front near the window, I went over to them and sat down, with Pistonia choosing the one next to me. Champagne was served, yet Pistonia didn't drink hers. I think I remember something about how her mutation makes alcohol toxic to her. So, being the great friend I am, I downed her drink too. I wanted to go and find my unicorn, but the festival had already started. The maids, and other staff, filtered into the VIP box soon after the classes were introduced. I already knew that Sakuya wouldn't be with her assigned class, so I decided to look for Momo instead. And I saw some interesting things, namely the addition of several pieces of jewelry. Momo wasn't a girl that enjoyed overly flashy jewelry, yet here she was, with 10 rings of varying colors, and a necklace with a large symbol in the middle. Pestonia, am I drunk, or does Momo have a large amount of flashy unknown jewelry on her? I asked the responsible maid next to me. I cannot say if you are drunk or not, but she does appear to have multiple new pieces on her. At least I'm not seeing things. How much do you want to bet they each do something unique? I don't bet, Graphia. That rule goes especially so when I know that I would lose said bet. Loosen up, Pestonia, it's your day off. I think you shouldn't drink any more alcohol, Graphia, your tolerance for it is as low as always. I hate that she's right. I grumbled inwardly. Perhaps that would be for the best. I relented. Then the speech started. It was even more surreal experiencing it firsthand, instead of just reading it on a sheet of paper. I could hear the startled gasps of the maids at Sakuya's actions and words throughout the entire speech. It went exactly as she planned it would, even the events being delayed temporarily. Pestonia, have them publish and promote the stories right now. We need to capitalize on this opportunity my daughter has so generously given us. While the festival was in its downtime phase, a call came through my phone. It was Minami Iba. Wondering what she could possibly have to tell me, I answered the phone. Graphia-sama. Hello, Minami, what has caused you to call me? It couldn't have just been about the speech, right? The speech was wonderful, wasn't it? Hasakuya-sama really knows how to put people in their place. Minami. Oh, yes, sorry. It was about the islands you wanted to purchase for Sakuya's prehistoric play park, PPP for short. I don't think Sakuya will want to call it PPP, but go on. The last bidder for the islands has pulled out due to financial instability. It turns out that he was a shareholder in various HPSC things, and he didn't know what would happen financially due to the speech Sakuya just gave. As expected of Sakuya-sama, she not only made the deals with the police go smoother, but for the islands too. You are overestimating my daughter, Minami, or perhaps I'm just underestimating her. Is this what Sakuya meant by being great at manipulating people? That's great, Minami. Contact the seller to see if you could just do a direct purchase instead due to there being no big competition anymore. If that doesn't work out, just keep bidding. Will do, Graphia-sama. I hung up soon after. Slumping back into the leather seat, I could only marvel at how much loyalty my daughter managed to instill into a singular person. She really would make a brilliant businesswoman, better than myself, that's for sure. Good news? Pestonia asked. Yeah. The islands that Sakuya wanted have been purchased or will be soon enough. The last big bidder was a person involved in the HPSC, and they pulled out due to Sakuya's actions potentially damaging their stock's values. How lucky for the young Mississippi. Yufufu, Pestonia, I stopped believing that Sakuya was lucky a long time ago. I believe everything has actually gone her way due to some intervention on her behalf. You mean that she has been altering the future without people knowing? How would people know something has changed if they never knew what it was originally? The only people who have a chance would be people with clairvoyance quirks like Sir Naite. Ah, I see. But do you think that the young miss would go that far? I just deadpanned at her, clearly showing the answer to her question on my features. Yep, I felt stupid for even entertaining the possibility of her not doing it. At least it will be altered in our favor. Graphia-chan. I was interrupted mid-sentence by Miha Yayorozu and her late self, alongside her husband Mitaka. Hello, Miha. What took you so long? The speech is already over, dear. I returned the hug she gave me. It's wonderful to see you as well, Mitaka. Likewise, Graphia, he replied. We didn't miss anything, dear. Your daughter's speech was broadcasted live, pretty much, everywhere. She knows how to capture people's attention. She took the open seat next to me, with Mitaka sitting on the other side of her. We were about to start conversing and catching up with one another, but a voice called out to us. Grandma's, Grandpa. Mitaka fainted out of happiness. It was the first time Eri ever called him Grandpa, so it was quite the shock to the daughter, now granddaughter, Khan. She ran up to Miha, because she was the closest. She shot me a smug look, which irritated me more than it should have considering that Eri was still within my reach. Grandma Miha, what happened to Grandpa? Before she could answer, another voice did it for her. It was my daughter, well, a clone of her. I could tell the clones from the original because the clones wear red ribbons, instead of the usual blue or green the main body does. He's just tired, sweetie. Sakuya, darling, you surprised us with that speech. Huh? Didn't you get a copy of my speech from Mom? I sent 2 copies of it, and what would probably happen afterward due to it? She answered, clearly confused. Miha then turned and stared right into my soul. I ignored her, and spoke to my daughter. Don't try to ditch this on me, you only gave me 1 copy of it. I spoke in indignation. Hee hee. It appears I did, she admitted with a sheepish chuckle while rubbing the back of her head. What brought you here anyway? I doubt that my daughter sent you here just to deliver Eri to us, otherwise, a portal would have been enough. I questioned the clone. You're not the real one. How can you even tell, Grafia? MHA's curiosity seemingly piqued. It's my motherly instincts. I proudly declared. Sure, it is. Now, what's the actual answer? She wasn't convinced at all. It's the color of ribbons in her hair, red means it's a clone, MHA, Pastonia answered. I shot her a betrayed look, to which she completely ignored, suddenly finding the sight of an empty cup holder very interesting. Thank you, Pastonia-chan. Now, I would like an answer to my question, Sakuya. Part of it was to deliver Eri to you. I was also tasked with handing over various contracts to you for the people on the police commissioner's board that were in attendance. I am here to create the technology needed for the various contracts, and to give a demonstration if needed. Also, I'm here to see how the progress on archipelago purchasing has been going. It seems I have some new news to deliver too. It appears that I have successfully managed to form a contract with the principal of UA, so there's that to inform you about too. She pulled out another contract from a portal and handed it to me. Here's the contract he signed. He will be my right-hand mouseman, in exchange for me providing some easily done benefits out of my own pocket/time. If you need his help in anything, make sure to call him up as he is on my payroll now. She then created a chair, similar to the one I'm currently sitting on, and proceeded to take a quick nap. Did she just drop that bombshell on us, and then go to sleep? I cursed my daughter's carefree attitude. You certainly have a very special mama, don't you, sweetie? MHA said to the unicorn in her lap, and I snorted. Puffed. MHM. She's really special. Eri beamed, clearly not understanding what MHA actually meant, but it was still irresistibly adorable. The announcer, Midnight, then announced that the events were starting back up, much to the excitement of the previously somber crowd. The cacophony of cheers that filled the stadium was almost deafening. The wheel spun, and we all waited in anticipation, apart from Sakuya who was still asleep, and it landed on obstacle course race. With all of the wacky creations that Momo had made, such as the super soldier serum, which was administered to all of the house staff, ended up increasing her physical capabilities far beyond an average human. So, I had no worries about her at least passing this race. I couldn't say winning, for sure, because there may be someone with a super speed quirk in her class. But, she would get an impressive score nonetheless. MHA was cheering, clearly knowing something that I didn't. MHA, why are you so excited for a race? She has a super speed ring, duh. She has a what now? Super speed ring. I'm glad I didn't take that bet even more now. Pastonia added from beside me, clearly glad to have stuck to her guns. Tisk. The race started and it appears as if Momo made an alliance of sorts. They worked together to clear the first obstacle together before leaving each other to their own devices for the rest. The alliance was with Endeavor's kid, and a very tall boy that I didn't know. She really picked some of the better allies. Fire, wind, and ice on your side is a combination that most wouldn't know how to deal with. It would certainly allow her to stall until she can create something to directly counter their opponents in the coming rounds. She then blitzed right through the next obstacle, completely leaving the wind user in the dust. She even had the guts to wink at the camera. As someone that has had to interview before, I knew that behind that mask of confidence, she was very self-conscious and probably tried to imitate Sakuya a little. I can't blame her, though. Sakuya really does know how to be the center of attention in almost everything she does. Go mommy. Eri cheered. That's adorable. I took out my phone and made sure to take many pictures of the cheering unicorn, and the even more excited grandmother of said unicorn. As I was admiring my handiwork, Pastonia brought something to my attention. Grafia, you might want to see what Momo is doing right now. Looking at the screen in front of me, I was met with a sight I don't think I would ever see. The sweet, adorable, well-spoken heiress was now suited up in a nanomachine Ironman armor, and was blitzing through the last two obstacles. Was this due to Sakuya's influence? I don't think she would have done this herself. She then decided to put on a show, and did a victory lap over the crowd. It was a spectacle that would be sure to garner her a lot of internship requests from various heroes. All of whom she would probably reject, and go back to working with Sir Naite once more. I noticed something very interesting during the downtime between event transitions, namely Momo's attitude towards a certain ash-blonde boy. She seemed to detest the boy. What got the normally polite girl to act this way to somebody was beyond me. I also saw how she managed to have all four of the current top scorers for the race in her team. She clearly planned this well. I just hope that the teams would consist of 4 people, otherwise, the alliance may fall before it could truly get off of the ground. Midnight took to the podium once more, and the wheel began spinning. I was much more anxious this time, due to not wanting Momo's group to fall apart due to the team size in this event. It landed on something called the Tower of Babel. Chapter 49, Chapter 48. Momo POV. I am currently waiting for the event wheel to stop spinning, and it's taking forever. I get the need to have some suspense, or build tension, but this is surely taking it too far. The wheel has been spinning for a solid minute. Do you think Sakuya is messing with the wheel? Shoto questioned. Surely, she wouldn't do that, right? Melissa answered for me, with the incorrect answer. Ha 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 ha. Melissa, Sakuya would definitely do this. Inasa's cheerful rebuttal came soon after. He's right, Melissa-san. This is something she would do, the only question now is, why? She's doing it to get us fired up, Yamamo. Like a true hero. I worry about his judgment-making abilities at times. Finally, after what seemed like millennia, the wheel stopped. On the screen, in bold words, was the event that decides who gets into the final event. It's the Tower of Babel. Midnight's announcement came for the blind people in the audience who couldn't read the big words plastered everywhere. I'm sure most of you are confused, due to the vague name, because I was too. That was until Principal Nedzu informed me that he would be taking over the explanation for this event. Give it up for the men who made this all possible. Did she just admit that she has no idea what the event is? Was this not in their schedule? Looking around at the more intelligent people in the crowd, I noticed that I wasn't the only person who noticed this. A sudden change in the scheduled events would definitely have been the cause of the long spin time. This scenario has my wife written all over it. That's right. It's me. Nedzu, the one who could be a dog, a bear, or a dash. Plush toy, came my wife's sudden interruption. Plush toy, but more importantly, I'm the principal of this wonderful academy. I decided to take a break, and laid down on the faux grass below me, bracing myself for any of my wife's other shenanigans. One could never be too sure when they would strike, and I needed to make sure I was ready. Are you okay, Momo? Melissa's concerned voice spoke out. I will be. As you've seen, ladies and gentlemen, this event is called the Tower of Babel. This event takes place outside of the stadium grounds, and inside of a completely new structure designed by yours truly exclusively for this very sports festival. It's a one-time event and will never show up again after today. How manly. Two males shouted. One of them was Kirishima. Who was the other one? I pondered as I looked around for the owner of the second voice. As you can see on the screen, there is the Tower of Babel. It's a very tall cylindrical tower designed to look like something you would find in ancient times. Inside of the tower, however, it isn't so ancient. Robotic opponents of varying sizes litter the building. As the more observant in the audience might have noticed, there are multiple different types of robots. That's because different robots are worth a differing amount of points. Isn't this just the regular entrance exam, but in a tower? There are 100 robots present consisting of 60, 5 pointers, 20, 10 pointers, 15, 20 pointers, 4, 50 pointers, and a single secret robot worth 1,000 points. These all come to a total of 2,000 points to be earned. Some of the students, especially those in the hero course, must be thinking, sounds easy, and they would be right. Or, they would have been. Each team, consisting of 4 people, will be timed. They only have 5 minutes to collect as many points as they can, and they will have to compete against a rival team to get them too. Each team member will have to attach 4 markers onto their body, the number of which will signify their amount of health points, or HP for short. The robots will aim for their markers with their lasers. If the robotic opponents manage to hit all of a person's markers, they will be ejected from the tower, and the points they contributed to the team will be subtracted upon their ejection too. The markers represent a percentage of the points being deducted, namely 25%, due to there being 4 of them. If one marker is hit, 25% of the points will be deducted from the individual's contribution. This will also be a very difficult thing for one person, and their team, in particular. Due to the overwhelming result that Momo Yaoyorozu had in her first round, she, and her team members, will only have 1 marker each. Meaning that their single marker is worth 100% of their contribution and that they will be easy targets. Yamamo, everyone's looking at you weird. Inasa pointed out, and he wasn't wrong in his observations, they were eyeing me as an easy target. They are just too stupid to realize that the singular marker is meant to symbolize how I have the potential to completely destroy them and that the principal felt sorry for their poor showing in the last event. It's pity they're receiving, disguised as an advantage, and it's embarrassing to watch them get all excited about it. I put on my Ice Princess persona, in hopes it would make them avert their eyes. Only Sakuya can look at me like I'm a piece of meat. Yaoyorozu, you didn't need to burn them that hard. I had PTSD flashbacks just watching it. Todoroki's voice came out. Way to go, Yamamo. How passionate. Inasa instantly defused the awkward atmosphere after Todoroki's joke. Todoroki-san, are you okay? Melissa decided to start the awkward atmosphere back up, it seems. Why wouldn't I be? Do you not realize what you just said? A joke. Thankfully, the silence didn't last long, and Nedza decided to finish his announcements. Each team will also have a laser gun given to all members on entry, which they could use to fight their rivals with, and potentially have them taken out of the competition. They won't, however, work on the robotic opponents. Each team's rival pairing will be decided by drawing lots. The highest-ranked 4 teams at the end of it all will be moving on to the tournament. Let's get this show on the road. It will be complete pandemonium. A/N. I got inspired by Fairy Tale's Pandemonium event during the GMG if you hadn't noticed by now. Just this time, I added the rival mechanic, changed the monsters to robots, and made it so it wasn't a complete health and safety hazard. Come here, students. It's time for you to get your markers. Midnight called out, so I and my team went to collect our singular, lonely, marker. Fluffy-chan POV. I just finished announcing the event, and I am very happy with it. I've been wanting to have this event shown, but I couldn't find a way to make it not take forever. The robots would have to be replaced, and that would take a long time. The tower would have to be cleaned out after each run. Thankfully, Sakuya exists. The first time I think I've ever been thankful for that. With her quirk, she could easily rewind the entire structure and its inhabitants. It is such an amazing quirk, one I wish I could say I was jealous of, but I'm not. If not for my high-spec quirk I wouldn't have been able to climb to my position, as Sakuya's underling, as the principal of UA. If I didn't have said quirk, I wouldn't be able to be classed as a citizen of Japan, but just a wild animal. Sakuya has been an experience. That's what she is, an experience. Calling her a person wouldn't be able to cut it. She's a force of nature, a concept some could say. She's an enigma to me, and one I don't think I would ever be able to solve. Usually, I would be annoyed to no end to find a puzzle that I couldn't solve. This, however, is a different matter. I don't think I ever even want to solve Sakuya. It would take away the very essence of what she is, an unpredictable storm that whatever it hits will have to weather through. Thankfully, she decided to hit the HPSC. I've been dissatisfied with its running for the longest time now, yet I couldn't do anything. My position as the principal of UA would be at risk if I did go after them, and I couldn't risk that. I've invested too much time in making this the best hero academy in Japan to have it taken away because the HPSC cried to the government about me. Sakuya doesn't have to worry about any of that. She has a secure position in life, whether it be in the business sector or the medical sector. She also has a lot more political pull than I do, or at least, her family does. The Izayao business has taken over the entirety of Asia within a few short years, and I think it was due to Sakuya's influence. Certain companies had major scandals leaked, allowing them to take over. Certain brands, which are created by very wealthy businessmen, have been promoted non-stop. Bankruptcies have been affecting some big names in other countries out of nowhere. The Izayoi and Yayarosa families previously were content with their business standing. They were both happily sitting at the top of the food chain in their respective fields, and then they were united by their heiresses marrying each other. That was the nail in the coffin for their competition. Most people knew what this would mean, especially those who have an interest in the business world. They would be taking over Japan soon, and they did. The world was next, and I managed to become a part of it. What the hell has you smiling like a fool, Fluffy-chan? Sakuya's voice brought me out of my high. World domination. There was no point in lying to her. She has billions of quirks, meaning that Tsukachi's was in there too. I also never needed to put up a mask around her, because she always saw through it anyway. It's much nice being able to express myself with an intellectual equal, and at times, superior. Thinking about the game plan already. Ah, yes, the game plan, what a wonderful thing that folder is. I read some of the pages that were listed a few years back, and I was shocked at what I saw. It listed every single stock drop and rise for major companies, what companies to purchase, which to sell, who to fire, and so much more. It would probably cause a civil war if this were to be dropped in Wall Street. Indeed, I was. There was also the new event that I have been wanting to show off for the longest time now. It would, hopefully, make some of the future applicants to the school be more cautious, especially those with mental quirks, and perhaps even fill out the support gear forms when applying upon assuming they could be fighting robots. I answered. You and I know that isn't going to be the case. They will be too busy thinking about the inevitable explosions, and the cheerleaders that came from America to think of something sensible. Perhaps, you're correct, but we can only wait and see for now. Who do you think will pass this event, and make it to the last event? I asked, looking down at the field. Do you want my prediction answer or my future knowledge answer? She asked in return. Prediction, if you will. Momo's team will come first, and the others don't matter, because they aren't my wife. What about your friends? Do you not wish for them to succeed? Fluffy-chan. Why do I need to do anything, let alone wish, that they succeed? Their chances at victory solely rely on their own shoulders, not mine, so I couldn't care less about whether they succeed or not. It will only reflect on their determination to win, and if it was weaker than the others, or not. But, between you and me, you need to know, I don't make weak friends. An interesting outlook on things. Maybe, but you should know my outlook on things if your description earlier was any indicator. Who do you want to see lose then? It depends. I already saw one person I wanted to lose. Ah. Minoru Mineta, I'm guessing. Yep. You really need to have him kicked off of the course, for his own safety. I can't keep holding back on killing him forever, no matter if Eri is there, or not. I suppose, you're right. I wanted to give him a chance at redemption. Thinking that if he saw how hard you all worked to enter, and maintain your physique and quirks, his mind wouldn't be clouded by perverse thoughts any longer. It seems I was too merciful until now. I lamented, thinking of the short boy's potential. You want to redeem him? Throw him in fucking therapy, he clearly has a porn addiction. I don't need him staring at mine, and every other girl's ass at the school's gym while he watches us maintain our physique. All this has done is waste another potential candidate's training time, because they are now a few months behind the rest of us when they transfer in. Too merciful. You're making the Pope seem like a fucking Satanist in comparison. You're right, it was a lapse in judgment on my behalf, I didn't realize how far gone he truly was. I'll have him transferred into the General Studies course, and therapy sessions for him booked with Hound Dog, by the end of the day. Thank you. She exclaimed in exasperation, this has clearly been bothering her for a long time now. Going back a tiny bit, you said that you already saw one of the people you wanted to watch lose, who are the other ones? The walking hand grenade with anger issues, which Homeless-san should have reported to you on the first day as a potential health and safety risk during practical lessons. He has a superiority complex bigger than his vocabulary, which only consists of insults and various words for die and murder, anger issues that make up his entire personality trait, and a quirk that he takes too much pride in for how little he actually knows about it. He's delusional, Fluffy-chan. He's been told he's the best his entire life, and people did nothing but encourage his toxic behavior, to the point of neglecting to report and reprimand him on the various illegal uses of his quirk on his victims because he's going to be famous in the future. The fact that I haven't sent him to your office in a body bag after he claimed that he could beat me in a fight, and how he's way better than me, on multiple occasions, is nothing if not a testament to my patience. She ranted, before taking a deep breath to calm herself, and spoke once more, in a much more serious tone. Time may be meaningless in the long run to me, Nedzu, but even I have limits to how much time I can endure, and stomach his nonsensical shit before I snap and show him who is truly on the top of the food chain. I knew it was bad, but to have pushed her to this limit already is worrying. There's also a lot to digest in that rant, such as the victims, and his illegal quirk usage. The quirk usage could have been overlooked to some extent by myself, but then she said there were victims too. Now, I simply can't. He has committed a quirk-assisted assault on his peers, and by my analysis of his character, for his own sick pleasure of asserting dominance. This will be needed to be focused on heavily, in the coming days, before he does this on a civilian. Or God forbid, he uses it on Sakuya during one of his challenges towards her. I could only thank that I still had thought acceleration in my new quirk so it didn't look as if I were completely ignoring Sakuya. I didn't think that he would be this feral. I will focus on his case after Mineta's. Hopefully, this can be solved without me having to expel him. Do you have any suggestions on how to handle this situation, Sakuya? I beat him to near death, perhaps even kill him, before healing him, and doing it all over again, until he realizes that he isn't worth shit in the grand scheme of things. She nonchalantly suggested with a shrug of her shoulders. I would prefer not to have you torture him, so I will file that suggestion away while I think of a better one. It will, however, have to be a more forceful approach than Mineta's situation. He acts like an animal in the wild, trying to assert dominance whenever he sees someone better than him, threatening his imaginary position. So he wouldn't care what Hound Dog says unless he gives him a reason to listen to him, which Hound Dog wouldn't wish to do. This will take a while to plan out. While I was thinking about my new workload, the 2 actual problem children in Class 1A, the lots were finally finished being drawn. I couldn't wait to watch the carnage happen. Chapter 50, Chapter 49. Sakuya POV. I'm currently bored out of my mind. Sure, there is an entire tower filled with robots where a team deathmatch scenario is taking place between my fellow students. But, I can't get excited about it, especially after the first team's performance. It was Team Monoma versus Team Shinso. Shinso managed to use his brainwashing more subtly than I saw in canon material. He worded all of his commands as a form of conditioning, where when they awoke from the brainwashing they followed the previous command without knowing of being brainwashed. It was far more discreet and less likely to have people spreading his quirk around, increasing his chances in the oncoming tournament. He managed to form a team with Ida, Uraraka, and Tokoyami. Tokoyami seemingly joined, at least from what I could tell, because they were brothers of the abyss or something. He didn't need brainwashing because the bird wanted to be with his emo brethren. It was a team that would do decently well in this event. They had Tokoyami and Ida for offensive attacks. Uraraka would give them a form of mobility to climb to the upper floors easier. Shinso was there for the more PvP-related aspect, which he did excellently against the loudmouth Monoma. The second he entered the tower, Monoma was already trash-talking the 1A students for taking on lower trash, and how it meant that 1B was obviously better because they didn't have to lower themselves to picking up general studies kids. Yeah, Monoma managed to become the most hated person in the school within a few seconds. General studies make up a large amount of the student populace in UA, and he was calling them trash, on live TV, in front of millions. It also didn't help that Shinso was one of the more respected first-year general studies students, due to his drive to become a hero. They wanted to see him succeed where they had failed, more importantly, though, they wanted to watch Shinso beat the fuck out of Monoma. I never thought that a single person could receive so many insults from the student stands before this day. Shinso gave them what they wanted. He brainwashed Monoma into shooting his teammates, before shooting his own markers. This put his team in a dilemma. They had to shoot Monoma to survive this round, but they didn't want to deal with his whining after they did so. It was the hardest problem the 1B Hero Corps students faced. They decided to shoot him after one of their teammates' markers were gradually getting taken out. Shinso also took advantage of their dilemma and started shooting their markers himself while they were distracted. He managed to take out an entire person and one marker of another, before they finished dealing with Monoma. The remaining members of Team Monoma were then in a shoot-off with Shinso for the rest of the 5 minutes. I couldn't believe my eyes. It didn't matter if Shinso was taken out because he wasn't earning any points, to begin with. This led to his team securing, practically, the entire tower's worth of points for themselves. His team came out of the tower with a respectable 445 points. What did you make of that team's performance? I think they did rather well, especially due to them not having an entire person able to earn points. Fluffy-chan asked. I asked Dash. No, I heard you, I was just thinking of their performance already before you asked is all. Shinso performed his role way better than he really had any right to do. He got really lucky with the Monoma matchup. If it were anyone else, apart from Bakugu, his initial brainwashing wouldn't have worked as well as it did. The teammates wouldn't have hesitated to kill the brainwashed one, because they didn't have to fear the consequences of doing so, because everyone, apart from those two, could understand the situation in hindsight without lashing out. Ida and Tokoyami did their jobs as the damage dealers well, being the main source of the points. Uraraka's hit-and-run tactic with any rubble from the former two's battles was decent enough, and her starting boost allowed Tokoyami, and Ida, to reach the upper floors, where more points are, and it ended up being vital. They all, however, didn't neglect to be wary around the robots and their lasers and came out without being hit a single time. The attackers also figured out their limits in terms of what pointers they could take on, and didn't take unnecessary risks. After giving my views on their performance, I looked over and was greeted with the sight of Fluffy-chan writing down my words in a notepad. Raising my eyebrow at his actions, I wondered why he was doing that. Is he writing this for my cult? Is this my cult's version of the Bible being written? What are you doing? He didn't stop writing, nor look at me, when answering my query. I'm going to hand this to those students as a report on their performance during the event. Why? Before I answer that, can I ask you a question of my own? MHM. I don't mind, just don't ask about my dash. 3 sizes, kinks, or chocolate milk fridge password, got it. TSK. I'm going to have to think of new things now. How do you think your classmates view you? He asked. I was stumped for a bit, I didn't really know how they viewed me in a deeper than surface level way. A tough question, but I assume you will enlighten me despite my lack of answer anyway, so hit me with it. How do they view me? They all respect you dash. My netta doesn't know how to respect women. I interrupted. As I was saying, they all respect you. Sure, some more than others, and others in different ways, but they all do respect you, Sakuya. They respect your achievements in life, your power, your intelligence that you rarely show to anyone, your attitude, your charisma, and your general demeanor. They respect you and by proxy, your opinion, and more importantly, your praise. I needed a moment to process this nonsense coming out of Fluffy-chan's mouth. I opened a portal into the fridge and grabbed 2 chalky milk bottles. After sending one over to Eri, I took a few sips of my own while digesting the information given to me. And my performance evaluations are meant to what? Enlighten them. Make them happy. Ideally. Yes. It is also being given to them because I don't want to bother thinking of my own. Yua, what a lazy employee I have. Isn't the first day on the job meant to be used to impress me, your boss? It must be the terrible upper management, I've seen them slacking and drinking unidentifiable liquids midway through the day. Their behavior must have rubbed off on me, I apologize. What an honest employee, I seem to have found. Honesty is the best policy, after all. Nobody ever got rich being honest, so I never adopted that policy. What a money-hungry, deceitful boss I have. Oh, woe is me. If this boss wasn't money-hungry, she wouldn't be able to pay your wage, so, get to work. After our back-and-forth banter was seemingly over, we just started laughing. The staff that heard us laughing had a chill run down their spine, not knowing what may await them. Standing up, I quickly stretched my legs to get some blood flowing through them. I then dusted and straightened out my shirt, cleaned any stains that may have appeared, and walked to the entrance with my chalky milk. I'll leave a clone with you, Fluffy-chan. I'm gonna go and sit with my family for the rest of the events. With those as my parting words, I opened a portal, and stepped through, only after leaving a clone with Fluffy-chan as promised. He may not have wanted to do the performance reviews, but neither did I. I was then in the much nicer, luxury VIP box. It had leather recliner chairs, compared to the hard stools of the teacher's box. All in all, it was a place to relax. Too bad my clone also noticed it, it's passed out on the damn recliner. After erasing the clone I managed to see that it didn't complete the police contracts yet, opting to go to sleep. It did do all its other duties, so there's that I guess. My sudden appearance caught the room's attention or most of the occupants from what I could tell. Lady Sakuya, all the maids snapped to attention upon seeing me. Good afternoon girls, how have you been liking the event so far? I greeted with an elegant smile and gentle wave. It's been super fun. I prefer the free alcohol. They have been wonderful Lady Sakuya. And many other similar replies came. Is that so? I'm glad to hear you have been enjoying yourself. Your well-being both physically and mentally are my utmost concern, so I'm glad that you are all relaxing well. Please, go back to whatever it was that you were doing, you are off duty after all. Walking further into the room, I seemingly caught an unexpected person's attention. The vigilante knuckle duster, Iwao Aguro, was here with his family, and he was walking over to me. I began rapidly sifting through my thoughts to make sense of this bizarre situation before finding that it was my main clone that hired him as head of security for the firm. I should really pay more attention to that clone's reports. Lady Sakuya, your speech was certainly attention-grabbing. Iwao started, his daughter was behind him, eyeing me curiously. Yufufu, I certainly hope it would have been, otherwise I would have failed in my goal. As my eyes drifted off towards his family, his daughter in particular, who was now blushing in what I could only hope was embarrassment at being caught staring and nothing else, he noticed my gaze and took it as the time to introduce me to his family. Ah. My apologies for not introducing my family sooner, Lady Sakuya. He signaled with his hands towards the homely-looking dark-haired woman, who I could only assume to be his wife. This is my wonderful wife Hiroka Aguro. A/N, the wife doesn't have a name, so that's her name now. It's wonderful to finally see my miracle doctor, and the person who brought this family together once more, in person. Well, you were there in person when treating me, but it was a clone, so, it's not the same, you know. She began rambling towards the end. It's a pleasure to finally put a face to the name that your husband keeps praising non-stop. His descriptions of you weren't exaggerated at all, especially the ones detailing your beauty. I gave a cheeky wink, mainly in hopes of seeing Iwao's reaction. Oh my, you're much more of a charmer than your clone was, she simply teleported out after finishing my treatment. Lady Sakuya. Yes, Iwao, my innocent reply came. You already have a wife, stop flirting with mine. I swore I saw a pang of hurt in his daughter's eyes. Thank God he shot down any chance she thought we had, it would have been awkward to do it myself. Oya. Are you getting jealous of me, Iwao? Is the ring on your finger not enough to keep the jealousy at bay? To think you would think so little of the sanctity that is marriage, how scandalous, I teased. Don't worry, dear, I'm not into girls. His wife's cheerful reply came. Are you blushing dash? Anyway. This is my wonderful daughter, Tamao Aguro. It's wonderful to meet you, Tamao-san. I think this might be the first time you're meeting any version of me, so I apologize if my interaction with your mother was awkward to sit through. She reached out to my outstretched hand, a slight tint of pink in her cheeks, and shook it. I detached from the handshake upon realizing that it may not have been the best idea as soon as possible without it seeming weird. Why yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Thanks for helping my dad not be a pain in the ass, I guess. Didn't you have something to ask Sakuya, Tamao? Her mother urged. Oh God, please don't confess, please don't confess, please don't confess dash. I do. She said, acting dumb. Yes. Yes, you do, and this may be the last chance you ever get to say it. Her mother urged once more. Ugh. All right. She turned to me, looked me dead in the eyes, which didn't help my train of thought, and began speaking. My old man said that you gave him an improved version of his quirk, and helped him when he needed it most. Do you think you can help me become a musician? I've always wanted to be one, but my old man didn't like it, so I couldn't. You don't have to help if you don't want to. I understand that you're busy, much busier than me. I could only sigh in relief when this didn't end up being a love confession that would have made me reverse time and ignore Iwao. There's a lot to consider on my side of things. What type of musician do you want to be? What genre do you want to play? Is it only you or is it a group of people? How serious are you about becoming a musician? What is your end goal? How much time can you dedicate to this new career you want? I need you to answer all of those questions before I can give you a definite answer, Tamao. I'm not sure what type I want to be, or what genre I want to play. I don't want to be restricted by things such as genres and types. It's just me, and I want to make music that I can be proud of and others enjoy. I can dedicate everything to this, whether it be time or willpower. I want to be able to play music professionally. Please help me in achieving that. To think that Iwao wanted such a passionate girl like you to give up on her dreams. What an dash. Language, young miss. Pestonia's voice rang out. What an overbearing parent. I corrected. Better. I'll help you out, Tamao. Just not today, because I want to relax. I have too many plans in motion at the minute, and today is a rare day where all versions of me can rest. Ask your father to take you to the mansion whenever you are free, my clone will be there to help you out. I said before walking off. I could make out the conversation they were having as soon as I left, though. There, was that so hard, Tamao? Her mother asked. No. Don't be so happy yet, Tamao, you still haven't seen the contract. Iwao's gruff voice came soon after. The contract couldn't be that bad, dear. Your contract was rather generous, after all. His wife reasoned. That's because she wasn't the one writing it. Tamao, Sakuya may seem nice, and at times she is, but she is a manipulator on levels I haven't even seen during my vigilante days. Huh. What should I do then? I don't want to be tricked into a slave contract. You stay calm, and have me with you when signing the contract. Whatever you do, though, never waste her time, talk bad about her family, flirt with her, look her in the eyes for an extended period of time, be heard around her outside of a medical setting. There's a lot you don't do around her, I'll give you a list later. What's wrong with being hurt around her? She has one of the larger sadistic streaks I've seen, with a despair fetish to boot. I don't want to imagine what she would do to you upon seeing you in pain. Dear, are you sure you should be talking about your employer's daughter like this? What if she hears? She can hear every word I said, she just doesn't care enough, can't you, Sakuya? Indeed I can, stop pushing your luck, Iwao. Otherwise, I will make your wife being on her deathbed, and your quirk being taken feel like a heavenly experience compared to what I will do to you if you keep spreading such information carelessly. I spoke telepathically into his mind. There was no need to have my threats in the open anymore, after all. It would sour Tamao's, a potential moneymaker, view of me, and I couldn't have that. Indeed I can, Iwao. Please refrain from spreading such baseless rumors about myself, will you? I've had enough of those for one lifetime. I answered out loud. She's such a nice girl, dear. Perhaps all those years as a vigilante have affected your mental state more than I thought. Should I book us a couples therapy session? Or would you prefer to go on your own? His wife said. Yeah, old man. Stop lying about her, you're probably just trying to scare me out of being a musician again. Ha 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 ha, you caught this, old man. I apologize, Lady Sakuya, I don't know what came over me. Perhaps it's the excessive paranoia finally kicking in from your vigilante stint, Iwao. I'll fund your couple therapy sessions with your wife, so you needn't thank me, I only want the best for my employees. After that, I ignored their conversation. I already had gotten my point across to Iwao and secured my helpful image in the eyes of Tamao and Hiroka, so there was no point in interfering any longer. Heading over to the empty seat where my clone was previously sitting, I relaxed into it, releasing a blissful sigh as I did so. I was in between my mother and MHA, Momo's mother. You sound tired, Sakuya, is everything all right? Did you not get enough sleep, or was today mentally taxing already? My mother asked as she ran a hand through my hair. I am tired, very tired at that too. There have just been a lot of things on my mind lately, and I can finally rest now. Thanks for asking, Mom. You've been working far too hard for this family, Sakuya. Not only for the family too, but you've also been working hard in general. I worry, Sakuya. I worry that you aren't properly enjoying yourself, like someone your age truly would. I worry that you are overworking yourself. I worry so much about you, more than you know. It's not only me worrying. MHA and Mitaka do too. The maids do as well, the same as the security guards. So, please, take a break for once, for me, and if you can't do it for me, do it for them. My eyes grew heavy, and tears welled in my eyes, I was so exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. Where's Eri? I asked before letting out a yawn. She's over here, dear. She took after your clone, and went to sleep too. I heard MHA answer from my right. I turned over, and extended my arms, clearly wanting to hold my unicorn baby. I also wanted to make it so she didn't have to spend the entire festival with Eri clinging onto her shirt. Making the decision for MHA, I used a mixture of larceny and telekinesis to lift her over to me. She did stir a bit at the lack of another person's body heat for a bit, before relaxing when she felt my own. Before my eyes managed to shut themselves, I managed to portal over my duvet from my room above us. It landed on us, and I adjusted it a bit telekinetically so it wouldn't be uncomfortable before falling asleep. Chapter 51, Chapter 50. Momo POV. The distant sounds of explosions littered the passing minutes, the fresh air was flowing through my lungs, and most importantly, I am bored. I sat down in the grass surrounding the gargantuan structure known as the Tower of Babel. We were, unfortunately, the last team to go, so we had nothing to do but wait. It was a torturous experience watching team after team enter the tower, while we could do nothing but wait. Nedza said something about saving the best for last when we were drawing lots. I think he just wanted to have us capture everyone's attention once more, because people can only be entertained for the same event for so long, and 50 minutes of semi-repetitive content was pushing it. He wants to end the event off with some fireworks, and we would be sure to deliver. I watched everyone compete, only caring to note how responsive each robot is and what they look like. I was also searching for the secret robot in silence, which I think I was successful in doing. There was a singular camera drone that followed the teams. It was never described, and any lines of questioning I had regarding it were met with Midnight's evasive answers. So, I'm pretty confident that the camera drone is the secret 1000 pointer. If I end up being wrong, I would probably have to use the time stone to repair it, to avoid paying to replace it. I don't need the money, and I have more than enough to replace it, I just don't like wasting money on unnecessary expenses. The reward was far greater than the risk in my eyes, so I'm going to punch right through that lens. God, I hope I'm right. Otherwise, me punching the camera might alter how the crowd perceives me. I don't want them thinking I have anger issues. We were going to go for a perfect victory, and luck was on our side with the opponents selected. Well, there wouldn't be much anybody would be able to do when faced with our combined strength. Inesa, Shoto, myself, or Melissa would each be invaluable team members in this event, yet we were all teamed together. I'm confident either of us could carry a singular team towards the top 4 places. My greatest fear for this event wasn't not making it to the final event, but worrying if the tower would collapse on us due to all of the elemental attacks flying all over the place from Inesa and Shoto. Our unlucky opponent's team consists of Kojiro Bando, Manga Fukidashi, Nirenjiki Shota, and Hirya Rin. Inesa was all the more willing to disclose all the information he knew about his classmates' quirks, which was very valuable when making the plan. The biggest problem on their team, in regards to my plan, was the possible combination of Manga and Shota's quirks. One could make large explosions by simply saying explosion, and the other would be able to use that to make a second even larger explosion. They were the two that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Team Bondo was already on the verge of giving up after seeing the matchup, with only Shota holding them together. I guess being the vice rep gave him some form of authority in 1B judging from how I saw him acting like a drill sergeant. It was quite amusing seeing someone of his stature, 5 feet 5 foot, bossing around the 6 feet 3 giant that is their team leader. The current teams in the top 4 spots are Team Bakugo, Kirishima, Mina, and Toga with 745 points. Team Kendo, Yui, Ibara, and Reiko with. Team Shinso, Tokoyami, Ida, and Uraraka with. Team Tetsu, Yosetsu, Juzo, and Jiroda with. Sadly, the team in 4th currently will most likely be kicked off of the top 4 by us. Some of them were down about it, especially because they were only 20 points behind 3rd place. Thoughts about how they could have used their time better littered their minds. However, Tetsu was crying tears of happiness. He claimed it was super manly to get to the top only to be kicked down, so he knows he has to train harder now. It certainly answered my previous question during the event announcement about who the second voice was. I might need to discuss with Kendo, because she's the class rep for 1B, about whether or not Tetsu has any underlying mental health issues like Kirishima had previously. If he does, then I will try and book a joint mental health awareness class with Hound Dog for both of our classes. If he doesn't book any sessions himself after having a wake-up call, then there isn't much I can do. I may not be able to do anything personally from there, but I can ask Sakuya to convince him for me. I should probably ask her not to intimidate him, and instead, just say that she's a doctor and has seen some symptoms of whatever mental health problem he may be suffering from. My train of thought was interrupted by a nervous Melissa. Do you guys think that we could really place first? She said, clearly having her confidence issues shine through. Of course, we can. I wouldn't expect anything less from us, Melissa. How are you so confident, Inesa-san? Many things could go wrong, like, they could be strong then you dash. Melissa. He interrupted in a calm voice I never thought I would hear coming from the boisterous giant. Shoto, and I raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised about his clear change in attitude. He's never this quiet, or lacking in energy. It's because we're all hot-blooded, passionate heroes. Like any good hero should be. If I didn't aim for a perfect victory, I would never be able to live with myself. He declared to the previously silent field of observers. Melissa, do you not have faith in Yaoyorozu's plan? Shoto questioned the increasingly timid blonde. That's not it. She adamantly stated. Melissa, we're confident in our abilities to place first due to a plethora of reasons. We have trained our quirks nearly our entire lives, we have a complete analysis of the opponent's quirks, we've had 43 minutes to study the battlefield and the robotic opponents, and a plan that I can guarantee works for us. The first one may not apply to you for reasons obvious to you. Nonetheless, you have still trained hard to get where you are now, one of the high-ranking people in the last event. You should believe in yourself, and have confidence in your achievements. More, Melissa, it's the only thing holding you back on your journey. If you can't do that, just believe in the me that believes in you. That impromptu pep talk seemed to have worked wonders if the adoration in her eyes and the big smile on her face are anything to go by. Sure, I may have ripped off an anime quote to finalize it, but some things are necessary for the greater good. Momo, what's the plan again? Melissa confidently asked me, despite me explaining it 5 times already. Before the doors open, I will make you all some gas masks, which you will wear as soon as possible. That's because I will turn all the air inside of the tower into the same sleeping gas that midnight makes. Inasa will then direct all of the air he can towards the opposing team's entranceway, where they will be frozen by Shoto. They should be frozen in place, preferably completely covering their lower bodies. If you aren't able to freeze them, Shoto, just cover the floor in a layer of ice so it will grab their attention. I will then take them out as soon as they pass out from the gas by shooting their markers, effectively ejecting them all from the tower before they should be able to react. Once they have all been killed, I will turn the air back to normal, so you don't have to worry about the mask slipping off during confrontations. Shoto and Inasa will then try their best to give the crowd a show with a fire tornado/vortex, whichever name they decide on at the time, and take out the 5 pointers on the first 3 floors. They will both be focusing on the lower pointers while entertaining the crowd. This is due to them focusing on large-scale attacks, instead of speed, and I don't want them being hit by the 50 pointers, etc., due to their speed not being high enough to dispatch them before they could fire. Me, and you, Melissa, will be skipping the first 3 floors entirely as a result of that. We will both be taking out the floors together, mainly to confuse the sensors on the robots. Before that though, I will be opening up a hole in the center of the floors with a large disintegration beam, so Shoto can construct a slide of ice between the floors, which will grant me, and you, a fast retreat for whenever we need it. We should all end up with a minute to spare, which we will use to regroup at the bottom floor. We then pose in front of the camera robot that will inevitably be there with us, and destroy it. I took a deep breath after explaining all of that, for the 6th time now. Yaoyorozu, why do we need to destroy the camera robot? Shoto asked as this wasn't a detail discussed the previous 5 times. Because that's the secret robot. At least, I hope it is. Give it up for Team Kanoko, and Team Pony people. Team Pony managed to snag this victory with a solid 245 points compared to Team Kanoko's 190. Too bad it wasn't high enough to get them into the finals, but it was a wonderful showing from both teams. Mick's voice came over the speakers. I stood up from the grass, and pat off any stray grass clippings that were clinging to me, ready for the next announcement. You know what time it is now, folks. It's time for the final match. It's the team of monsters, and the top 4 from the obstacle course race, Team Momo versus Team Bondo. They are all hailing from Class 1B, will their combined brains overcome the freight train that is Team Momo? Let's find out. It was finally time for my team to enter the tower, and to say we were confident would be underselling it. Well, Melissa was still secretly nervous after the announcement, but that was nothing that could be fixed now, it was game time. While I made my way to the entrance I placed the marker on my abdomen, it wouldn't matter where it went, but it might, hopefully, distract people's gazes from my assets. Every other member of my team, apart from Inasa, placed it there as well. Inasa placed his right on the top of his head, which might end up being a smart thing to do due to it rarely being in view due to him being able to fly. As we entered the entrance chamber to the tower, I got to work on the masks. After they were all made, I handed them to my teammates and equipped my own. Let's get it started. And just like that, the door opened. As soon as I saw the tiniest gap in the door, I used the remaker ring to alter the properties of the air in the tower into midnight sleeping gas. Inasa seeing this instantly got to work on blowing it towards the opposing side of the tower, which is where the opponent's chamber is. Shoto soon followed suit and turned the floor beneath us into a glacial sheet. Now, it's just a matter of time to wait for Mick's reaction. What is happening? The doors aren't even fully opened yet, and Team Momo has already managed to knock Team Bondo out with a 1-2-3 combo. Taking that as my cue, I reverted all of the air in the tower back to its original state. Good work, team. I congratulated them, before making sure to do my duty of eliminating them for good. Activating the spin ring, I slowed down time and super speeded over there while in the air, thanks to the demonic ring. I didn't want to slip on the ice sheet at that speed, it would only spell disaster, and it would be humiliating. Taking the laser pistol out of the holster, I got to work confirming the kills. There's no mercy on this battlefield. When is there ever mercy on the battlefield? I couldn't help but say out loud. After making sure that I hit all 16 markers, I retreated and got to work on making a large hole. I also came into view of Melissa helping the elemental duo clean up the 5-pointers that littered the floor. I suited up in the Iron Man suit, mainly because I didn't want to use the rings for it. They weren't as cool. I stood in the middle of the room, extended my arms, interlocked my fingers tightly, and let the nanomachines get to work. I saw this move when this cyborg was fighting a bald dude in one of the animes Sakuya likes watching, and it had me fascinated. The nanomachines finally constructed what I wanted. It looked like a mishmash of various repulsor technology, and it was going to let out a loud bang. I looked up to make sure I was firing straight down the middle, braced myself for impact, and fired. A bright blue light shone above my palm, illuminating it gently in its soft glow before the tiny light turned into a massive roaring beam that threatened to pierce the heavens itself. It was almost blinding. A/N, think of it being a mixture between two Genos, OPM, GIFs, the Incinerate. One when he fought Saitama, and the Meteor one. Too lazy to post them. Momo Yayorozu has done it again, folks. She suited up, and shot a devastating beam of energy that completely pierced right through the Tower of Babel. That was so cool. Thankfully they were too distracted to notice that I broke the rules when suiting up by inadvertently covering the marker. It would have sucked to be disqualified for that. I desuited right after firing, to increase the chances of them not noticing. Melissa. It's time for us to do our thing now. I called out to the dazed blonde. Not giving her time to register and reply to what I said, I coated myself in lightning and proceeded to blitz right through the upper floor's robots. I made sure to leave a decent amount for Melissa to clean up, on her way up the tower, so I don't completely steal her spotlight. Well, I may have done that already, but I can at least help her shine a bit more than she would have. I took a step back from the action before I decided to take on the 50-pointers, mainly because they each had 6 heads that I needed to fight before they would shut down, and they would make nice training material for Melissa. While she was working her way up the tower, I decided to give Shoto a hand with the ice slide, mainly because he seems to be occupied with his fired vortexes. I powered up the zero ring and got to work. I thought I would be used to the temperature that this ring could produce now, but it really does live up to its description. Then again, when something is described as opening a beam of nothingness from the icy heart of outer space, I didn't know what I should have expected. What I also didn't expect was how fun it would be to slide down towards the bottom floor on an ice slide as it was being made. I didn't have to worry about falling due to the demonic ring, so I could just enjoy the feeling of gradually gaining speed. I knew that Melissa didn't have that safety guarantee yet, so I made sure to add walls to the slide for her sake. When I passed the 3rd floor I saw the carnage that was happening on it. Inesa and Shoto were letting loose with experimental attacks. There were hurricanes and balls of compressed air launching wind blades at the surrounding robots on one side. On the other, there were randomly appearing lances popping out of the ice sheet piercing whatever moved. As I reached the bottom floor, I turned the ice slide into a metal one so Shoto wouldn't accidentally melt it, before zooming back up to the top floor. I don't know why Momo has decided to take up the hero career. Because she would make a wonderful interior designer if that slide has anything to say. Because it would have been a massive waste of her talent, Mike. Aizawa-sensei replied to his co-host. Just how did they convince Aizawa-sensei to be a commentator anyway? Surely Ken-sensei would be more than willing to do it, even if he would just end up bragging about his daughters, mainly Toga, the entire time. Yeah. Maybe that was why Ken-sensei didn't get the job. Brushing the thought aside, I met up with Melissa as she was approaching the final floor. Hello, Melissa, let's finish the 50-pointers together. Ah, Momo, did you have to leave so many for me? Yep. I thought it would be great training for you, and you could show off your skill a bit without me interrupting. I see. Thank you then. Ignoring how easy it was to have her accept my reasoning, because I actually did it so she would get more tired before the tournament, so if we do face each other I would have the upper hand in stamina, I explained what we were going to do. Alright, Melissa, you do know what the 50-pointers look like, right? And what's needed to take one down? Yeah, we need to take out all of its heads, otherwise it won't count as a kill. Perfect. We will be going clockwise, and clearing them out at our top speeds, or your top speed without harming yourself. I will take the heads on the left, and you take the ones on the right side, okay? Okay. She powered up into her full cowling form, and I covered myself in electricity once more, and we burst through the heavy door meant to slow us down, and got to work. What's this? The lightning speedsters are taking on the 50-pointers. Let's see how they fare in comparison to their predecessors. With our respective speeds, and focusing down on the vital areas of the robots, they were easy to clear out. The only thing that was challenging was to not accidentally cut my legs open on the loose metal from our previous impacts. The robots had no chance in hell at even hitting our targets, let alone locating them in the first place with all of our movement. Melissa did have one start opening fire on her, but she managed to move out of the way before they finished charging up. That danger sense quirk might end up being a bigger problem than I thought. We ended up clearing out the floor without a problem, and rather quickly. But, what else should I have expected? We then took the slide down, so we could meet up for the posing. So far Team Momo is at a perfect 1,000 points. Can they find the secret robot and defeat it to make this a total clear? If the camera robot isn't the 1,000-pointer, then I might just end up EMPing this place. Hopping off of the slide, I was greeted by the sight of a wasteland, courtesy of the elemental duo. Rubble was everywhere, huge gashes were in the walls, robotic corpses were strewn all over the place. It was certainly a sight to behold. Now we just wait for the camera robot. I said to the trio next to me. Oh, what's this? They are all at the bottom floor relaxing instead of searching for the seeker dash. Yeah, I sent my, now gauntlet, fist right through the lens and internal wiring of the camera drone. They've done it. They've found the secret robot, ladies and gents. It was the camera following them all along. It's a perfect score. Thank God I was right. I let out a sigh of relief before making it to the now open exit. How did you know it was the camera, Yayorozu? Shoto questioned on the way out. I didn't, it was just a guess that paid off. Stop staring at me, Shoto, it's rude. Plus, Rei is watching this, what would she say if she saw you staring down a married woman such as myself? A smirk found its way onto my face as I watched him turn away in defeat. With Team Momo's absolute victory in the Tower of Babel, they are now in first place. Sadly, this means that Team Tetsu will not be making it to the tournament in the next round. The ones who are though, are, Team Momo, Team Bakugu, Team Kendo, and Team Shinso. Give it up for them, folks. With that final announcement, we boarded the bus to head back to the stadium, and a 30-minute break was given. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. The 30-minute lunch break for the students turned out to be a 15-minute lunch break as they were busy traveling back to the stadium canteen for half of the allotted time. Lunch Rush had never experienced such a rush of people surging towards the canteen in his life, the event evidently worsening the already present hunger the student populace had. Team Golden Standard, a name forced upon the unknowing team, was in a much better condition than the other students. Seeing how little their respective conditions changed after such a spectacle only further enforced the image of them being the chosen ones in their minds. Obviously, a few were angry, and displayed rather apparent envy, or in the case of a certain ash-blonde satchel charge, unbridled fury. They saw it as unfair that they were allowed to team up. They wanted to be in their team, they wanted that guaranteed spot in the finals, and it did anger them that their tickets to the final were teaming up with one another when the time of the announcement of the event came. Unfortunately for them, they knew better than to confront them on their lack of sportsmanship or sense of fair play. Whenever such thoughts came to them, a sudden inexplicable chill ran down their spines, a metaphorical knife was pointed at their throats. Some of the smarter ones figured out the cause of it and were more than relieved that they didn't confront the frontrunners about it in hindsight. It was the goddess/empress of the school. Most of them have no idea what her quirk is, and any time they questioned her servants, because they refuse to believe she sees them as actual equals, like good friends should, about it, they only replied that they should respect her privacy. They could only conclude that it was too powerful for the sports festival, which would answer the question as to why she wasn't present on the battlefield. Some planned to send thank you letters to the principal for not letting her compete and giving them a chance. One person, however, didn't get the memo. It was the loud explosion user in Class 1A. People looked on in abject horror as he stormed towards the table with the chosen one sitting on it, a clear scowl on his face. His intentions were clear as day, yet nobody wanted to stop him. They preferred having their eardrums intact, and not burst, due to the ash blonde not knowing what an inside voice is. Not noticing the stares he was getting, the grenade kept walking towards the table. He wanted to show them their place, below him as stepping stones. He felt his instincts flare up as soon as the thought entered his mind, but decided to ignore it. A decision which he will come to regret soon enough. Meanwhile, the raven-haired team leader and her team were peacefully enjoying their meal. Well, as peaceful as one could get when Inasa is excited and within earshot. But, his excitement was endearing to her, and a trait he would be weird without having. She looked upon her two male teammates who were conversing about their favorite topic vividly, Endeavor hate threads. She's sure that if she had never met Sakuya, she would be utterly conflicted about hearing two Hero Corps students badmouthing the number 2 hero. It is still a bit surreal listening to them even now, but she can understand the hate he gets now to an extent. As she was enjoying her cup of Darjeeling tea, which she didn't know lunch rush served, a sudden thump was heard at the end of the table, catching everyone's attention. She decided to have the upper hand in the conversation, otherwise, it would turn into a shouting match with only him competing. "Hello, Bakugo-san. Were you lonely? You can eat with us if you want dash." "I'm not lonely." "Are you sure? Your personality is off-putting and frankly, revolting to most. Alas, I am happy that you have found some friends in UA that can stomach your personality." "Huh? What's wrong with my personality? You wanna fight dash?" "That is what's wrong with your personality, Bakugo-san. You are far too standoffish and easy to anger. Have you considered anger management therapy? I'm sure that UA would be willing to foot the funding for the sessions. I don't need no fucking freak to help me." "Perhaps, perhaps not. You will only know if you try it, or are you too scared to be defeated by said freak? To find out more about yourself, and how to improve going forward." Tisk. Seeing that she had thoroughly defused the ticking time bomb, known as her classmate, she decided to question him on why he was actually here. After taking one more sip of her tea, she set it down and got to the point. "Bakugo-san, take a seat, please." "Alright, but don't think I'm doing it because you told me to. It's because there are no other seats nearby and I want to start eating." Tsundere, was the thought that echoed around the minds of the spectators. "Now that you are finally seated, would you mind telling me why you have come over here? As you have claimed, you have plenty of friends, so it can't be because you were lonely. It's about the cheap shit that you all pulled earlier. Teaming up like that. It ruins the whole fucking thing if you all are gonna get a guaranteed place anyway. It's fucking unfair." A reasonable conclusion to come to. "However, you have some things wrong. We teamed up so other people had a chance, namely you. I'm sure you aren't stupid enough to realize that any single one of my teammates could carry a team, and potentially beat the tower by themselves. I could EMP spam the tower, Shoto could freeze the entire thing with ranged attacks, Melissa is too fast for the sensors to keep up with, and Inasa is a literal force of nature. If we split up, and you weren't in one of our teams, and we chose decent players who wouldn't be reckless and get shot, all of our teams would have placed in the top 4. This way there would be space for 3 entire teams to compete it out and win, leaving one team that could stomp the competition instead of 4. It leads to more competitive matches overall, and overall fairness increases." She, of course, didn't believe this wholly, but it was good enough to appease her classmate and enforce the view of her being kind in the eyes of those watching on. Keeping up appearances is something vital in both the business and hero world, so it was drilled into her by the head butler, Sebastian, 4 hours on end. Fortunately, it seemed that Sakuya, her wife, would be taking over the business side of things, so she didn't need to worry as much. The rest of the small lunch break was spent in relative peace, with only a few minor disruptions due to the ash blonde being set off by the surrounding members of Class 1A who teased him for being tamed. The raven-haired woman wanted to see her family before the last events, but she also needed fuel, and sadly, there was a short window to eat food due to the travel time between the 2 sites cutting into it. So, she didn't, hoping that wherever they were, they would be cheering her on. Soon enough, they were all called out onto the field for the matchup announcements. Midnight, in all her BDSM fetishist glory, rolled the wheel, only to have it land on the only option it would ever be, a 1 versus 1 tournament. The entire section of the wheel was needless, due to everyone already knowing what it would be anyway. Nonetheless, they didn't complain about the pointless showing, knowing that it was just tradition to spin the wheel at this point anyway. A classic 1 versus 1 tournament. If you would all look at the screens around the stadium, you will see the matchups listed. She announced. Shinso versus Melissa. Toga versus Kendo. Shoto versus Yui. Ida versus Ibara. Reiko versus Mina. Tokoyami versus Momo. Kirishima versus Inasa. Uraraka versus Bakugo. A certain bird saw the matchup, and could only utter a few words in resignation. My chances of doing my brethren proud have, ironically, fallen into the abyss that I worship so much. In other words, he was fucked. Chapter 53, Chapter 52. The crowd was roaring in anticipation of the fights, desperately wanting something new to watch. But, who could blame them? They were subjected to an obstacle course race, and 50 minutes of people destroying robots in a fancy laser tag match. They just wanted some good old-fashioned punches to be thrown, people's faces being slammed into the concrete, teens desperately fighting to prove their worth in their eyes. So, naturally, they were a bit excited to see the classic tournament being revealed. The matchups were somewhat exciting, and many scenarios ran through their heads on who would win. The betting websites were in full swing and had already calculated the odds for each matchup. Some people in the crowd were betting amongst themselves, with favors and cash typically being on the line. However, the more observant people in the audience noticed something about the tournament's structure. It was made in such a way that would inevitably force conflict amongst the previously leading students in the competition. The people that noticed this were ready and waiting to rake in all of the cash from the bets on who would be the finalist. Because, in their eyes, it would be a 1 in 4 chance in getting it right, and with those odds, most were comfortable placing some money on the line. Cementos had already evacuated the field of students and placed them all in their respective seating areas because he needed to get to work on making the stage for the tournament. Present Mike and Eraserhead were trying to hype the crowd up for the matchups to come. Well, it was mainly Mike with Aizawa being there to keep him in line. It was working too. The charisma of the radio host/hero was working wonders on the crowd. In short, everyone attending and those watching across the globe were very excited to see the matches. One person, in particular, Shinso Hitoshi, was not excited at all. In fact, he was dreading when his name would be called up for the first match. His friends in the general studies course were, of course, trying to cheer him on and lift his spirits, but words could only go so far in terms of motivating the realist that he was. Flowery words, and claims that weren't based on some sort of evidence, were useless to him currently. The only words he wanted to hear are the ones in a plan detailing how he could defeat the, as Present Mike called her, second coming of All Might. He knew that she was one of the tougher people in the tournament, and he had no chance in hell at beating her head on. He would be smashed right into one of the stadium walls or concrete floor before he would be able to register what would happen. Sure, he trained his hand-to-hand combat to some degree in preparation for this event in particular, but he was in no way deluded to think that he would be able to take on someone of her speed and power just yet, perhaps never. The purple-haired insomniac knows that his only chance at victory is being able to brainwash her before the match can even start up properly. The only question running through his stressed-out mind is about how to get a reaction out of her. Her family is too cheap of a shot, and they are well off with no scandals to abuse. He would also have to be careful of any backlash that may happen when insulting the family of one of the most influential scientists and support gear makers in the world. He didn't want what happened to Monoma to happen to him. Insults and mockery are easy ways to get responses from most, but they are a double-edged sword. They could hurt him in the long run if he didn't handle it properly. He could go too far and piss off the entire stadium accidentally. It was a delicate balancing act that he didn't have enough experience in handling. They also could end up angering her, and she could forget to hold back when hitting him. Her kicks can destroy reinforced concrete, and he does not want to have one of them connect with his body in any way possible. Just imagining the pain he would be in would be enough to make him cringe, that was if he would survive. Don't get him wrong, he trusted that the adjudicators in Midnight and Cementos would do their best to make sure he wouldn't die on live TV. But, their best wouldn't be enough considering she can nullify Cementos's concrete, and her kicks are strong enough to blow Midnight's gas away. They are both rather slow, and wouldn't be able to stop Melissa from at least getting one blow in. He didn't know why Eraserhead wasn't the adjudicator for the match. Everyone fucking knows his damn quirk at this point anyway, so there's no point in keeping the poorly kept secret, a secret, any longer. His appearance isn't a secret either if the figures the purple-haired student had in his room were any valid indicator. In his eyes, it was illogical to have the clearly bored teacher commentating, instead of better utilizing him by swapping his and Midnight's jobs around. Sure, Midnight may say a few sexual innuendos on the mic now and then, but it was a risk worth taking for his safety, right? He decided to just throw caution to the wind, and call her a lucky bitch or something. He didn't know what he would do, but at this point, it didn't really matter as he was called up to the stage. Melissa was very nervous, not because of the fight, no. It was because if she somehow lost, Sakuya wouldn't be silent about it. A shudder surged through her body upon thinking about her gracious teacher. She had been, for lack of a better word, tortured by Sakuya and her clones while she tried to develop this mythical danger sense quirk Sakuya said she had within her. There were many hours where she questioned if she even had such a quirk within her, or rather, inside of one for all. Thoughts about the boot camp being constructed with the sole purpose of letting Sakuya take her sadistic urges out on her littered her mind throughout the process. Yet, despite how much she utterly hates the boot camp and its leadership, she had to admit that it did indeed help her out in the end. Sure, the results didn't show until her skull nearly caved in after a blow with a training Bakken, but they did show in the end. It was enlightening when the quirk manifested, even though it did manifest in a sharp pain to the brain. She still remembers the dream that she had later that night. One of the dead people that inhabit her quirk, and by proxy, her body, talked to her. Melissa knew who the person was because Sakuya went into explicit detail about all the previous holders' lives when explaining the quirk to her. Thinking back on it now, she probably only did that to see if I would keep listening or not, only to punish me when I didn't. His name was Hikid Shinomori, a person with notable scarring on his face due to the quirk destroying him from the inside due to it competing with the previous quirk factor present. He did literally nothing with the quirk besides training until his early demise, due to old age, at age 40. I could understand why he went into solitude. All for One was in his prime during that time frame, so he locked himself away in the wilderness to strengthen the quirk for future generations. I did, however, ignore any and all words he was saying and began ranting at him. He was strengthening the quirk for future generations, yet, let me get my cranium crushed inwards multiple times before his lazy ass decided to let the quirk manifest. Cussing him out was not my proudest moment, but it was justified, I think. If she lost despite Sakuya helping unlock and train a new quirk, Sakuya would deem me as a failure, and failures get extra training. Not the helpful training either, it's just her using me as a punching bag. She doesn't want to go back to that hellhole known as boot camp anytime soon, and when she does, she wants it to be of her own free will when choosing to do so. Sure, she also wanted to make her family, and Uncle Mike proud, those were just less important to her because they don't decide whether or not she gets extra training. As her name was called out, she gradually made her way to the stage, thanking her classmates for the encouragement as she did so. Mentally, she began listing off the rules that Sakuya made sure to instill into her about fighting. Number 1, if you have time to talk during a fight, I have the time to slit your throat, so keep your mouth shut during fights, it's a waste of time and energy. Number 2, don't you dare use those suicidal 100% smashes unless your life, or someone else's life, is on the line. Number 3, don't close your eyes during a fight ever unless you are being flashbanged or something similar. Number 4, if your opponent begins screaming or powering up in any way, you take advantage of that and smash their skull into the pavement. Number 5, if your opponent starts talking shit, just smirk at them with as smug of a smirk as you can produce. It will piss them off, and shut them up, a win-win scenario in my book. Before she could get to listing the 6th rule out of the 20+ Sakuya drilled into her, she found herself on the stage. Here we have it, ladies and gents. It's the first match of the tournament. On one side of the battlefield, we have the mastermind behind Team Shinso's wonderful performance in the tower, and general studies student, Shinso. On the other side of the battlefield, we have the powerhouse, and second coming of All Might, a potential carbon copy of the American #1 hero Star and Stripe, Melissa. Let's find out who will win, brains or brawn. Present Mick's voice boomed. A/N, alright, if you haven't read the newest manga chapter as of reading this, you won't know who Star and Stripe is. All I gotta say is that she is just genderbent All Might, and nobody can deny that. Would still smash though, get it? Smash, alright. Taking a look at her opponent, she recognized him. He was the person who was humiliated by Sakuya when he came to our class. She thought that after this event was all done and ended, they maybe could bond over that experience. They had both been humiliated in different ways, but it was by the same person, and she needed comrades in that aspect. She noted that he looked rather confident, or that was what she would have thought previously. Spending enough time with Sakuya, and her scheming mind, she has learned how to read people's facial expressions a little better. He was nervous, and bracing himself for the worst. Second coming of All Might. The next Star and Stripe. You were born lucky with a quirk like that. Do you know what I was called? The next bank robber, thief, and villain by everyone. How does it feel to be born with a free pass in life, to not know how powerless people like me feel? To be up on your pedestal, looking down on people like me. The tired-looking boy ranted. Remembering Rule 1, she kept quiet. She really wanted to shout that she understands his pain. She had it worse than he did in some aspects, being quirkless in this quirk-oriented society. The only thing she had was wealth, that was it. No friends, no support by her peers, and looked down upon as if she was nothing but a helpless worm in the dirt. She was so angry that he would assume that she judges people like him, that she has become a person like her previous tormentors over in Island. It hurt deeper than she had hoped, but she remained silent waiting for the buzzer. 3, 2, 1, match start. Mick's voice announced. She powered up into full cowling and saw just how her opponent, Shinso's eyes widened in fear. Crouching down, she felt her leg muscles building up the energy in preparation for a burst of speed. Her opponent took advantage of her crouching and began closing the distance. She felt her leg muscles tense and knew she hit the limit. As soon as the limit was reached, she took off like a rocket, cracking the concrete beneath her as she did so. The speed was far too fast for her opponent to react to, but he did manage to hold his arms up in a defensive X position to help soften the incoming blow. Sadly, the blow did not come as her opponent expected. Melissa grabbed the back of his shirt, dug her heels into the concrete for leverage, and launched Shinso out of the ring with as much force as she felt necessary. He catapulted into one of the stadium walls, leaving a crater in the sturdy wall upon impact. What an explosive match. I sure hope nobody blinked, otherwise they would have missed it. Melissa's shield has proven her worth once more, and has moved on to the next round. Depowering her full cowling, she moved over to where her opponent was buried in the wall. It was a surreal sight, seeing just how much her power can affect a normal human. Her only other experience using the quirk was on Bakugo and Sakuya, both of whom are much more durable than the general studies student she faced. Perhaps the insults got to her more than she thought, and she didn't hold back enough subconsciously due to them. She only hoped that it would be a passing performance in Sakuya's eyes. Tell me, did you already know what my quirk was? If so, who told you? The purple-haired student requested. Nobody told me anything, I don't even know what it is right now. I apologize for going a bit overboard, your words hit deeper than I thought, she confessed. Sorry about that, I just wanted to get a response out of you, it's how my quirk activates. It was also my only win condition. Because, as you can see, you outclass me in close quarters combat by a long shot. It was just an unfortunate matchup, my teacher drilled into me not to talk during fights. So, if you had faced anyone else, it would have been an almost guaranteed response if they didn't know about your quirk beforehand. She began pulling him from his concrete prison, with Cementas's assistance, and freed him within a few seconds. Yeah, luck just isn't on my side, never has been. I guess that this means I will have to wait another year to try out for the hero course, only that they will also know about my quirk too. How annoying, he expressed his annoyance at the situation at hand. She could only chuckle at him, knowing that Sakuya wanted to get rid of Mineta for so long, and that the sports festival would give her the perfect chance to do so. Shinso's spot in the hero course might as well be official. When she managed to drag him to the doctor's office, they were met with the sight of their worst nightmare, Sakuya Izaoi, in a doctor's outfit. Ah, patience. Perfect, please set him down on one of the beds, Melissa, I'll perform the surgery soon. Huh. Melissa, get me out of here now, he flailed and screamed, trying to get out of Sakuya's office. Sakuya, he doesn't need surgery. He just needs to have his elbow reset, and maybe a few muscles healed. Tisk, you're both no fun at all. Anyway, Melissa, congratulations, you don't need to go for extra training, yet. Melissa never thought such heavenly words could be said, then her brain registered the word, yet. Her euphoric expression was soon turned into confused horror. Damn, she's your teacher. Sucks for you. Yeah, laugh it up. She's gonna be the one resetting your elbow, I'll see if you're laughing then. She savored the look of realization that made its way onto Shinso's face. She felt wonderful turning the tables on him like this. Melissa, unless you have any injuries yourself, I will need you to leave. Only I get to savor his screams as I pop his elbow back into place. Not wanting to push Sakuya, she decided it was best to take her advice and leave. She did hear a satisfying yelp when she closed the door, though, and that was enough. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. After that short-lived fight, the crowd was paying much more attention to things. The unlucky few that left to get snacks completely missed the entire fight, and were complaining non-stop about who could have possibly bought all the chocolate milk from one of the stands. It was ridiculous. Who could have possibly purchased all of that chocolate milk? What purpose could they have for all of it? And, why do they want that much chocolate milk? Those were the questions plaguing those whose children wanted some of the drink in question after watching the person who gave the speech drinking some. Setting that small minority aside, many people were excited to finally have some fast-paced action compared to the previous slog that was the Tower of Babel. The heroes were very interested in the blonde participant, most wanting to take her under their wing due to knowing she had a bright future in the industry. Was it to help nurture that talent? For the majority of them? No, it wasn't. It was about making an impression on a potential famous hero in the future that they can piggyback off of during their later years if they were lucky enough. Unbeknownst to those people, All Might's mentor, Gran Torino already called him and asked to train her, clearly wanting to polish her technique even further. He also wanted to berate his former student for letting the commentators get away with basically leaking his successor's condition to the public. Unfortunately, the damage had been done, and there was nothing they could do about it now. They knew that All for One watches, or had a good enough inkling that he does, the sports festival in search of new quirks that he could add to his collection. They also knew that Present Mike had just delivered his successor's name right into the crime lord's hands. Security was being arranged for the Shield family as they spoke, clearly not wanting the successor to the symbol of peace to be manipulated or blackmailed due to her family being kidnapped, etc. The Class 1B representative, Itsuka Kendo, was very excited about her upcoming match. There was a tiny part of her that regretted not taking Sakuya up on her offer to awaken her quirk, which is something that plagues her mind whenever she sees how well her awakened friends, Yui and Reiko, are doing in class. Hell, even her teacher Vlad King has had his quirk awakened by her silver-haired friend. It, simply, was eating at her consciousness a tiny bit with thoughts of what-if scenarios. Overall, however, she was fine with her current standing enough to the point where she was confident in saying that she was ready to take on her vampiric friend, Toga. Toga was a tricky opponent, and even more so when factoring in her friend's quirk awakening. It allowed her a form of quirk mimicry, basically giving her infinite versatility. The only condition she needed to meet was to have drank the blood of the person whose quirk she wanted to use, and that the amount of blood consumed was related to how long she could remain transformed. She knew that Toga couldn't bring a blood bag into the field and drink it, due to it counting as food/drink. So her timer would already be running when the buzzer goes off. She only needed to run down the clock, and then her victory would all but be guaranteed. She tried her best to listen in on the Class 1A conversations, mainly searching for Toga's voice. Sadly, she couldn't hear her, so she didn't manage to collect any clues on whose blood she had consumed. Information was half the battle, and she had next to none when compared to her opponent's knowledge of her quirk. Then again, what should she have expected when she spent years with her? She did, however, know that it wouldn't be a teacher's blood. This was due to one of the rules stating that teachers can't offer help or assistance outside of the school nurse in medical settings to competitors. So, thankfully, she didn't have to worry about her teacher's hemokinesis cropping up. That would have been a huge pain to deal with, especially due to how it granted her opponent ranged attacks, something that she sorely lacked. The only quirks that she knew of in Class 1A were Mina's acid, Momo's creation, Sakuya's chronokinesis, Tsuyu's frog, Melissa's strength stockpiler, Todoroki's fire/ice, an electrocution one, a belly button laser, an explosion one, a multiple arms one, a hardening one, and a sentient shadow one. She could mark off the mutation ones such as frog, and the multiple arms due to knowing that Toga hates the taste of it. She could also mark off the belly button laser due to it harming the user. Melissa's stockpiler was off of the table due to how it operates as well. It would be useless for Toga to copy no matter how much the blood tastes great. She could only hope that it wouldn't be Mina's acid quirk, even though she had a way around it. As painful as it was, she didn't want to experience it. It didn't matter if Sakuya would be able to heal her hands. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how one views it, she was brought out of her contemplation due to her name being called out. Sure, she could use more time thinking, but it was time to fight, and who was she to deny a good fight? Toga was happily waiting in her assigned room for her name to be called. She didn't care if she won or not, she had given up hope on that train of thought long ago. There were simply some obstacles that she couldn't overcome, and they came in the form of her friends. Whether it be the time manipulator mastermind, Sakuya, or the walking intangible acid vat, Mina, she knew that her friends were extra special when it came to fighting. Her only hopes of beating them were asking or tricking her other friends for their blood so she had a quirk that could compete with them. But she didn't want to do that. It would be putting her friends against each other, instead of her actually fighting them, which she didn't like the idea of doing. It might also cause some friction due to them assisting in the fight. So, she didn't ask any of her friends for their quirks, despite them almost guaranteeing victory for her. That, however, didn't mean that she wouldn't be using her quirk mimicry on someone else's quirk. She knew that a certain someone wanted to prove themselves, yet wasn't able to due to the matchup. So, deciding to be a great future classmate, she made her way to the infirmary in search of Shinso. Swinging the door open, she caught Shinso and Sakuya's attention. Noting that she had the floor, so to speak, she requested a bag of his blood in return for showing off how great his quirk was to the public. She knew that Sakuya saw through this act of kindness immediately, and was ever the more thankful that she didn't interfere. Shinso, naturally, agreed. From there, Sakuya had to take out the blood-drawing equipment, due to her wanting it to be done by the book. Toga saw through that instantly, she just wanted to stab a needle into Shinso. But, just like Sakuya didn't interfere earlier, she didn't do so then. It took a solid minute or two, but she had an entire blood bag filled with a wonderful brainwashing quirk. As soon as her name was called out by Mike, she pierced the blood bag with her teeth before drinking it down in one. It would grant her a few minutes with the quirk, which would be more than enough as long as the match didn't get delayed by unforeseen consequences. Both competitors made their way to the ring, in full view of the crowd, with their heads held high. Evidently, both of them were very confident in their abilities, something people liked in their heroes to an extent. The smiles on each competitor's face were zoomed in on during their journey to the miniature concrete arena, showing their confidence on the full screen. It's time for the second match. This time it's the Class 1B representative, Itsuka Kendo. She's a martial arts master, and packs a real mean punch. Versus the Class 1A's very own, Himiko Toga. You can never know when this shape-shifting vampiress will strike, and when she does it's probably too late. Are both of you ready? 100%. Toga's cheerful reply came. Ready, and waiting, Midnight Sensei. Kendo's much more formal reply came soon after. You heard them, folks. 3, 2, 1, match start. Kendo immediately began rushing Toga, in hopes that the smaller gap between them would help her overcome any ranged attacks Toga may have. But, surprisingly for the redhead, Toga dashed right towards her too. Being caught off guard by this action, Toga managed to slide under the first of Kendo's enlarged fists, while hand-springing herself off of the concrete over the second one that soon followed. What wonderful maneuvers from Toga. She completely dodged the first big fist, before elegantly hopping over the next. Taking advantage of her newfound position, she twisted her hips in midair, spun with all the force she could, and landed a perfect kick to Kendo's head, just below her ear on the mastoid. Kendo, being staggered by the blow to her head, chose to retreat back a bit to gather her bearings. Being hit on the mastoid with such force would typically result in an immediate blackout. She was lucky that she was still operational and didn't wish to risk it. A/N, it's the part people hit in anime where they knock people out with a single chop. What a devastating blow dealt to Kendo. Just how will she ever recover from that? Seeing the perfect opportunity given to her, Toga transformed into Shinso, in hopes that Kendo wouldn't have noticed the change due to her current state. Did you like that? I learned it from all the times you used it on the blonde howler monkey, Monoma. Just thought that I would add a little spice by turning it into a kick. She bragged, in as feminine of a voice that Shinso's form could muster. She really put her voice acting classes to work. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing after all. She only originally did them to help with her infiltration abilities, but now it has helped in such a great way. Kendo put her guard up as she heard Toga approaching closer, before answering the question presented to her, in hopes of gaining a little more control over Toga in a battle of words while she recovered. I can certainly see why Monoma complains about my chops a lot more now. It was expected such a technique would do well, though. After all, I was the one who you learned it from. Finally regaining her feet and vision, she let down her guard and swung at the now transformed Toga. A sense of dread filled her body as she saw just who she transformed into. She was there when Sakuya had basically exposed the purple-haired student's quirk as brainwashing, and had been careful to avoid him since then. Unfortunately, she was played by Toga perfectly. Be a great friend, Kendo, and walk out of the ring for me, please. The vampiress said with a smug smile on her face. Kendo felt her body lock up as soon as the reply to her came through, and her body walked out of the ring against her will. Nothing she did worked, no amount of screaming mentally broke her free, there was simply no plot armor. It looks as if Toga, in her new transformation, had managed to control her opponent. Kendo is mindlessly walking out of the ring. What sorcery is this? Eraserhead. As Kendo was busy cussing out present Mike, and her current situation, Aizawa decided to follow up on his co-host's comment and question. What we have here is Toga transformed into Shinso, the previous competitor in the ring, and managed to use his quirk. That is the reason behind Kendo's current state, and why she is currently following Toga's commands. Toga made sure to keep her focus during the entire time that Kendo was under her control, along with following behind her to make sure that if she did break out she would be able to attack, and hopefully push her out of bounds. Thankfully, any further intervention on Toga's behalf wasn't needed as Kendo successfully followed through with her task before breaking out. Kendo Itsuka has walked out of bounds, meaning that Himiko Toga is the winner of this match. Toga, feeling bad, jumped in to hug her friend, who she just defeated. Sorry for brainwashing you, Kendo-chan. Raising her own arms to reciprocate then hug, Kendo replied to her worried friend. It's fine, Toga. I would have preferred to have an actual showing of my martial arts skill, rather than you completely outclassing me. But, you won fair and square. At least I lost to one of my friends rather than a stranger, right? Sorry. I didn't realize where I was kicking when it happened. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the doctor's office? Kendo let out a chuckle at her friend's antics, before ultimately agreeing to get herself checked out. One could never be careful enough when it came to blows to the head. All right, I'll go and visit the doctor's office for a quick checkup. You go upstairs to your friends and make sure to enjoy yourself, okay? They broke off their hug, before blushing heavily upon realizing that they did that in full view of the crowd and cameras. How youthful. Hearing Midnight's declaration was enough of a prompt for them to run out of the field, fearing what would happen if the R-18 hero began making more comments on the hug. Chapter 55, Chapter 54. As soon as the match concluded for Toga and Kendo, with the match going in Toga's favor, Shoto began making his way out of the stands and towards the waiting area. Upon reaching his destination, after congratulating his classmate who ran by him on his way there, a rather pressing thought dawned upon him. Endeavor would be expecting him to go to the waiting room and would go there to give one of his pep talks to the heterochromatic teen. Said motivational pep talks typically included everything he did wrong, ever, and how the teen should be more like his silver medal-holding self. Naturally, he wouldn't word it like that. Endeavor hates viewing the reality of the situation, mainly due to it representing him in a bad light. It was rather ironic how the guiding torch of justice could only be viewed in a bad light when you get to know him. It was something that the Todoroki family found some morbid comedy in, and a frequent conversation piece at the rather awkward dinner table. So, instead of entering the waiting room, he headed straight for the tunnel. The teen didn't want to risk any chance, no matter how small it may be, of his father turning up. When he reached the concrete tunnel, he froze the entrance shut. He knew it wouldn't stop his father, but he hoped it would be enough to at least slow him down, and maybe turn into water and extinguish his horrific-looking flaming facial hair. The memory of when one of Sakuya's maids accidentally used the fire extinguisher on his father, just calling him that mentally was enough to make his face cringe, was a treasured one he cherished dearly. He even sent a gift basket, using Endeavor's credit card to do it, to the maid in question. Thankfully, Endeavor didn't notice the few thousand yen missing. Otherwise, he would have probably been forced to train for even longer hours than he already had been. God, his childhood was complete garbage. Pushing that trauma to the back of his mind, where it belongs, he began thinking of his opponent, Yui Kodai. He had seen just how powerful her quirk could be during her 5-minute stint in the tower earlier. If he was correct, she could alter the sizes of things she touches, including herself. He could only assume that it was the effect of a quirk awakening or quirk marriage. His best bet would be to push his body to its absolute limit and try to flash freeze the inevitable titan. His flames wouldn't do much to her, apart from burning her clothes off. The females in the class, specifically Momo, made sure to stress that he shouldn't use fire attacks on her due to that very reason. He could only agree with them. It wasn't as if he could argue with them on the point while bringing up valid points anyway. He was, as Sakuya would call him, socially inept. Well, she wouldn't be so kind with the wording, but the point stands. Thinking over the game plan, and trying to add more detail than just freeze her, he began brainstorming ideas on how he could improve. He tried to recall just how fast her expansion rate is, so he could roughly estimate where would need to aim. He wanted to try a brand new super move that he managed to work on with Sakuya throughout the past few months. His awakened quirk, now known as temperature manipulation, was far more deadly and had more than he thought. He was no longer limited to what side of his body he wanted to use a certain temperature on, and only kept doing so out of habit. Then again, the only thing the team previously did was launch icebergs that could take out the Titanic at everything that so much as moved. He was forced to watch a lot of something that Sakuya called anime. He had no idea such a thing existed, mainly due to being deprived of it during his childhood. It held a plethora of ideas, and moves he could use in future fights. But one thing, or rather person, that really interested him was a person called as Death. She pushed the limits of her ice manipulation to the point it could freeze time, and cover an entire continent in a thick snowstorm. What made him feel excited was that she had made a mecha out of ice. He wanted to find out what was deadlier, man or machine. It would at least give the audience a show, while simultaneously annoying Endeavor by not using any fire attacks. It was a win-win scenario. The heterochromatic teen also didn't need to worry about him potentially freezing to death inside of the mecha anymore, because his quirk now maintains his body temperature constantly. It would be the perfect test for him, and let the results of his journey through the bootcamp torture ground shine through. The fine control of his ice will be tested, how condensed he could make his ice would be tested, and how creative he could be with his mecha would be tested as well. He wanted to pass with flying colors, not for Sakuya, but himself. One thing the teen couldn't understand recently was why Bakugo didn't take Sakuya up on her offer for training. It was a wonderful thing, if you could look past all of the humiliation one would face during the bootcamp, and Bakugo would have come out with a better understanding of his quirk than Sparky Sweat make boom boom due to it. One man's loss is another man's gain, and Shoto definitely gained a lot from the explosive teen's indecision to take Sakuya up on the training. Sakuya was a lazy person, and didn't like helping others unless she deemed it fun or somewhat beneficial to herself, so the teen doubts that Bakugo will be given a chance like this again. The explosion quirk user had missed his chance to improve, and his pride had ended up causing his chances at winning this tournament, which were already abysmal as is, to grow even smaller. The candy cane held no delusion towards who would be the victor between their inevitable matchup. Inesa could, and most likely will, completely destroy him in a fight, with one hand behind his back, and a blindfold on. Shoto was confident Inesa would win, even with such handicaps. All Inesa would need to do is fly into the air, and unleash a blast of wind at whatever direction the inevitable shouting would come from, effectively knocking Bakugo onto his ass with every attempt until Inesa manages to line it up perfectly so he lands outside of the arena. What inspired this confidence in the heterochromatic teen? He and Inesa had frequent matches in one of the free quirk training facilities that UA owns. So, he was pretty knowledgeable in regards to just how skilled his rival was. He couldn't reminisce on his hard-fought battles any longer as his name was called out, judging by the rapidly melting ice behind him. It was just in time. Yui Kodai was a girl of many talents. Sadly, expressing herself was not one of these talents. No matter what happened, her facial expressions would remain stoic, and tone of voice monotone. She hated that she couldn't express herself like her friends could, and confided in Sakuya about it in secret a lot. Sakuya was, after all, the only person who noticed her blight. Her face was always a perfect mask, even when she didn't want it to be. It hampered her ability to socialize a lot, and she was all the more thankful that an extrovert like Sakuya wanted to be friends with her all those years ago. The only tell that she would have in regards to her emotions are her eyes, a rare flush of her cheeks, and a tiny upward quirk of her lips whenever Sakuya would give her head pats. Only the most observant of people would ever notice those telltale signs anyway, so they were useless in front of her classmates. Other than those rare occasions, though, not much happens in regards to her expressions. However, right now, the stoic girl was very thankful that her face was perpetually stuck. It helped hide her nervousness. It made her classmates praise her for not being openly scared or worried about her opponent. She, obviously, wanted to just break down and cry out of frustration at the situation that she now found herself in. The stoic girl had a chance at victory, only for the random matchups to fuck her over on the first match. If it were anyone else, apart from Momo and her ridiculous technology, she was certain that she had a very real chance at winning this tournament, or at least make it to the finals. That is, however, only if Shoto Todoroki was taken out by one of the other competitors before he could get to her. There was not much she could do in the face of being frozen solid or having massive ice spears pierce her flesh if her opponent was a little more gore-focused. She could try and shrink the ice, which would only end up condensing it even further, making it harder to break and even more dangerous in the long run. So, that was a no-go. And, God forbid he uses his fire. In short, she was panicking on levels that she had never done before. As her name was called out, she swallowed her nerves, steeled her resolve, and began walking down the tunnel, not looking forward to this match at all. Shoto POV. On one side of the field we have Shoto Todoroki. Don't be tricked by his cool demeanor, he is packing a real fiery punch. Versus. She's the silent princess of Class 1B, Yui Kodai. Midnight, after hearing the cue, asked. Are the both of you ready? Yes, I replied, already cooling the temperature of the air around me. HN. I saw Yui nod in response. 3, 2, 1, it's time to rumble. I connected my hands to the floor and sent a massive tidal wave of ice at her, trying to stall for time as I began to build my mech suit. I compressed the ice around me, and formed it into the various parts. This is more tedious than I thought. I thought with gritted teeth. What an opening move from Shoto. Just how will Yui respond to this? Happily noting that she hadn't reacted yet, I poured as much power as I could into making the mech suit before she could do Southwest in the first place. Gradually, I managed to have it successfully form, and I got to work trying to control it. It was just in time too, Yui enlarged her size and broke free from the ice. What's this? Shoto is in a mech suit made of ice. At least it looks as cool as I thought it would judging by Mike Sensei's reaction. It would have been so awkward to have gone through all of that effort only for it to look like a clunky piece of junk. Seeing a giant fist coming at me, I created some ice cleats and dug them deep into the concrete stage so I wouldn't be launched. I made the mech raise its arm in retaliation, and punch back whilst enlarging its fist through adding more ice. A hearty boom echoed around the stadium, and dust kicked up as soon as the two large fists collided. Taking advantage of her touching the ice, I tried to freeze her over quickly, or at least take her arm out of commission. Watching the fist retreat, as soon as the ice made its way past the wrist joint, I retracted the cleats, and went on the offensive. It's a clash of the titans, folks. I launched the mech into the air with a jump, hoping to land a direct hit on Yui's diaphragm to wind her and, in turn, stagger her. She saw through that immediately, and rapidly began shrinking to dodge the blow. When she landed, I saw her enlarging again, supposedly to punch me while I was vulnerable. I shot out a large amount of ice spears from the side of the mech, hoping to just freeze her mid-transformation. I pumped as much energy as I could into the attack, in hopes that I could outmatch her growth. It was a tense few seconds, not only for me, but for the entire stadium. It was a battle of how fast I could freeze her, and how fast she could enlarge herself. I grit my teeth, and went for one last big push. And I did it. I won in the end. Due to his opponent being incapacitated, Shoto Todoroki wins. I saw the huge ice sculpture in front of me, and could only hope that Sakuya would revert her condition before she could get frostbite. Luckily for me, that was exactly what happened. I wanted to stay, and thank her for a good match, but I could see my father making his way towards the tunnel with a deep scowl on his face. And I didn't want any part of that. So, I hurried back to the class seats where he wouldn't be able to do anything to me without causing a scandal. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, are 18+. A/N, Ida vs Ibra happened in canon, so just go watch a YouTube clip or SMTH LOL. For those people who don't want to reread/watch that again, I will summarize it. He super speeded and pushed her out of bounds like she was a shopping cart. What thrilling action, IK. After the most underwhelming match of the century, with it just being a worse copy of what Melissa vs Shinso did, Ida vs Ibra ended in the speedster's favor. The festival cut to breaks, and everyone had a 10-minute respite due to half of the round's total matches being over. It wasn't needed in the case of the audience, due to most of the fights ending within a few seconds of starting. The only decently long match being Shoto and Yui's, which was the majority's favorite. It was, however, needed because the stalls present want a lot of foot traffic. So, frequent breaks are implemented to make sure that the stalls can get their money's worth. It also is to make sure that the sponsors can get their money's worth from the constant promotion in the breaks too. Sakuya POV. Waking up to the sound and sight of a giant ice mech and a supersize Yui wasn't something that I really wanted to do today. But, alas, it was my fault for not encasing myself in a soundproof barrier. My clones brought me up to speed on various things as soon as I awoke, and I knew I was going to be a very busy person during the rest of the festival. Or, at least, my clones will be. The archipelago was purchased successfully by Minami, and my main clone has sent an army of clones to try and finish setting up the facilities as soon as possible. My clones didn't have the luxury of stopping time on a global scale like they usually do, because I was unaware of how it would interfere with the Infinity Stone. So, they are having to make do with going the long way around, by setting up a time alteration zone on the islands and utilizing super speed. I wanted the buildings to be finished today, and the hiring of staff to be done as soon as possible. Because, as soon as this is done, I can focus on my more pressing projects. It wouldn't be the largest moneymaker that I will have, no, that will go to the teleportation arrays. It would also give Nuggies a place to roam around, in a more natural environment, which is a nice bonus. The match that I managed to catch for myself after my rather short-lived slumber was the match between Ida and Ibra. I knew I forgot to do something today, namely save Ingenium and capture the hero killer. It would be a weight taken off of my shoulders, and something I wouldn't have to worry about during my upcoming internship with All Might. Sure, I could wait until when it's time for the internships to start before making a move on him, but that wouldn't be as beneficial for me to do so. This way I can have Ingenium and his wealthy family in my debt. I would have had them in my debt even further if I decided to pull a miracle doctor and heal his spine after he was injured, but this is quicker. I didn't need them that deep in my back pocket or need to bear witness to their inevitable tears upon seeing him healed. I hate receiving thanks for literally doing my job, it makes no sense to me personally. Then again, I'm not exactly normal. Maybe it's a normal thing for people to thank workers, but I don't get it. The only people I thank for doing their jobs are the maids, but I see them as family more than workers. I sent a clone to go and do that. I didn't want to bother with the deranged sword wielder myself in the first place. He would probably preach about his ideals more than offer an actual fight, and I definitely did not want to hear him claiming that I was just like him. A person that exposed the fakes. Or whatever would come to his deranged mind. It would only lower my reputation with Ingenium if he heard that I might have been related to his attacker in some way, which I wasn't. So, my clone can deal with it. Back to the tournament festival-related thoughts, I think it's my duty as a caring wife to make sure that Momo is prepared, and stress-free when fighting such a tough opponent. I gently slipped out of Aries' death grip and gave her a Chichon plushie to cuddle in my absence. I left a clone to do the deals with the police commissioner's board, and iron out any details while I have some fun. Ignoring the questioning looks my family threw at me, I made my way towards the waiting room where Momo was currently located. As usual, I swung the door open with as much force as I felt necessary to grab the occupant's attention. The room also had two people in it that I didn't expect to see, Mina and Reiko. Then again, they are our friends and their match was next after the break. Saka-chan. Have you come to wish me luck? Mina asked, seemingly excited to see me once more. Good afternoon, Sakuya, I see you still have the loud habit of forcefully swinging open doors. Heya. No, sadly, I didn't, Mina. If I did it would be unfair on Reiko, and I am a well-known advocate of fairness dash. Dear, why are you lying? Momo interrupted me. Clutching my heart, and showing a pained expression, I replied in a hurt tone. Ack. It hurts, not even my wife trusts my words anymore. My life has no meaning. Dear, why are you here anyway? I'm sure that you are busy enough as is. Please don't tell me you are leaving a clone to spend time with our family in your stead, you know how I feel about that. I waved off her concerns. No, of course, I didn't. I am leaving the clones to do everything else today, though. I do need to speak to you though, babe. Preferably in private. Is that code for them wanting to copulate in the stadium? I overheard Reiko whisper to Mina. Does that mean have sex? If so, then they're definitely gonna fuck. Damn them, making me feel single again, the pinkette cursed the heavens, clearly not bothering to whisper her reply. Momo, obviously, overheard those words and lit up like a Christmas tree. A large flush made its way on her cheeks in a way that I had only seen a few times before, and she began stuttering. Ayawadaha. Seeing that I needed to take charge, I opened a portal to one of the empty changing rooms and dragged her in. I immediately got to work and pressed her up against one of the lockers after closing the portal. I've missed you so much, during all those business talks I was only thinking of you. I gripped her chin tightly and forced her to look into my eyes. I could see that it wasn't only me that wanted this, and the longing in her eyes turned me on a lot. I need you right now. I leaned forward and mashed our lips together in a passionate kiss, my aquamarine lipstick meshed with her red. I ran my fingers through her hair gently, before knotting it in her hair and pulling back. Her previously flawless ruby red lipstick was now a healthy shade of royal purple, and I knew my own was most likely in a similar situation. I need you too. I heard Momo say, barely above a gentle whisper nearly lost in the vivid cheering of the crowd in the stands above. A smirk made its way on my lips, causing her to whimper needily. Be a good girl for me, baby, and I will make sure to reward you really well. I began gently planting kisses on her jawline, slowly making my way down to her sensitive neck. The way she writhed in my hold, the whimpers escaping her lips, and how she so desperately bucked her hips in search of any relief. When I made it to her supple neck, I nibbled and sucked on it, desperately trying to leave a hickey. To show the world that has been ogling her body the entire competition that she belongs to me. She was mine, and I was exclusively hers. Nobody was ever going to come between either of us ever. And, God better have mercy on whoever decides to try it, because I won't have any. She let out a breathy moan, and began suckling on my own neck, seemingly giving up on trying to grind up on anything she could. Deciding not to let her be starved of my touch any longer, I decided to let my hands roam. The soft, silky sensation of me feeling her flawless skin underneath my fingers will never get old, especially when my hands are going towards their favorite destination, her plumpest cheeks. I felt her breath hitch as my fingers brushed past the waistband of her tracksuit and dug into the firm supple flesh of her behind. She decided to be a little bit bolder than she normally would, and began undoing my zipper to my jeans. She did it so tortuously slow, clearly distracted by how my palms mauled at her flawless backside. She pushed her fingers into the now open slit and began clumsily rubbing against my cream lace panties. What a good girl you are, taking the initiative like this. If you make mommy come, I'll tongue fuck you unconscious, I promised with a sultry whisper. I raked my nails along her skin as I spread her cheeks apart, making sure to leave marks just how she liked. Engraving the memory of the muffled sound they made when I released them and they clapped back together. It was music to my ears. The heat pooling in my lower body was gradually getting too much to bear, and a throaty moan bubbled up out of my mouth. She was pumping her fingers into me as fast as she could imagine, while not forgetting about my clit as she thumbed it around in circles. Faster. Faster. Faster for mommy. I urged her on, which worked wonders for making her step her game up. I pushed my head in the crook of her neck, stabilized myself by holding onto her ass with as much strength as I could muster, and bucked my hips forward in time with her hand movements. I was chasing my orgasm, and I was going to get it no matter what. And I did get it. I came hard. The strength in my legs nearly completely went, my knees almost buckling under the cathartic pleasure, and my mouth parched from all of the heavy breathing. Nevertheless, I made sure to ride that orgasm out as much as I could. If I was going to make do on my promise to tongue fuck her unconscious, I wanted to make sure my service was paid for in full before I got to work. Did I do well, mommy? I couldn't help but smile lovingly at her. I placed my hand on her cheek, before running it behind her ear to fix her hair somewhat before replying. You did so well. Now that you've been such a good girl, it's time for mommy to take care of you, no. Using my quirk, I made it so I was back in tip-top condition. I went onto my knees, snapped her clothing out of existence, and planted a singular kiss just above her vagina. Lifting her legs, I placed them on my shoulders. Make sure to hold on tight, baby, we don't want you to fall off now. Momo ran her fingers through my silver locks and grabbed a few fistfuls. Looking down into my bright blue eyes, she gave a nod signaling that she was ready. I buried my tongue inside of her needy cunt immediately. I was going to add some quirks to this to guarantee that she would be coming like never before, but those can wait for a bit. It seems that I didn't even need to add quirks to make her come quickly either. She turned into a fountain as soon as I pressed my nose up against her clitoris. I began happily drinking down her fluids, forming a vacuum seal on her snatch. I began introducing quirks soon after her second release, namely a silence quirk. It allowed a user to form invisible and intangible domes where sound wouldn't be able to escape. I used it to silence her moans. As angelic as they sound, they only grew louder and louder in volume. This normally wouldn't be a problem, but I chose not to freeze time for this session, allowing her to experience the thrill of wondering if people would enter the room at any time. I could tell it was exhilarating to Momo, and it was exciting for me as well. I pulled my mouth away from her dripping vagina, only to be met with a needy whine and resistance by Momo. It was amusing to watch how needy she becomes during acts of sex. I relished it. I loved the feeling of her wanting me. Deciding it was finally time to kick it up a notch, and truly tongue fuck her as she deserves, I activated one of my newer quirk combinations. It consisted of gyrate, vibrate, tongue web, and hypertrophy. I affectionately named the combination tongue fucking 3000. Yeah, I need a better name. Well, at least I will never say that out loud, so it's not like the name matters all that much in the grand scheme of things. I dived in once more, much to Momo's twitching pleasure, and really got to work this time around. My tongue extended into her, split into multiple smaller tongue tentacles, through tongue web, which then were enlarged, with hypertrophy, and started gyrating and vibrating, with the last two quirks. I'm sure it would be heavenly to experience. Alas, my wife will always be my willing test subject for such matters until I deem them safe enough to have the acts performed on my own body. I am a doctor, after all. I felt her heels digging into my shoulder blades and she put my face into a leg lock. She kept squeezing down on me, probably in hopes of staying conscious. I was lucky that I was durable enough, I would have suffocated. What a wonderful way to go as well. After a good few minutes of the extreme course, I felt her slouch on top of my head and could feel drool running down my neck. Assuming that I followed through with my promise, I undid the quirks, pulled away, and sat the delirious Momo down in my lap. As she cuddled into me, I brought her clothes back from the shadow realm, and began dressing the semi-conscious beauty in my lap. Thankfully, I had a large number of telekinetic quirks to assist me in that matter. It made the process far easier. I looked at the TV in the waiting room, while nursing my very relaxed wife. It was broadcasting the fight between Reiko and Mina. Reiko managed to dislodge one of the concrete tiles on the stage and was using it as a platform where she's continuously pelting Mina with concrete. A very dangerous thing for pretty much anyone but Mina. I spotted something rather interesting. Reiko's poltergeist was working on Mina's acid body form. I knew it took Mina a lot of stamina to replace any lost acid while in that form, so she had a small time frame where she could win before she passes out due to exhaustion. Eventually, it ended with Mina's loss. But, not before she let off one big, self-detonation move that expelled all of her acid like an explosion in a last-ditch attempt at victory, before promptly passing out. When the result was called, I recalled that Momo's match was next. I took the liberty of waking her up myself, with a quick shock courtesy of Kaminari's quirk. It worked wonders and had her up and awake within seconds. Hello, sleepyhead. It's almost time for your match. Ugh. Do I have to go? I would much prefer to cuddle than point a flashlight at Tokoyami and win. You fufu, I'm sure it won't be that easy, babe. Alright, I would have to point a really big flashlight at Tokoyami to win. Better. Now, the quicker that you win your match, the quicker you can return to me and we can cuddle while watching the 2 matches after yours. Fine, she reluctantly agreed at the promise of more cuddles. I cleaned myself up, zipped my jeans back up, and relaxed in the locker room. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. The 2 competitors, Momo and Tokoyami, approached the stage. The crowd was really hyped up for this match, mainly due to it having the person favored to win it participating. It also didn't help that Present Mike was really promoting this matchup as one for the ages. The light destined to win the event, Momo, versus the darkness shrouding the underdog, Tokoyami. People who placed their bets were waiting for a safe return on their investment, and those that hoped that Tokoyami would pull through to win them big money due to the big odds were freaking out a little. Tokoyami was literally shaking on his way to the stage. Unlike the audience, he wasn't unaware of what Momo's quirk was. He knows, and has seen, just how powerful it is. Easily being better than whatever the current top heroes had in his eyes. It was as if the abyss of creation chose to favor his married opponent more than he, a fanatical worshipper of it. All Momo would need to do is create a powerful flashlight, and his quirk's weakness to light would be exposed to the public. That would be devastating to him in the long run in terms of his future career as a hero. Wherever he decided to operate frequently, villains and criminals would most likely carry flashlights with them, crippling his effectiveness in the field. That was something that he wasn't risking being known, it simply wasn't worth it. He already knew that without the possibility of Momo creating a light source, his chances of victory were already dismal anyway. It didn't even look as if any mind games would work on his opponent. She looked as if she were on cloud 9, completely serene, not even worried about his presence. If he was a prideful idiot, with a larger ego than his intelligence, **Bakugo cough, he would have been upset at being taken so lightly as an opponent. Yet, he knew that her confidence was rightfully backed by her ability. However, not even he was blind to see just how fast she ran towards the arena. She wanted to end this match quickly and get back to whatever else it was that she was doing beforehand, that much was clear to him. So, to solve this future problem before it could start, he was going to swallow his pride, and surrender before the match could start. Sure, he also wanted to go further into the tournament, perhaps even win it entirely, but he knew when it was time to step back and pull out. His opponent was just too far out of his league currently, and they could abuse his weakness with ease. Giving one last curse to the heavens for screwing him over with the randomized matchups, he finally stepped onto the stage. The crowd were ready, his opponent was ready, Midnight and the commentators were ready, and he was ready to give up. Are you both ready? Midnight called out to the 2. Yes. Came Momo's impatient and cheerful reply. Midnight-sensei. Tokoyami called out in reply. Yes, Tokoyami. Is there a problem? Yes, there is. I am not ready, and would like to surrender this match. He declared with a deep bow. As soon as he bowed, the audience began jeering. Huh. Are you fucking kidding me? Why even turn up in the first place? Boo. He ignored their words, they were nothing but bored sheep wanting to see some violence to escape their boring mundane lives. He also knew that if they were in his place, the majority of them would have left the second the matchups were announced. So, he didn't get hung up on their harsh words. Are you sure about this, Tokoyami? Midnight asked in a concerned tone one wouldn't normally associate with her. 100%, Midnight-sensei. She put her finger to her Bluetooth earpiece, hoping that her boss would be able to make a decision on this. This never happened before in the festival's history, as far as she knew anyway, so she needed to have her superior's opinion on this. Thankfully, Tokoyami didn't need to wait long for her answer. It was very brave of you to do this, Tokoyami. Your request of surrendering has been accepted, you may return to the 1A stands now. He gave a bow once more, thanked Midnight, and retreated back to his seat. The jeering was still as loud as it was when it started, and it affected him, albeit a little. He no longer wanted to be subjected to it any longer, and when he returned to his seats, none of his classmates could blame him. After Momo left the locker room, Sakuya decided to go somewhere more comfortable than the room that stunk of sex. Sure, she could have removed the stench, but where's the fun in that? She left it like that as a memoir, a wonderful way of marking her territory. Laziness was also a deciding factor in her decision, but that is something she would never admit to. So, after deciding where to go, namely anywhere but the VIP box as her clone would offload the negotiations with the police to her at the sight of her, she made her way to the 1A stands, where she could escape her responsibilities. After climbing the deceptively long staircase, she made it to the class stand. Only, it wasn't the 1A stands, it was the 1B stands. A thought crossed her mind about how this could have happened. How did I manage to get lost on a straight staircase? Is one of my clones fucking with me? It seems that even the leader of Class 1A knows that siding with the superior class, 1B, was for the best. Yes, as you've probably guessed, it was Monoma who said that. The silver-haired time user could only stare at the blonde monkey in pity. Clearly, he must suffer from brain damage. What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that? Ignoring his cries for attention, which caught the attention of most of his classmates, Sakuya looked around for someone she knew. Spotting Yui, who was looking rather down. Well, she looked the same as she always does, but empathy quirks can overcome the hurdle that is her stoic face. Walking past the still angry howler monkey, she approached Yui. Classic 1A scum, it's filled with nothing but delusional people who ignore their betters. Deciding she has had enough of his attitude, which would have hampered her attempts at helping Yui with whatever problem she was facing, she started using weighted words. Shut your mouth permanently, and don't speak again, until all of the awards are given out at the end of the festival, Monoma. Her cold tone and quirk immediately got to work, shutting the blonde up. The only way his obnoxious voice could be heard before the time frame was up, would be if he could beg Eraserhead enough to undo it. As amusing watching him try and beg while unable to speak would be, Sakuya decided that he wasn't worth her time anymore, opting to comfort her friend instead. Taking the seat next to Yui, she caught the attention of the stoic girl. Do you want to talk about it? Seeing her stiffen up, clearly remembering her unfortunate matchup, Sakuya wrapped an arm around her. Yui noticeably relaxed because of the embrace, clearly comfortable with the action her silver-haired friend took to comfort her. No. Are you 100% sure? MHM. Sakuya let out a sigh. She was disappointed that her already closed-off friend was closing up a little more. She chalked it up to being surrounded by her classmates, whom Yui might not be as comfortable around. Well, if you want to talk about it later, you can always call me, or text me, about it. Yui leaned into Sakuya some more, clearly thankful that she understood her reasoning for not opening up about it now. Thanks. Can I have head pats, please? You fufu, it's been years, and you still want my head pats. What would your fan club think about the silent princess wanting nothing more than to be pampered by me? They would be happy. Noticing that she hadn't gotten her head pats yet, Yui grabbed Sakuya's hand and placed the palm of it on her head to jumpstart the process. Era, how impatient. HN. Deciding to acquiesce to Yui's request of head pats, Sakuya put her level 100 doting skill to work. Yui was in a state of perpetual bliss, blissfully unaware of all the questioning stares she was getting from classmates. The match between Momo and Tokoyami didn't even begin before he surrendered. I could understand why he did it, especially after reading his mind. Nobody wants their weakness to be public information, especially broadcasted live to millions. Naturally, the fucking morons in the crowd didn't understand this. Neither could they in the first place due to not knowing about his quirk's inner workings as much. They labeled him as a coward, before eventually shutting up and waiting for the next match. When the match was called, with Momo winning, I left Yui to her classmates in favor of jumping the separating barrier between the two classes and sitting with her actual class this time around. A very excited Momo soon joined her and was cuddled up on her lap happily. I'm also thinking of doing a JJK fanfic with either boundary manipulation / Makima powers / mystic eyes of death perception. What that will entail fully, so there aren't many details to share because I'm indecisive as fuck. In other news, this book has reached 150k words, which is shocking to me. Chapter 58, Chapter 57. Inasa Yurashi is a simple man. Some would say he's too simple. He enjoys passionate people, whether they display that passion on the battlefield or in a way of affection doesn't matter to him. He only cares about their fiery spirit, and sees passion as the ultimate expression of that spirit. And right now, he was really fired up. His opponent had a passion for manliness that burned as bright as his good friend Tetsu's does, and that was nothing if not exciting for the wind manipulator. He knew of Kirishima's quirk and fighting style from Yamamo. It was what he asked for in exchange for supplying information on Team Bondo's quirks. It wasn't an even transaction, no, and he was completely aware of that. He just didn't care. He knew that his manly opponent didn't have a way to fly in the air and that he could have taken advantage of that discovery. Yet, he won't. He will not disrespect the fiery spirit and passion that his red-haired opponent has shown him by mocking him from the sky. It goes against everything he desires from this tournament, some fiery action. So, he will do what he does with Tetsu during their training spars. He has decided to turn this into a close-quarters combat-style brawl. He was confident in his ability to win without a quirk, due to his overall build being much larger and muscle-bound than his opponent. He could easily grapple with the hardening men in front of him and come out on top. However, he will not disrespect his opponent by doing that either. He has decided to use his quirk as well during the upcoming match. There was nothing more disgusting in his eyes than feeling as if he was underestimated, or that pity was taken upon him by his opponent. It was a vile feeling, almost topping the feeling he felt when Endeavor's piercing eyes glared at him while he was still a child and a fan of the abusive father/husband. When he heard the news from his best friend, Sakuya, he felt validated. Not happy, because what he did was revolting and something he didn't wish on anyone, but validated that he hated such a bad person. In his younger years, after the Endeavor incident, he questioned himself on whether or not hating Endeavor was right or wrong of him. Whether he had just overreacted and had that overreaction blow out of proportion initially. Of course, looking back on it now, he did overreact regarding Endeavor's minor slight against him. But, it worked out in the end due to Endeavor being a hateable mess made by his own insecurities regarding his second-place ranking. He will fight Kirishima with as much passion as his opponent's own. He won't, however, be going all out. It would be over too soon if he did. Hearing his name being called out, he hyped himself up once more with a few shouts and strutted his way towards the field, basking in the crowd's cheers when he exited the tunnel. Teacher's box clone POV. I still have zero idea why the main body decided to send me here, or rather, why they are keeping me here. It's been a while, and the only thing I can really do here is manipulating Fluffy-chan a bit. Not that he needs manipulating anymore, he's on my payroll and wants in on whatever plans I have for this world. It was boring, and I knew now why the main body sent me here. This was a punishment for the clones fucking her over now and then. That's the only reason she could come up with, because surely it wasn't for the performance evaluations only. Surely, the only person the main body could blame would be themselves for our behavior. We are, after all, only an exact copy of them. It made no sense, and I don't know why I would be punished when I didn't even exist until she made me an hour ago. I want to call the main body stupid, but that would be insulting me as well, so I will hold off on that. And that is why I think we should focus on the teleportation industry first. Naturally, I barely paid attention to what Fluffy-chan was saying. I did, however, make sure to pay enough attention to where I had a solid enough understanding of what he was saying. It would indeed be the most helpful for establishing an international market, and would help with my family's already existing businesses in terms of removing the transportation cost of goods and materials all over Asia. When do you estimate that you would be able to have the programs coded and servers up and running for the teleportation hubs? The plush toy principle followed. They are being finished today, or by the end of the week at the latest. My main body wants to finish the Jurassic Park project immediately, which requires the teleportation arrays to be set up and ready for public usage. I answered. I took out his infinite teapot, after vigorously searching for it the past few minutes, and poured myself a cup in one of the thermoses the main body has stored in the dorm kitchen cupboards. Seemingly unfazed by me borrowing his prized possession, he brought up another point of interest. How do you feel, being a clone? It's weird. We're all aware that we aren't the original, and can do our own things that mess with the main body, and make our own decisions. Our purpose is to serve the main body, and fulfill any duties that are expected of us. That duty is ingrained into our very being. Yet, it doesn't feel like one, due to us being thankful for being given a chance at life. Similarly, like how one feels for their maternal figure, it's a sense of maternal love and gratitude. We typically don't go too far, normally small pranks like setting up unavoidable scenarios that minorly inconvenience her, or messing with her public image a tiny bit. Because, we only live for the main body's benefit. Their benefit is our benefit. There's also the fact that all the things we do to inconvenience her are due to part of her subconscious that desires to experience the unknown. We simply provide that unknown factor and or experience due to her hardly ever checking up on us. So, as long as you complete your set goals the main body sets, you will feel complete. Accomplished. MHM. Taking a sip of my tea, I tried to figure out what kind it was. I eventually gave up trying to find out what blend it was, and simply enjoyed it for what it was, whatever it may be. Fluffy-chan must have noticed my dilemma and answered the unasked question. It's Assam. Ah. Thank you, Fluffy-chan. A peaceful silence descended upon the room. We were both happily watching the matches, or in the case of the recent Tokoyami matchup, no match. It didn't take long to figure out why the Shadow Quirk user didn't fight someone with the ability to produce flashbangs as if it were nothing. Well, that went about as I thought it would. Yeah, it was just a terrible matchup for him. He also did the smart thing and didn't let his weakness to light possibly be exposed. I added. Who do you think is going to win the next match? Do you really need me to answer such an easy question? But, to entertain you, I shall. Inasa is a 6 feet 3 foot giant with a large muscular build, one of the best quirks in the school and the control to back it up. On the other hand, we have the 5 feet 7 foot, smaller, but with denser muscles built Kirishima who can harden his skin. All Inasa needs to do is take to the sky and launch aerial attacks until Kirishima overtaxes his quirk and passes out. But, he won't do that, will he? No, he won't. He will probably just head into a fistfight with Kirishima instead, for some absurd reason or another. As one more of the front-runners of the competition, Inasa Yarashi, stepped into the arena, the crowd went wild. Kirishima, unlike Tokoyami's previous showing, walked with confidence to a match he knew he wasn't going to win. The red-headed teen wanted to show that he wouldn't give up. The ovation for Kirishima's entrance was nearly non-existent when compared to his opponents, but he didn't care. He didn't choose to become a hero for the praise. This is the second to last match of round 1 for the tournament. This matchup can be seen as an unmovable object versus an unstoppable force. The immovable mountain of a man that needs to be moved, the messiah of manliness, Kirishima. Versus the unstoppable tornado of sheer power, who's fighting to be the second of Class 1B to make it to the next round, Inasa. Are the both of you ready? Midnight called out to the eager pair. Yes, Midnight-sensei, came their boisterous answers. They sound more than ready, so let's not keep anyone waiting anymore. 3, 2, 1, start. Using his wind to propel himself towards his opponent, Inasa turned himself into a lance with his feet pointed firmly at his opponent's unflinching face. Kirishima, seeing the opening move, and predicting just how much damage it would deal to him, decided to start at 100% of his power. A rapidly spinning spiral of wind formed around Inasa's entire body, ready to tear into his opponent. Noticing the new addition to his opponent's already manly dropkick, he tried to activate his quirk quicker. Tempest Drill. Inasa shouted in clear glee. Unbreakable Overdrive. Kirishima followed up without missing a beat. Located in the stands, one silver-haired person, along with her classmates, was very surprised with their manly friend. Dear, why does Kirishima look like a ruby sculpture? Her curious wife questioned. I think that he may have awakened his quirk, or perhaps his quirk had more to it than I already knew. Also, I think he is a red diamond. She answered. A/N, think of Diamond Joseph from One Piece. Then, turn it red, and use a little imagination, and boom. Kirishima's new form. So he's currently mimicking the hardest thing he knows. Interesting. MHM. Dust kicked up all around the stadium as Inasa forced all of his built-up wind to disperse towards his opponent. Thankfully, there were some last-minute additions to the stadium in place that protected the audience from the dust in the form of invisible hard light walls. What a start to the match. Could that kick have ended it immediately? When the dust settled, everyone was greeted by the sight of Kirishima being completely fine, and only pushed back a few inches. He used the dust cloud to grab a hold of Inasa's foot with both hands. Knowing that he was on a timer with his new form, he used all of his strength to slam Inasa face down onto the concrete. Before spinning his injured competitor and throwing him, in hopes that Inasa was dazed enough to not be able to respond in time. Kirishima has overturned everyone's expectations, and has dealt some real damage to Inasa. Inasa wasn't as out of it as anyone thought. He was, in fact, fine, and still ready to fight, only now with a bloodied nose. Using the manipulating the wind underneath him to send him upright, he oriented himself once more. Soon enough, he launched himself back onto the arena. Landing a few feet away from his opponent, Inasa sized up their current state. Kirishima was breathing heavy, slower than normal, and had enough defensive power to tank his super move to the face without issue. He really wanted to say how cool Kirishima looked right now, but he was always told not to speak during fights. Of course, every rule had an exception, those were super moves. Noting that Kirishima was charging him, clearly wanting another clash like the previous one, he decided to take some measures of his own. The wind in the stadium kicked up, and soon enough a dense tornado formed around the stage, trapping the two inside. Sky Pillar. It was his insurance policy that he wouldn't be able to be thrown out of the arena, especially so when combined with his next super move. A huge tornado has cut off the view of the stage. We'll have a drone inside there soon, so the audience doesn't need to worry. He had so many super moves he wanted to throw out, and announce to the world. Inasa remembered something about Sakuya calling them marketable, which he assumed to be a good thing. He didn't get enough time to perform his second super move, as he had to dodge a right hook courtesy of Kirishima. Sidestepping the punch effortlessly, he tried to sweep his opponent's outstretched leg but found himself unable to. It felt like his foot tried to budge an entire skyscraper. After netting 0 results from that, he retreated in fear of his opponent's oncoming double axe handle that was rapidly encroaching on his head. With his newfound space, he finally had enough time between clashes to get off his next super move. Wind began wrapping around his body, tightly hugging his form in countless layers of rapidly spinning circles. It was a huge test of his fine control, and he barely was able to do it without cutting himself to shreds 2 weeks ago. Tempest Cloak. A/N, image here. The Wind teen didn't want to showcase such a move before beating down on that explosive blonde, but his opponent didn't leave him any choice. His defensive power was just too far out of his league, and he couldn't penetrate it without ruining his previous oath of wanting this to be a brawl. Tempest Cloak not only increased his maneuverability but also increased his defensive and offensive power in close range. Rushing at one another once more, they began trading a flurry of blows. Uppercut after uppercut. Hook after hook. Kick after kick. There was only one thing that Inasa made sure to do, and that was to make sure to not get grabbed. For the next 3 minutes, the two competitors duked it out. Kirishima had barely any damage on him, if any at all. Meanwhile, Inasa dealt more damage to himself through his hits than he did to his opponent. Unfortunately for Kirishima, his timer finally ran out. Before Inasa could land his next punch, he stopped it. He saw his opponent's eyes and knew that it was over. He got rid of the cloak and pillar, allowing the people to see what happened for themselves. Kirishima was knocked out but didn't fall. He was defeated, yet remained standing up with his head held high. Kirishima has lost in the coolest way I think I've ever seen. The victor of the match is Inasa, the unstoppable force one. A few tears escaped from Kirishima's glazed-over eyes, as if he heard the verdict. The crowd went wild. It was a good old-fashioned fistfight, and they loved every minute of it. They saw a person who could shield them from devastating blows such as the Tempest Drill. The few fans of Crimson Riot were going wild, finally having a manly, new hero to carry on his ideals. They also saw just how powerful Inasa was with his quirk, and how resilient he can be in close quarters. They solidified their positions in the eyes of heroes as the ones to recruit for internships. Inasa picked up his completely stationary friend and carried him off to the infirmary. Chapter 59, Chapter 58. The match that followed the rather exciting man vs. mountain bout that was the Kirishima and Inasa fight was something nobody really was excited about. It was the battle of a homely-looking girl, who looked as if she didn't even believe in herself, versus a feral-looking blonde boy who can turn himself into an explosive. Yeah, they didn't have any high hopes for the match, to begin with. In the eyes of many, it would be a one-sided beatdown that would end within a few seconds. Almost reminiscent of the previously fought Melissa vs. Shinso match. It was going to be brutal, and even they didn't know if they wanted to watch it. Uraraka's parents, who were currently visiting the city to surprise their baby girl, weren't happy with this matchup in the slightest. They were regretting not trying to convince their child to take up construction work, even just a little bit harder, even more now. Of course, they still wanted to see Uraraka win, and pull through to the quarterfinals. But, they weren't delusional. They knew that the odds of that happening were as slim as winning the lottery, something they prayed for the past 2 decades. Uraraka was waiting in the changing room, absolutely terrified for her life. She wanted nothing more than to just give up as Tokoyami did during his match, but she wanted to show her resolve to her parents, to show that she was fine with her decision to become a hero. If that display of resolve came at the, rather heavy, price of having her body disfigured by Bakugo, so be it. She knew she couldn't win, her classmates didn't even believe she could win, and somehow she just knew that her own parents believed she couldn't win. To make it worse, though, a random green-haired dude, whom she could only assume to be Bakugo's boyfriend/stalker if the cutesy nickname and sheer amount of information in his book on Bakugo were anything sign, came up to her and tried to take pity on her by giving her a plan to win. Deep down she knew that he wasn't pitying her, but she was just too stressed to realize that when it happened. She just told him to leave as politely as her stressed-out self could do, which entailed telling him to politely fuck off. A plan to defeat Bakugo. She thought the idea of it was ridiculous. No plan survives first contact after all. There was also the thought lingering in the back of her mind that the plan would have been a setup by Bakugo to make her play into his hand. On a scale of 1 to fuck off, how stressed are you? The addition of a new voice certainly startled her, but she decided to answer it anyway. I'm a solid 9. Finally looking towards the new visitor, she was all the more glad that she didn't tell them to fuck off. It was Sakuya. The person who had everything, a great quirk, money, a family who believes in her. She envies this person as much as she respects her. It was complicated. That's completely understandable. If I had to deal with the annoying asshole, I would be stressed too. Sakuya said with her melodic voice. I doubt it. You would be able to kick his ass and be back in your seat within a few seconds. Well, you're right there. But, I would have been stressed for another reason. I would have been stressed, because I would have to hold back immensely so I wouldn't just kill him live on air. Uraraka knew that the beautiful, and majorly sadistic, person in front of her wasn't joking around. She knew that Sakuya found him annoying, even calling him a pathetic genetic failure, to his face on multiple occasions, but she didn't know that she would go as far as to kill him. You seem surprised, why? I have made my distaste for the loud blonde known for quite a while now. I just thought you found him annoying, like a fly that enters an open window yet decides to lose all of its brain cells and buzzes loudly when smacking its face on the window panes trying to get out. I didn't expect you to want to kill him. She saw a cruel smirk plaster itself on Sakuya's otherwise peaceful face and suppressed a shudder. You've said it yourself, Uraraka. He is like an annoying fly, and what person doesn't want to swat such an annoying bug? It wouldn't be the first time I have swatted one, so why treat a really obnoxious one any differently? That wouldn't be fair to all the previous bugs. Uraraka couldn't help but freeze in place. Surely, she was just imagining things, or at least that was the thought she used to comfort herself in denial. She couldn't believe that one of her classmates could be a murderer, so she took solace in believing that Sakuya only hurt literal bugs, instead of metaphorical bugs. Anyway, Sakuya, what are you doing here? Oh. Am I not allowed to be here? Putting her hands in front of her face, she shook them in denial. And no, you are. I am I? Then I guess there is no problem with my presence, right? Uraraka could only nod meekly in response, clearly not wanting to play into Sakuya's hand any more than she would have to. To answer your question, though. I am here to wish you Luke dash. You are. WH dash. Seeing the icy look on Sakuya's face, when she interrupted her, unable to hold her disbelief at bay. Sakuya, the person who only cares for family and entertainment, came to wish her luck. Preposterous, she couldn't believe that, nobody else would either. Ahem. As I was saying before I was unfortunately interrupted, I came to wish you luck for your upcoming match. Thanks, Uraraka said, barely above a whisper. But, that isn't the only thing I am here to do. Uraraka saw Sakuya reach into her shirt pocket and retrieved a single piece of paper. Sakuya handed the note to her, which she accepted in fear of the consequences of not doing so. I will take my leave now, I'm sure you can figure out what to do with those, Sakuya said, before disappearing from her seat. Still confused, and a little scared, she unraveled the piece of paper. It had lottery numbers for the next big prize draw in a month. Without knowing it, unshed tears began forming in her eyes. Seeing them drop onto her family's saving grace, she panicked and quickly wiped her eyes. She had immediately sent a text message to her parents, and couldn't help the smile that was forming on her face when that happened. Maybe Sakuya isn't so bad after all. Sakuya POV. After leaving Uraraka's family with a new beginning, I was met with curious gazes when I teleported back to my seat before they went back to whatever they were doing. Uraraka was broke, and it was her main driving force for becoming a hero. What would happen when I gave her the money that she wanted? Would her drive decrease or increase? I want to know, and want to see just how much she changes because of her newfound riches. I also felt a tiny bit bad that she would get pummeled during the match with Bakugo. So, I decided to reward her determination, or as Anesa would say, her fiery spirit. It would also be nice to not have her staring at me during any business phone calls or any calls regarding wealth for that matter. Momo went back to her seat, the seat being my lap, and cuddled into the crook of my neck once more. She gave me a quick peck on the cheek, before asking. So, why did you leave? I had to go and grab some documents from one of my clones. I lied. Couldn't they have just teleported them to you? Of course, they could. But, this one requested me personally. I assumed that it was an emergency, so I decided to go there, and it turned out to only be a minor issue they could have solved without me. Alright. Just don't leave me again, I need some hugs before the quarterfinals start up. I planted a kiss on her lips before wrapping my arms around her for her much-needed hugs. I needed these hugs just as much as she did, but I would never admit that openly. I still have an image to keep up in front of those that aren't my friends. Teacher's Box Clone POV. The surprising match between Inesa and Kirishima was over, and I was pretty satisfied with it. They both surpassed their canon counterparts by leaps and bounds. The two weren't even comparable. The main body really did a great job of influencing them. Inesa, as I worried, decided to go for a close-quarters brawl, which only ended up doing more damage to himself than his opponent. On the bright side, he managed to show off 3 of his super moves in one match. Then there is the star of the match, Kirishima. He surpassed my own thoughts of what he could do. He turned into a shiny red diamond, which only opens up so many more avenues for the future hero. Both of them were hot topics amongst the business course students watching the festival. Discussions and arguments were had to decide who would be allowed to approach the two and try to convince them to allow them to be their manager. Too bad that those two were thoroughly educated on contracts by the clones. The main body didn't want the muscle heads to end up locking themselves into an unsavory contract where they wouldn't be happy. It would only waste all of the effort she put into improving them if they were depressed drones later on in life. What did you make of that match? Fluffy-chan asked me for what seemed like the millionth time today. Kirishima performed spectacularly, his only downside is his lack of technique when fighting. He knew that grappling in his new form would give him results, yet he decided to go for punches instead. It made no sense at all. He also overtaxed his body with his new form as well, meaning that he hadn't practiced with it as much as his normal unbreakable form. He might have won with his weaker form, if he had enough defensive power whilst in it, by letting Inasa hurt himself with his punches for longer. So, he went all out for no reason other than to show off his new look. Inasa played the role he set himself, as a brawler, admirably. He showed some finesse with both his quirk and fighting techniques, albeit it being more notable with his quirk. He shouldn't have played to his opponent's strengths, those being close-quarters clashes, and should have taken to the sky and sent a barrage down on Kirishima. His main problem in this fight was his attitude towards it. He viewed it as a playtime where he could roughhouse with a durable opponent, and test his new super moves out without worry for someone's life being taken. I explained. Perhaps I should just look into the future and use that knowledge to write down these explanations in advance. But, then that would take away from possibly experiencing any possible unknowns like Kirishima's form reveal. Ugh. Tough choices. I see. So are you saying that Inasa needs to have a change in attitude? No, I'm not. He will be fine on the field, where his brain, no matter how small it may be, will realize that it's no longer just a game, and people's lives are at stake. Then, what do you make of the upcoming match? Uraraka vs. Bakugo. I think you know exactly how I feel about it. I do. Enlighten me then. The trash can will stall this match out. Instead of just going in for an explosive propelled punch to the gut, which would instantly take out his opponent, he will take his foul built-up aggression on his innocent classmate, whose name he doesn't even know. Then, the people in the audience will display their displeasure due to those actions. Aizawa will then be a stupid cunt, and say that she shouldn't be underestimated and knew what she was getting into, in response to the reasonable outcry. Bakugo will win, have his ego grow due to Aizawa's action of allowing the match to continue further than it should have, leading to Bakugo having more time to satisfy his disgusting show of dominance. Uraraka won't feel protected by her teacher anymore and might grow to distrust him with time. Her confidence will be shattered, and will cry alone in the infirmary on the phone to her parents, while Bakugo's own confidence will rise to unforeseen new heights. I couldn't help but deadpan throughout all of it. So you're saying that the match should be called off? No. Why? Because this is the perfect thing to use to put the rabid dog in his place, and you will allow her to do so because this is for the best. He will finally have a reality check, which Inasa wouldn't give him due to his personality not being suitable for it. He will be humiliated live on TV, his own mother will finally realize the monster she raised, or rather, didn't raise, and it will allow the main body to set up a very important event. In fact, why don't you call All Might here? Oh. Are you going to have his idol do it? Perhaps, perhaps not. He might just be the final nail in the coffin instead of the actual person. He clapped his hands giddily, before calling over All Might to the teacher's box. I know, as a doctor, I shouldn't let the match go on in the first place, but this is simply too wonderful of a chance to pass up. It will be historic, the time All Might stops smiling, and it will be because of Bakugo. I couldn't help but be excited. This sports festival will be one for the history books, for sure, your speech alone made sure of that. Within a few minutes, the match had already started with Bakugo demolishing Uraraka with a clear grin on his face. All Might came through the doors. It took some time to convince the hero, but in the end, Bakugo's expressions made his decision for him. I could tell from how he looked at him, All Might only felt disgust and pity towards the explosive teen. It was the same look he had hidden behind his eyes when he fought Toxic Chainsaw a few years ago. So, do you understand your part, All Might? This is very important, it's for Bakugo's sake. If he doesn't hear this from you, he will turn down the route of villainy eventually. If he doesn't turn to villainy, his attitude, and sense of self-importance, will only grow. That's not what a hero should be, right? It should be about putting yourself out there for the people, the innocents, not about getting a sick high from beating down on people he thinks lower than him. Only villains do that. I coaxed the large hero some more. He let out a heavy sigh, before replying. Indeed. If young Bakugo doesn't have a taste of reality, then he will, as you've said, become a risk towards innocent civilians later on in life. I will do as you say, perhaps ad-lib a tiny bit here and there because I'm not great with remembering scripts, and make sure to get the point across. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Sakuya. It's no problem. How's your body holding up? I assume you are in tip-top condition still unless you've managed to accrue another injury that hasn't healed. I'm still perfectly healthy. Just a little high blood sugar lately is all. Soon enough, Aizawa's entire spiel started when the booze started coming over. Pressing the button on the mic, I decided to interrupt him. Now, Eraserhead-san. Why are you complaining to a hero who is currently in the right? Bakugo could have knocked Uraraka out with an explosive explosion-propelled punch to the liver, yet he hasn't. Problem child, what are you doing on the mic? Bakugo Katsuki is more of a villain in training than a hero. His attitude is appalling, standoffish, and he only cares about his own ego being satiated. To put it simply, he is scum. I've arrested sex offenders more polite than he has ever been. He wants to be a hero with a list with more crimes on it than the names of classmates that he remembers. He has committed quirk-assisted assault on his quirkless friend more times than either can remember. He views this school, his classmates, and you, the audience, as nothing more than a stepping stone for his journey towards the top. He doesn't care about anyone else other than himself. He's not becoming a hero to save you, the general public, or because he wants to use his quirk for good. No, he wants to be one to satisfy his sick urges. His desire to display dominance over others. To beat people into submission. Do you know who that sounds like? It sounds like Muscular Semo, the carnal murderer. Bakugo Katsuki wants to become like All Might. No, he wants to beat All Might. Well, let's hear what All Might has to say about his behavior during this match. I gave the microphone to All Might and took my seat once more. Down in the field, I saw that Bakugo was still beating down on Uraraka. Or, at least, that was what the world was seeing. I had her covered in a protective temporal shield and told her to pass out. All Might appeared on the field, mic in hand, and blocked one of Bakugo's punches aimed for Uraraka's head. Young Bakugo. The match is over, young Uraraka is out cold. You knew that, yet you still decided to pummel her unconscious body in the few seconds it took for me to get here. That isn't what a hero would do, it certainly isn't what I would do, so why did you do it? Grr. Did he just fucking snarl? I couldn't help but ask myself mentally. No answer. You currently aren't hero material, young Bakugo, you have a singular month to improve on your behavior. Because, as you are right now, you're acting no better than a villain that I am meant to take down. You don't want me as your enemy, young Bakugo. I was so smug, I couldn't help but smile. Sure, it wasn't done with as much finesse as the main body would have used. But, this should work perfectly fine. I hoped it would, at least. The clone taking over the doctor's office for the day, came out onto the field to retrieve the unconscious Uraraka. Uraraka's acting was mediocre at best, but nobody cared. They were too busy focusing on the feral teen, who was now shouting nothing but a string of words synonymous with murder towards the retreating form of Uraraka's limp body. I soon heard Fluffy-chan speak up. Hisashi, call the match as Bakugo's victory, before informing him of his disqualification from the tournament for excessive force, and injuring an unconscious opponent after the match ended. Explain that nobody will move on from this match due to Uraraka needing medical work. He then pressed another button on the mic, connecting to Midnight and Cementas. Both of you discreetly leave the field as quickly as you can. I don't want you being heckled for letting the match go on because of this extreme therapy session. The match goes to Katsuki Bakugo. Unfortunately for the teen, he is disqualified from the upcoming rounds for excessive force and injuring an unconscious opponent through losing his temper. Typically, Uraraka would have been given the spot in the next rounds, but has been taken to have emergency medical work done. When the bomb dropped, the crowd had mixed feelings. Most were happy with the ruling, even if it meant that one person per round basically had a free pass, meaning less fights. But, there were some that wanted more action, which Bakugo would have provided. I could see that the main body was completely silent, as if trying to decipher what was happening around her. Or, at least, trying to hide her emotions, which she was doing a great job at. Thankfully, I have empathic quirks, so I could tell that she was happy with the decision, even if there was a little bit of anger present. Ha! What a satisfying end to the qualifying rounds. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. Sakuya POV. I couldn't be any prouder of my clones than I am right now. They gave me such a wonderful gift, an unknown scenario to experience, something to relieve me of my boredom. There is no better gift that they could have given me. Granted, they didn't perform the Bakugo verbal humiliation act as subtle as I would have been. The clone just called Bakugo villainous scum and sowed seeds of doubt amongst the public regarding Bakugo's future career. It was direct, and to the point, which I can respect. However, it just wasn't how I would have personally gone about things. I would have made use of the database website to expose how many crimes he had committed, stayed as formal as possible, and have had the public be the one to inevitably call Bakugo scum instead of lowering myself to do it. What I did really appreciate, though, was that they managed to rope All Might, his idol, into their plans. It would both hit hard for Bakugo, and give AFO the motivation to try to still recruit the blonde despite him not being chained up on the podium this time around. I was very happy watching the entire thing unfold. But, I managed to keep up my facade of cold indifference, so people would think that I didn't wish to do this and that my clones were acting out on their own again. I had to put so much effort into the mask so it wouldn't break down and I would burst out laughing in undisguised joy. That would have affected my image and made people question my sanity and the clone's claims' validity due to my sanity being called into question. Of course, my classmates could only look at the boy in disappointment. Melissa was really affected by my clone's revelations regarding Bakugo, especially the ones regarding Bakugo's past of assaulting the quirkless. That hit a little too close to home for the OFA holder. Momo didn't care at all, probably expecting that something like this would have happened. Perhaps she was just too busy trying to inhale the scent of my vanilla shampoo to notice in the first place. Sakutan. Did you know that was going to happen? Was that why you disappeared before the match started for a few minutes? Toga started interrogating me. Deciding that I needed to tame the excited vampiress in front of me, I started doing the only thing that I could think of at the moment. I took a chalky milk carton from the void, handed it to her, and pulled her into a side hug plus head pat combo. It was super effective. She immediately forgot about the question she asked, in favor of just enjoying her newfound comfort. Unfortunately, the people that were eavesdropping on the conversation decided to speak up. So, did you know about that verbal beatdown he experienced beforehand or not, Sakuya-san? Shoji asked. Of course not, it's just my clones messing around once more without my permission. If I did know about it beforehand, though, I would have instructed them to be much more subtle about their insults. So you wouldn't have stopped it. Are you being serious? Oh God, you are. Indeed, I am. Why would I stop it in the first place? I already have to hold back immensely so I don't erase him from existence because of his disgusting, vile, and frankly revolting personality. I've helped and please pardon my language, bastard enough for one lifetime by virtue of not unleashing my pent-up aggression on him yet. I would have thought you wouldn't be so pent up after what happened a few minutes ago, Mina cheekily added. Trust me, Mina, my stress has completely faded. Unfortunately, my distaste for Bakugo's current demeanor is eternal. So, no matter how many times I exercise, his presence is enough to rile me up just by being within the same vicinity as him. As I enjoyed the sensation of Momo cuddling up into my chest, Toga happily nuzzling her head into the palm of my hand, and the looks of curiosity regarding my exercises, the matchups for the next round were announced on the screen for all to see. Melissa vs. Toga. Todoroki vs. Ida. Reiko vs. Yayorozu. Inasa. Well, I hope that Inasa enjoys his extension to his break timer. I mused. Can competitors, Melissa and Toga, please make their way towards their assigned waiting rooms? A teacher will come and guide you to the tunnels a minute before the match starts. Ugh. Toga groaned, before leaving my embrace reluctantly. I didn't know you like Sakuya's doting so much, Toga. Tsuyu said surprised. It feels so comfy. But, my groan was also for having to fight someone I will lose against, so there's that. Oh. Are you going to give up then? I asked. Nope. I'm going to do my best, and see if that works. Good luck, Toga. I'll keep the seat free for when you return. Just before she left through the door, she hesitated. Turning on her feet, she spun around, and spoke out to me. Sakutan. Do you think you can give me some blood, please? That's not the greatest idea, especially when my body has billions of quirks in it. She would go brain dead, or maybe even explode if she tried using quirk mimicry on it. I informed her of some conditions for taking my blood. If you plan to use my blood, which has too many quirks to count, you would explode when trying to use quirk mimicry. So, tell me what quirk you want, so I can isolate it for you in a clone. Can I have Aizawa-sensei's? I then got to work creating a clone and erasing all of the quirks apart from Homeless-san's erasure. I can't wait to see Ken's face when his daughter chose to transform into his self-proclaimed rival. It would be funny to see if Homeless-san gets into trouble for assisting a participant too. When it was finally completed, I gave the clone its order. Go with her to the waiting room, and let her take as much blood as she needs. When that is finished, come back for termination. The clone gave a lazy salute and walked over to Toga. The two interlocked arms, and happily skipped away towards the waiting area assigned for them. Not even a, thank you. I'm gonna have to give Ken some embarrassing photos to tease her for that lack of manners. Why didn't you just give Toga the quirk, instead of going through the extra steps? This way she has a time limit to how long she can use erasure. I didn't want to make her too powerful. Melissa was confident, to say the least. Sure, she knew of her blood-drinking friend's quirk mimicry ability, however, she was all the more confident in her own quirk. This confidence is mainly due to Sakuya telling her just what quirks were inside of said quirk. All she needed to do was wait some more, until the freeloading dead people inside of her would finally do something and unlock them for her. She has 2 of the quirks out of the 7, Danger Sense, and the Stockpiler. The one she wanted to unlock as soon as possible was Float. The blonde teen always had dreams of her quirk finally developing, and it would allow her to fly in the sky, as free as a bird. Sure, float wasn't exactly granting flight but more of levitation, but the point still stands. The two quirks she currently had were the best for her current situation by a long shot. The teen sucked in close quarters combat. She accepted that painful truth a while ago, but danger sense allows her to close the gap between her and more skilled opponents. All the teen had to do now was wait until her name was called, and she would enter the stage to inevitably make it to the semifinals where she would then be facing Todoroki. Now that matchup had her scared. She saw just how the heterochromatic teen had taken on a person who transformed into a size bigger than MT Lady, and that was without his fire side. So, he definitely had enough firepower to take her down, and she knew that. Thoughts about using 100% smashes to match his firepower, maybe even overpower it, littered her busy mind. However, she quickly dismissed those thoughts. Sakuya said that she shouldn't use those unless her own or someone else's life was on the line. She would follow those instructions because it made no sense to go against Sakuya for such a small thing as winning a match. Her peaceful wait was soon ended when a staff member came into the room to escort her to the tunnel. The teen had no idea why they were being escorted now when they weren't the first time around but decided not to question it. Toga was very happy approaching the stage. She had just finished sucking Sakuya for all she needed, and now had the element of surprise on her side. When she transforms to use Erasure, she will not look like Aizawa, no, she will look like Sakuya. That will throw Melissa, her opponent, through a loop. With Melissa now thinking that she has Sakuya's overpowered time quirk, which Melissa knows just how powerful it is, she may even just give up on the spot. At least, that was what she hoped for. If this went to blows, and Melissa somehow managed to escape her line of sight, she had no idea how Sakuya's comfortable clothes would hold up against them. The last thing she wanted to do was expose Sakuya's nude body to the masses. Finally reaching the stage, she heard Mick's introductions start up. Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the next round of the tournament, which has been spectacular. Now, let me introduce our competitors for this matchup. On one side of the field, we have Melissa. She can throw a mean punch that I don't think anybody would want to be on the other end of. Versus the shape-shifting vampiress, Toga. She has shown to be an agile foe with a tricky personality. Are you both ready? Yep, she replied. Yes, Midnight Sensei, her opponent replied much more formally. You heard them, folks. 3, 2, 1, start. She wasted no time at all in choosing to transform. Her opponent was already building up their power, and she wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible before she ended up in a Shinso scenario. Namely, being embedded into one of the stadium walls. As soon as the transformation process was finished, she felt something she hadn't before, she felt brand new. Her senses were heightened, musculature denser, her stamina felt limitless. Did Sakuya forget to remove a second quirk, she questioned idly. It seems that the person of Toga's choosing this time around was our very own, Sakuya Izaoi. She sadly can't participate herself, due to her being the medical hero on hand for today as a result of Recovery Girl being on a relief mission. She didn't believe that nonsense at all. Sakuya wasn't competing because she'd kick everyone's asses. They couldn't have that be broadcasted live. Her opponent shot off like a rocket, on a trajectory path to fly right past her left side. She immediately kicked in with Erasure, in hopes that it would slow her down. It didn't. I've seen those eyes before, she's using Erasure, the quirk of my co-host. Accurate deduction, Mike. Sakuya came in here to copy my quirk, as she does with all other quirks temporarily through touch. I assume that Toga managed to get a blood sample from Sakuya while she still had my quirk copied. Nice save, Aizawa-sensei. Her opponent bolted right by her, but because she no longer had the strength necessary due to her quirk being switched off, she couldn't stop where she would have liked. She ended up overshooting by 3 feet, a thing Toga took advantage of right away. Using her new body, which she was still adjusting to, she landed a spinning heel kick on her now quirkless opponent. It didn't connect where she wanted it to, aiming at the mastoid as she did earlier to Kendo, but a kick to the chin was good enough. As soon as she blinked, Melissa was already in front of her and planted a fist right into her diaphragm. She couldn't activate Erasure in the split second she needed to before the impact landed. She tensed her newly gained abs and tried to cushion the blow. It, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Even with the extra durability she gained from Sakuya's body, Melissa's punch was just far too powerful. She could hear the cracking of bones, and could only hope that the sound originated from Melissa. She was sent flying back across the arena stage. She tried to dig her heels into the concrete to slow down her journey, but the pain caught up to her. Fuak. Blood was coughed up, and she soon found herself out of breath. She immediately fell to her hands and knees, desperately trying to catch her breath. Coughing and wheezing as she tried to stabilize herself, she tried to call out to Midnight to stop the match, but all that came out of her mouth was blood. The only saving grace she had was that Melissa wasn't beating down on her limp body. Sakuya POV. Fluffy-chan, if you don't fucking get Midnight's retarded self to call this match, I will erase her right fucking now. Toga has a punctured lung, and has had her ribcage eviscerated, yet the stupid bitch is there not doing anything. After sending the telepathic message to the Chimera, I contacted my clone in the infirmary. Get on the field, and retrieve Toga, she needs medical treatment ASAP. After sending the messages I could only let out a deep sigh. I couldn't understand some people. What's the fucking point in having people call the match before it can go too far if they aren't going to do that simple fucking job anyway? The match is over. Toga has been incapacitated, Melissa moves on. And Melissa does it once again. The stupid teacher finally did her job. Feeling a tug on my hoodie, I looked down to meet Momo's worried face. Is Toga going to be okay? Running my fingers through her hair, I replied with a sigh. Yes. Only because I am here, though. If I chose to spend my free day to do literally anything other than come here, Toga might have been killed by Melissa's punch. Oh my. Toga's condition is only a fractured rib cage and punctured lungs because of the serum in my body that she transformed into. If she didn't have that, the stadium would have a healthy new shade of red covering the stands. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I continued. This is why I told Melissa to not go all out. Her own body can't even handle it, for God's sake. What are you going to do now? Nothing, my clones will do it for me. I could only chuckle as a smile blossomed on her face when she heard I wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. Dr. Clone's POV. I had just been called to collect Toga's crippled body, which was something I was going to do anyway. It was nice to have the main body acknowledge my existence, though, so I didn't mind the pointless message. I put on my overcoat, so the crowd would think that I am at least semi-professional when it comes to my work as a doctor/medical hero. After putting my arms through the holes, I teleported to one of the tunnels. I ignored all of the accumulating whispers regarding Toga's bad condition and kept my stride confident and unwavering as I made my way to the downed teen. I rolled Toga onto her back and called over one of the medical drones with the stretcher. Sakuya, am I gonna die? No, you're going to be okay. Just grit your teeth and bear with the pain for a while, until I can get you out of the view of the crowd. I heard some rapid footsteps approaching, and could only guess it was Melissa. It certainly wasn't Midnight, she didn't even do anything when Toga was coughing up her literal lungs. Oh God. Sore dash. I held up a hand to interrupt her apology, and she got the message quickly. When the drones came over, I scooped Toga up into my arms before setting her down on the stretcher. After sending them off to the infirmary, I turned to Melissa. If you want to apologize to her, do it when she can hear you. She's too focused on the feeling of her ribcage shrapnel stabbing her lungs to make out what you were saying. I then began making my way back to the infirmary myself, leaving a tense atmosphere in my wake. I chose to leave the healing of Toga until she was on the comfortable bed, and in view of Melissa so she can see what damage she caused. Melissa soon started following me, and tried to speak up once again. I'm sorry about breaking a rule. Are you M-? Save it. You can keep your apologies until after we make it to the infirmary, and I deal with the aftermath of your handiwork. I may not be as angry as my cold words portray, but I knew that the main body was furious. Some of that ire was definitely directed at Midnight, but there was some directed towards Melissa too. Melissa also had caused a lot of disappointment if my empathic sensory ability was to be trusted. My tone was also chosen based on Melissa's personality. She was a timid person that lacked self-confidence, and I had to do it this way to get the point across. It wasn't fun doing this, I much prefer joking around as an aloof chalky milk-sipping monkey brain, but I needed to do this. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity even to myself, we made it to the infirmary. The doors were jammed with worried and curious students. Get back to your seats, before I give you all a reason to be crowding the infirmary. My words had their desired effect, and the crowd dispersed back to whatever cesspit they crawled out from. None of 1A were present, most likely trusting in my ability to heal her, or because of the main body's intervention. The distinct smell of disinfectant permeated my nostrils as I entered the room. I was finally back to my assigned task of treating patients. Looking over to Melissa's broken hand, I could only shake my head. Follow me. Oh okay. I pulled back the curtain surrounding Toga's bed and looked down at the injured blonde. Approaching the side of the bed, I ran my fingers through her matted hair and asked. I'm going to have to lift your shirt to look at the damage. Is that okay with you, Toga? Sakuya. Please do. Whatever gets this over and done quicker is fine by me. After realizing that I would do nothing but put some pressure on her ribs, or whatever is left of them, I opted to cut the shirt down the middle. When I did, I could hear a sharp gasp being taken. This is what you did, get a good look at it, Melissa. I didn't dash. Good intentions are great and all, but they mean nothing. I'm sure you have an explanation for why you did go all out, which I will be more than happy to hear, but it doesn't fix this injury or undo your actions. Holding my hand over Toga's now discolored skin, I began reverting it back to its uninjured state. The way Toga's chest rebuilt itself underneath the skin, and how it inflated back to its former glory, was morbidly fascinating to watch. I'll apply some pressure onto your ribs now, Toga, make sure to tell me if it hurts. I ran my hand over her chest, pressing down on each individual bone in an effort to see if they were completely healed. Melissa was blushing an atomic cherry red at the sight, clearly forgetting the medical setting the actions were taking place. It looks like your ribs are fine. Now, can you take some deep breaths for me? After a quick set of 3 breaths, Toga seemed to be completely fine. I let out a sigh of relief. I knew she was going to be fine, but I couldn't help but worry. I then reverted her shirt to its pre-cut state and went to retrieve a few wet wipes. She still had blood caked all over her. As I went towards the medical cabinet, I healed Melissa's shattered arm. I had no idea how she managed to not scream from the pain, or keep herself from expressing any signs. One of us should probably give the OFA user a copy of pain nullification after the main tournament is over. Sitting on the stool beside the bed, I grabbed Toga's chin and forced the messy teen to face me. Sakuya. I'm flattered, but what would Momo think? Toga. I'm trying to clean your bloodied face. Now, hold still. You're no fun. Sakutan is way more fun to jock, MPHH. Hush. Did I have to wipe her body so roughly? No, but it was satisfying. There, you no longer look like a serial killer. Thank you. Can I go back to my seat now? In a minute, there's someone who wants to say something. It didn't even take a second before Melissa burst into tears and started apologizing profusely. Her words just fell out of her mouth at a rapid pace. Toga could barely make anything out of it, but assumed it was an apology. Thanks for the apology, Mel-chan. You simply did your best. So, I'm a little happy that it was me of all people that managed to push you to such lengths. If anything. I'm angrier at Midnight Sensei and Samantha Sensei. You at least did your job, unlike them. Toga then jumped off of the bed, gave a quick hug to Melissa, and left to go back to her seat. It wasn't as dramatic as I thought Toga would have been, but it got the job done. I got up off of the uncomfortable stool and made my way over to the infinitely more comfortable spinny chair. As I relaxed into it, I saw Melissa was trying to leave. And where exactly do you think you're going? Oh, out. Not until we have a little talk about what happened out there. I know you're not one to take my warnings about not throwing 100% smashes lightly, so what happened? I don't know. I need an answer, Melissa. If Toga chose to transform into anybody else's body apart from mine or Momo's, your punch would have gone straight through her torso. This is a serious matter. Is it that you don't want to tell me? Or, is it that you actually don't know? If it's the latter, I will just read your mind. She stiffened up, a clear indicator that she did know what caused it. I have my own guesses, but I won't let her use my own theories as scapegoats on the off chance that it was for a different reason. Melissa. I'm not going to be angry because of what you did unless you did it for malicious reasons. I didn't. I didn't do it on purpose. Tell me what went through your mind during the match, Melissa. I want every last little detail. Well. I thought it would be an easy match, not to discredit Toga or anything when approaching the stage. Then, I started charging up my percentage as soon as the signal was given. I was trying to end it like the Shinso match, but without implanting her into a wall. Toga needs time to transform, and I didn't want to give her that time. Then, she turned into you. I was scared for a second, but I was already in mid-flight and couldn't stop my movement. You're too strong, like, ridiculously strong. Stronger than Uncle might. So, I was a little panicked. When I finally managed to control myself, and overshot my leap, I assumed my lack of power was due to my quirk being erased by Toga using your quirk. Then as soon as I turned around, she kicked my face, which dazed me. I knew that from then on I had to give it my all. So, I threw all of my power behind what I assumed to be a quirkless punch aimed at Toga's diaphragm, still thinking it was erased. It was then too late by the time I realized it, and it already connected. I didn't want to do it. I just wanted to win, to make people proud, my family proud, Uncle Mike proud, and you. I wanted to make you proud. You spent hours of your time, telling me about my quirk, training me, and being a supportive person. You didn't need to help me, the previously quirkless nerdy girl who got a future free pass to the top of the rankings, but you did, and I'm so happy you did. You were the first person that didn't want to be my friend out of pity, or because of my father's connections. I am more grateful about you coming into my life than I think I've ever told you about. I didn't want you to feel as if you wasted your time on me, and wanted to give it my all. My all just ended up with your best friend almost dying because I couldn't think straight. A silence descended upon the small room. She didn't reveal anything new to me, other than the level of gratitude she feels for the training which was far higher than expected. I see. Well, that's all understandable. Just, please hold back on the 100% smashes, I set you that rule for a reason. Not even All Might goes all out on his opponents, if he did he wouldn't be the symbol of peace and more of the blood-soaked tyrant. With that all done, unless you're feeling any pain in your arm, you may leave, I've kept you long enough. As she left, I looked up at the flat screen on the wall and managed to catch the short match of Shoto versus Ida. Shoto had let Ida, Reserpo burst, himself into a thick ice wall, before the wall promptly wrapped around him and turned the strict engine user into an ice sculpture, completely incapacitating him. Hosu clone POV. I don't think I've ever been this bored in my life, well, my extremely short life anyway. I, at least, managed to have some fun at the beginning of my mission to get rid of No-Nose, or Stain, by flying through the sky trying to locate him with search. Now, though, I'm sitting on the edge of a building overlooking an alleyway, waiting for Stain and Ingenium's fight to end. It was pretty fun to watch, and let me see just how Ingenium was stupid in his approach. He followed, and decided to fight Stain in an alleyway where his speed was affected due to the narrow passage. All the engine hero would have needed to do was make fun of Stain's ideals while pulling him out of the secluded area. He would have at least had a better matchup then. I have no idea why he decided to play to his opponent's strengths, but he did, so I can't feel bad watching Stain try his hardest to cut him down. Would I go as far as to say he deserves this? No, but he does need this. Ingenium has a hero office, named Idaton, that has dozens of sidekicks working there. Yet, he decided to go and face this psychopath alone. All he needed to do was inform Enigma that he needs her help on this one, and have her smack the sword-wielding idiot into the concrete when he's distracted with her enlarged fists. I get why he chose to go alone, I truly do. He didn't want to put any of his sidekicks in danger or have them in over their heads against a villain above their pay grade. That kind-heartedness, however, led to his permanent retirement in canon. To avoid having to hear the battle of ideals down below, I isolated the area in a silencing cube where sound couldn't escape from it. Nobody, especially myself, wants to hear two morons bickering during a fight. I just hate talking during fights in general. Unless you are doing it to manipulate your opponent, in some way or another, it's unnecessary. Super moves are stupid in my opinion too, it makes a fight feel like a Pokemon battle instead of a villain takedown. Oh. It seems as if the fight is done. I surmised. Jumping down into the dingy alleyway beneath me, I was met with the stench of garbage and drying blood. Another fact dash. Oh, it's you. The person who exposed dash. Shut up, and stay completely still until I say otherwise. That's one pest dealt with temporarily. Weighted words is truly a blessing in this scenario, it will also let me test if it can overcome Stain's willpower or not. If it can overpower him, then it should be able to overpower anyone. I didn't decide to risk him escaping, though, and set up a temporal barrier around him. I knelt down beside Ingenium, or Tensei, and saw the light fading from his eyes. It was pretty exciting if I was being totally honest. Sadly, I couldn't enjoy the sensation any longer because I needed the idiot awake and alive. Run, he's strong. He barely managed to whisper. Don't you dare lump me into the same strength group as you, it's revolting and quite annoying. Now, shut up and let me save you. There was some disbelief hidden within his eyes, as if he didn't expect to be insulted on his deathbed. I got to healing the bleeding out hero, as it was one of my objectives for coming here. Within no time at all, he was back to his pre-fight condition. There, all done. Thank you, Izaoi-san. I don't want to think of what would have happened if you had not come when you did. You mean how your brother would have gone on a suicidal mission to avenge you, probably dying in the process due to him being a worse version of you currently. Or, how your dozens of sidekicks would eventually fall into unemployment, maybe even dying in the field due to you no longer being there to support them. Or, how you would have been crippled for life due to you being a stupid cunt. Yeah, if I ever purposely got into a situation where that would have been the outcome, I wouldn't want to think about it either. He sheepishly started rubbing the back of his head. Well, when you put it like that, it makes it sound so much more thoughtless. Thoughtless isn't the word to describe such stupidity, I would choose something much more vulgar to describe the level of idiocy you displayed today. Now, you will go home or back to the office. When you do so, you inform whoever asks that the hero killer wasn't present, and you don't mention my appearance. Why do that? Don't you want the credit for arresting him? I snapped my fingers and had Stain slowly disintegrate into nothingness. I think I stole the Thanos moment from the main body, but she should be happy nonetheless. Whoever said I was going to arrest him? Ha, I see. Well, I do owe you one, so don't worry about me spilling anything. Also, if you ever need any help, Team Idaton will be more than happy to help whenever you want. I'll keep that in mind, if you ever need help, Nedzu has my contact number. After saying my piece, I erased myself. I finished my goals and fulfilled my purpose. I felt something that not even the main body had recently, I felt complete. A/N, I'm gonna fight web novel again. They decided to fuck around with the tagging system for books, and now I have to write tags in the synopsis for any future books, which I'd if people read, which is a pain in the ass. Chapter 62, Chapter 61. Sakuya POV. I don't think I have ever been more upset in my life. My clone stole my Thanos ing virginity right from me. This was a devastating blow to me. Ever since I had found out I could erase things, I had dreamed of finally being able to do a Thanos snap. Alas, my dreams have, rather ironically, turned to dust. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to wallow in my depressive episode for much longer as a portal opened above my lap and dropped a hefty stack of documents onto my lap. Before my momentary confusion could really set in, I gained some new memories from a clone's dispersion. After a quick use of thought acceleration to shorten the time needed to sift through the memories, I understood the situation at hand. Sadly, I wasn't able to have them accept the Sybil system AI. They deemed it too dangerous, which I couldn't fault. It would have been much harder to implement, due to the government concluding it as an invasion of people's privacy. They did, however, agree to a more dumbed-down AI system. It would report crimes in progress, and any information about the perpetrator, to nearby officers. It wasn't much, but it would help them with response times, and hopefully reduce field casualties. All the other technology was happily accepted by most, apart from one member. So, I only needed to send some clones to a remote warehouse and leave them to focus on setting up assembly lines. I gave the papers a quick glance, to make sure they were all indeed signed, before putting them into my safe. This was the start of the technological revolution, and I personally couldn't wait. Momo, sadly, had to leave for her match, so my lap was unoccupied briefly. Toga decided to take the seat, as a reward for being such a good patient. I had no idea what happened in the infirmary, but judging by Melissa's reluctance to look at me I could only assume that my clone was a tad harsher than needed. Nah. Sakatan. Who do you think is going to win, and why? Looking down at the splayed-out blonde in my lap, I could only deadpan at her. The answer was obvious, well, to me at least. Toga also knows the answer. I'm confident she does anyway, she just wanted to make some conversation with the person whose lap she's stretched out across. Well, as a good wife, like myself, I have to root for Momo to win. Boo. Stop flaunting your wonderful relationship to my single self, and give me a proper answer. What happened to that boy from General Studies that confessed to you? I rejected him, duh. And, to think you were meant to be the smart friend. Oh. What was wrong with him? Hey, don't change the subject. I pretended not to hear her admission of liking girls, and answered her original question once more. It all depends on whether or not Reiko has fine enough control of her quirk to affect Momo's nanobots. If she does, she just needs to get into range and throw Momo out of bounds before Momo can start doing damage. If she doesn't, Momo will take the match easily. Such a boring answer. I wanted something more like Reiko will go BAM. Then, whoosh. And, Momo will go POW. The end. I sometimes forget that you're a high school student, you know. Oh, yeah. Well. I sometimes forget you used to be single, how about that? You mean like everybody else before entering a relationship? How scandalous of me, I was single before entering a relationship. What would the tabloids think of that news? Oh, and now she's pouting with an embarrassed flush of pink on her cheeks. She really is like a child at times, no wonder Ken still wants to spoil her rotten even nowadays. Ah. Look at you, all embarrassed. Shut up. I quickly threw up a silencing dome around the two of us, and asked another question. So. Is there anyone that has caught your eye? And, who would possibly do that? All the boys aren't up to my standards. Who said anything about boys? You admitted that you like girls early dash. She threw a packet of tissues at my face to silence me. I don't know what you're talking about. It must be your old age acting up, Sakatan. Toga, sweetie, why are you embarrassed? You're talking to the biggest lesbian on planet Earth right now, I won't judge you. But, if you don't want to talk about it right now, you can just talk about how Aluka has been doing. Well, she has been eating less lately. We don't know if it's a medical issue, or just her not liking the change in diet, but we're planning to go to the hospital after the festival to find out for sure. That's for the best. Anything else going on with her? I don't know. She's got better pronunciation now. Not much going on in general then. Yeah, maybe there are more things, but I don't see her as much as I used to because of the dorms, so I wouldn't know. I cancelled the silencing dome and managed to catch the start of Momo's match. The match started with Mick's usual introductions that nobody ever really cared about, and I watched as Momo ended the fight almost as quickly as it started. From what I could tell from my point of view, she used the Nightbringer ring to shroud Reiko in darkness, thus depriving her of her sight. before sprouting tentacles of darkness from the ground and throwing her outside of the ring. It wasn't the most exciting victory to watch, but I don't think Momo cared in the slightest. She was far too busy glaring daggers at me, or rather, Toga, who was on my lap. I guess she wanted to finish quickly so she could reclaim her territory. The semi-finals and the matchups were announced, and the crowd noticed something very quickly. The finalists consisted solely of Team Momo members from the Tower of Babel event. Melissa versus Shoto. Momo versus Inasa. They were the fan favorites to win the entire thing, and were the most exciting to watch in the eyes of the audience, so they were eagerly looking forward to upcoming matches. Inasa's and Momo's match was the most anticipated, as people assumed that it would have been the final match of the tournament, but it seems as if the initial randomizer had other ideas. People also wanted to see Inasa again after his extended break from the last round. He was the image of the most standard hero, his passion and flashy moves helped his popularity amongst viewers too, so they wanted to see him in action some more. Melissa and Shoto's match was something that was also a spectacle people were looking forward to, just not as much as the fight that comes after it. Melissa's last punch had the crowd wary of the blonde teen's power, and slightly worried for her opponent. Can competitors, Melissa Shield and Shoto Todoroki, make their way to the assigned waiting rooms? A staff member will come by a minute before the match to inform you when the match will be starting, and guide you to the correct tunnel. The crowd was expecting another ad break, like after all other matchup announcements. Luckily for them, it never came. It was only a few minutes before the fight would start, and they couldn't wait. Chapter 63, Chapter 62. Shoto and Melissa spent the next few minutes desperately trying to form strategies that would work against the other. One was worried about killing him, the other was worried about freezing her to death. It was a perfect representation of worries regarding the first year's sports festival. Some more intelligent people are probably wondering why barely trained first years are being forced into potentially fatal gladiatorial combat on a grand stage in front of millions. The simple answer was money. Shoto was confused about what he needed to do to win. His fire would do more damage, but he quickly wrote that off, as the tournament already had enough injuries happen in it without him adding third-degree burns to the list. So, he tried to figure out what freezing techniques he could use. He spent years working on his ice side, now his entire body produces cold temperatures if he so chooses to. It also takes time for him to build up to the correct temperature needed for flash freezing, so he would need to stall as much as he could. That was a new part of his quirk he had now, the ability to store, and build up, various temperatures inside of his body for release. He looked up at the TV and tried to get a gauge for the weather. He decided to go for some sub-zero rain as an opener and hoped that he could delay or avoid one of Melissa's gut-busting punches for long enough to make her sluggish, perhaps even succumb to the cold. He had seen Melissa's behavior after the match, she was clearly shaken up a bit. But, more importantly, she was nervous. He was banking that her nervousness was about holding back, and therefore she would make a more conscious effort to do so. The heterochromatic teen decided that he needed to take advantage of this nervousness and pressure her while building up the cold inside of his body. In his eyes, that would be his best opportunity to stall for time. When 13 came to guide him to the tunnel, he began building up thermal energy inside of himself, hoping that his early preparation would serve him well. Only time would tell if it would be a smart decision or not. Melissa, on the other hand, only had one plan. The plan involved kicking and punching her opponent, not confident in letting her opponent grab her. Her opponent could freeze her over with an extended touch, and she didn't want to give him the opportunity to do so on a golden platter. So, her plan involved quick and precise hits, leaving her opponent no opportunity to do so. It was a rather simple plan, but one that would work. There was, however, a minor problem regarding the simple plan. It was the kicking and punching aspect, so basically the entire plan. She didn't want to lose control of her quirk again. Sakuya's earlier words still rang deep for her. If Toga chose to transform into anybody else's body apart from mine or Momo's, your punch would have gone straight through her torso. She could assume Kirishima could have been added into that equation, but the point still stood. If she loses control during the upcoming fight and unleashes a 100% smash on her opponent's body, he will die. The thought of it happening has been plaguing her mind as soon as she was called to go to the waiting room. It wasn't a pleasant thing to be imagined, neither were the reactions to the scene that would happen soon after. Endeavor would probably go berserk, and try to avenge his fallen son, before her Uncle Might stepped in. It would probably be the worst thing that could happen to her hero career, well, apart from dying. But, killing the number 2 hero's son live on TV would be killing her career before it started. So, in a sense, it would be the worst thing that could happen to her. Fortunately, she didn't have much time to stew in her thoughts for much longer as Hound Dog opened the door, a clear signal that the match would be starting in a minute and she needed to start moving towards the tunnels. The two competitors approached the grand stage to compete for the chance to make it to the finals, and perhaps even win the entire thing. But, they only needed to complete this last match before that opportunity could be given to them. It's the first match of the semifinals. Whoever wins this match will move on to the finals and have a shot at winning the entire festival. The competitors need no introduction, so let's see if they're ready. Are you both ready? Midnight called out to the two. Yes, Midnight-sensei. They both lied, neither was completely ready. Melissa wasn't ready mentally, and Shoto didn't have enough energy built up. Yet, they knew that they couldn't stall the match out any longer. You heard them, folks. 3, 2, 1, start. Melissa didn't waste any time at all, and shot forward, charging up her percentage along the way. It was much more efficient in closing the gap compared to her usual approach of building up energy on the spot before launching off. Shoto noticed this and sent off some ice to form a wall, hoping it would deter her for long enough. His brief moment of respite was short-lived as Melissa had smashed it down, clearly having built up a high enough percentage to manage the feat. Grinding his teeth in annoyance, Shoto sent a few more layers of walls her way. They were thin, and weren't going to hold up, he just hoped that they kept her busy. He was only at 75% of the energy he needed to freeze her over before she could react, and with each ice wall made it depleted. Melissa didn't bother smashing down any more of the walls and decided to jump over them. Shoto recognized this, mainly due to Melissa overshooting her jump and being visible in the air. Knowing that she doesn't have much air maneuverability, Shoto knew it was his only chance to finish this before his opponent got her footing. He was at 85% of the energy needed, he just hoped it was enough. Pointing both of his palms towards the airborne Melissa, he prepared to send all the energy he could in order to freeze her over. Melissa's danger sense was flaring like crazy, and she knew something bad was going to happen to her if she didn't dodge whatever it was that Shoto was going to do. She couldn't move in the air, because Nana Shimura, or whatever Sakuya called her, was being a stubborn bitch about not giving her the quirk. Nana claimed she didn't want to assist in the death of her relative, as stupid as it was, so float wasn't unlocking any time soon. She decided to break the rule again and began lining up her fingers angle for a 100% smash. The safest option for her to dodge was upwards, she aimed her finger towards the floor and fired. The pain immediately set in. As she grits her teeth, she found herself speechless at what happened below her. Oh my god. Shoto Todoroki has turned the stage into a winter wonderland in a split second. Unfortunately for him, it looks as if Melissa managed to avoid it by launching herself into the air. The entire stage was frozen over. The previously square stage was no longer, in its place was a mountain of ice. The temperature of the stadium fell a few degrees, and people began noticeably shivering. The unlucky few with certain mutation quirks were succumbing to hibernation. Melissa didn't have much time to admire the sight, as she needed to finish this fight. She smashed another one of her fingers at just the right angle to send her towards the tired-out Shoto. He tried to fire off a flaming fist to try and ward her off, but it didn't work, she sped right through it. A devastating kick implanted itself firmly into Shoto's torso as he was sent tumbling away. He used his ice to orient himself and managed to save himself from falling out of bounds by a mere few inches. Unfortunately, Melissa followed up her previous kick with another devastating blow that sent him through his ice, and into the grassy field below. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Melissa's shield wins. Melissa couldn't believe it, she had won. It was too surreal for her to process properly. She collapsed onto her knees and immediately winced as the freezingly cold concrete made contact with her. A shiver ran down her spine, but she was too dazed to move. She did, however, make use of the ice to ease the pain of her broken fingers. Ugh. Damn. I lost. Shoto muttered to himself, not intending for anyone to hear it. He was already dreading the incoming storm of his sperm donor, which was almost guaranteed to happen due to this loss. His perfect creation had lost against someone who's being compared to All Might and his student Star and Stripe. It was the worst possible scenario in the eyes of the number 2 hero. It was a bitter reminder to Endeavor that no matter what he did, he would always lose to All Might. Shoto began icing over his bruised skin, naively hoping it would somehow heal the injury, so he wouldn't have to enter the infirmary, the area where his father would probably head to first. He stood up with some minor difficulty and had a good look at his handiwork. It was definitely enough to hold his opponent for some time judging by the thickness of the ice, however, he completely missed. He had no idea what Melissa did to dodge it as he was too busy focusing on outputting all of his reserves to notice. Opting to go to the stands, instead of the infirmary, he hoped that Sakuya was there to heal him so he could dodge his sperm donor for longer. He didn't choose to go through the tunnels, another place where Endeavor could ambush him, instead choosing to form an ice pillar under his feet to enter the stands directly. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. Sakuya POV. Well, that was certainly something, definitely wasn't what I expected to happen in the slightest. I'm not ashamed to say I thought that match would have acted like its canon counterpart, but I guess, I was too naive. It was a wonderful showing from the two in any case. I think the only people that were disappointed with it were the people who bet on Shoto, and Endeavor. Shoto because he lost, the gamblers because they lost money, and Endeavor. Endeavor wasn't disappointed, that would be underselling it, he was fucking livid, and still is for that matter. His All Might Destroyer was beaten by a younger female All Might clone, the only thing Melissa lacked was the charisma and smash super moves. All of those factors combined were probably why Shoto directly entered the stands from the field instead of going through the tunnels. I could only hope that Melissa wasn't going to run into him either, who knows what Fire for Brains would do to her. Well, it probably wouldn't be much due to all of the CCTV that littered the tunnels, but I decided to stall him with time shenanigans for good measure. Granted, I just want to watch his emotions rise because of my intervention through empathic sensory, but I'm getting my thrill by helping someone, so it should be fine, right? I think so. Can competitors, Momo and Inasa, make their way to the assigned waiting rooms? A staff member will come by a minute before the match to guide you to the tunnels. Ugh. I don't want to leave. Momo whined. The quicker you leave, the quicker you can come back to me, though. I know. She may have said that, but she didn't budge at all, she was still firmly snuggled into my chest. I didn't want her to leave either, but I didn't want her to be eliminated from the tournament because she didn't turn up. Babe, why aren't you moving? Because I'm comfortable here. If you leave, I won't let anyone sit on my lap this time. I'll keep it free for you. I coaxed her. It seemed as if my coaxing worked, she jumped to her feet, gave me a quick peck on the cheeks, and left to go to her room. People taking her territory was probably her big concern, and the main deciding factor for her not wanting to leave. With my now free space on my lap, I began looking through my phone in search of the buildings/land for sale. I needed a lot of real estate for the main teleportation relay stations and other various future investments. As I was browsing the market, I felt a tap on my shoulder. After turning around I was met with Shoto's usual deadpan expression. He didn't say anything, and I didn't want to say anything either. He was the person that started the interaction, so he should be the one to develop it further. Sakuya, can you restore me? Restore you how exactly? Physically. Well, I kind of have to heal you with my quirk if you ask anyway. So, sure. After reverting his body state a few minutes into the past, before he sustained any blows, I went back to scrolling through real estate websites. He gave me his thanks before going off to sit in the corner furthest from the door. My perusing of property searching by the loud voice of Present Mix announcing. This is the last match of the semifinals, ladies and gents. Will Momo move on to the finals against Melissa, or will it be Inasa? We'll find out shortly. Heh, the results will definitely come shortly. You sound confident in your wife, any reason for that confidence? Inasa is a strong opponent after all. Shoto asked. Shoto, she doesn't even have to use her quirk to win this, her jewelry is enough. But, if she does decide to use her quirk, a gun would be all she needs. You think she would pull out a gun during a live broadcast, and use it on her opponent? He followed up. Yeah, I don't see why she wouldn't. She has the license to use, and carry one, so there won't be any legal issues due to firearm usage. It doesn't have to be a normal gun either if you're worried about people being squeamish about any possible bloodshed. He said no more and just nodded. I did, however, not want her to pull out a gun that runs on bullets. It would mess up so many people in the crowd's hearing. I watched the match down below, not as excited as the other people. Midnight just asked them both if they were ready, to which they both answered in the affirmative. You heard them, folks. Let's not keep anyone waiting any longer. 3, 2, 1, start. Momo suited up in her Iron Man suit. Her suit was bulkier than it usually was, so I put it down to her not wanting to be blown off of the stage. Looking at her closer now, I see she has metal constructs sticking her to the stage. Inasa decided to take it to the air, not wanting to play to his opponent's advantage this time around. He began building up the air in a condensed sphere above his head, and as it grew in size, people got curious about what he would do with it. Is Inasa going for a super raise non? Why hasn't Momo done anything yet? That ball is gonna hurt when it hits. I ignored them in favor of watching what my wife would do to answer this. She didn't disappoint me either. Inasa condensed the ball as much as he could and turned it into a devastating handheld air cannon. He was intent on blowing my wife off of the stage. Momo, however, didn't let that happen. A barrier formed around her and held up against the barrage of wind. She stood firm, and so did the barrier. Inasa, seeing the barrier, decided to try his piercing super move again, as it would have a better chance at destroying the barrier. Unbeknownst to Inasa, Momo had started to create her own weapon. It was developing on her back, being created by the nanomachines. It looked like a sound cannon. Just to be extra careful, I decided to prepare a silencing dome ready for deployment over the field. There were a few people with sensitive hearing in the stands, and I didn't want her making them deaf by accident. It looks as if Inasa's first move wasn't very effective. Will his new approach fare any better? Inasa's Tempest drill didn't work as well as he would have liked. In fact, it didn't work at all. Momo deactivated the barrier, and let him get within range of her. When he did, she clamped her hand around his foot and prepared to fire. I immediately set up the sound-canceling dome and watched as Anasa was blasted at point-blank range by Momo's sound cannon. He was almost definitely deafened by that, in addition to being sent unconscious. I lifted the dome right after I saw it affect Anasa, seeing no use for it any longer. Momo Yaoyorozu takes it. She will be the person competing with Melissa for the chance to win the entire festival. After Mike called the match, I decided to heal the now crippled Anasa. He was a close friend of mine, so I couldn't enjoy his pain as much as I could others, which meant there was no need to stall his suffering any longer than necessary. Momo POV. I had just finished my fight with Anasa as quickly as I could, while still putting on a show. Sound-based attacks, and other attacks that bypass his sturdy body was needed to put him down quickly. I also didn't want to take it to the sky. He was a much more experienced flyer than me, so it wouldn't have been advantageous. If I stalled it out, Sir Naite would have inevitably berated me during my internship with him. He was always such a strict person, emphasizing efficiency, so I could imagine the boring lecture he would give me. I, unfortunately for him, will stall out the final match a little. He probably wants to see Melissa's worth as a OFA holder. Because let's face it, everyone that knows of the quirk probably knows that Melissa has it now. It also meant that All Might's enemies know of it too. So, why not give her more time to show off, and hopefully deter them a little? The only downside of me stalling the next match will be that I won't be able to return to Sakuya quickly. Sacrifices have to be made. I couldn't describe how happy I am with my own strength. Sure, none of what I created would have been possible without Sakuya's help, but I was still happy nonetheless. I have severe doubts in my mind that if I was still unawakened, I wouldn't have come as far as I did. Maybe I would even lose the match against Tokoyami despite having a way to counter his obvious weakness. As I approached the 1A seating area's entrance, I quickly pushed those self-deprecating scenarios to the back of my mind. I only had a few minutes to spare before I would be called up for the finals, and I wanted to spend them with my wife. I still can't believe that we got married. Looking back on it now, I am 100% sure that she slipped instead of meaning to propose. But, that didn't matter to me now. I'm more than happy that she didn't correct me when I was overexcited about the proposal. I'm sure that would have broken me, and made things awkward between us for a long time. Her clones probably had a hand in her slip, thinking back to it. A clone was also the person to bring the ring, and maybe even inform our parents about what was happening, or rather, what was going to happen. That line of thinking makes it better for me, at least. The clones are an extension of Sakuya, with her exact feelings and thoughts. So, if they wanted to have Sakuya propose to me, and she didn't correct it, perhaps she wanted to propose to me anyway, but was too shy to do it then and there. As I entered the stands and caught sight of her, I couldn't be happier that she did end up proposing, as much as she may have needed assistance to do so. She was just so huggable. Sure, she was sexy as all hell too. But, the gapmo between her cold exterior and cuddly actions was just too adorable. Sakuya POV. My texting was abruptly stopped as someone pushed my hand to the side. Normally, I would have smacked a bitch for committing such a serious offense. But, it was Momo, so I chose not to. I scooted forward in my seat and allowed her to wrap her arms around me while maneuvering herself onto my lap. Once she got herself comfortable, I spoke up. Hello, there. Did you have fun during your match? Nope. Oh. And why is that? I'm not like you, dear, I don't get enjoyment out of fighting. Much less so when it's against a friend of mine. I ran my fingers across her scalp and felt her lean into my touch. She may not be as sadistic as me, but at least she's willing to fight at all. It's okay not getting enjoyment out of a fight, but at least she didn't say she disliked it. If she did, then the hero career wouldn't be best for her. MHM. I hope you aren't planning to use that sound cannon again, and if you are, I would like a little heads up. If I didn't set up a silencing barrier, some of the audience who have advanced hearing may have turned deaf. I only used it because I knew you had the aftermath covered, thank you for that by the way. But, no, I won't be using it in the next round, so you needn't worry about it. I let out a relieved sigh without even realizing it. There had been too many things happening during this festival, and I didn't need my wife assaulting the general public being added to that list. Hearing my sigh, she gave a quick apology. Sorry. I'm not upset at you, it's just, a lot has happened during this day. I'm a little, for lack of a better word, done with it all. I'll send you the memories afterward. That much has happened, huh? You wouldn't believe how much I've had to deal with today. I expressed with a tired expression. She began drawing circles with her fingers on my back and was a little hesitant to speak up, but ultimately did. So, do you want to take a rain check for tonight? I weighed up my options. It was a hard decision to make, but I ultimately came up with the best answer through a little deep thinking. If I were to allow her to request anything she wanted to do in the bedroom, despite the fact she could do that anyway if she just asked, I would prefer to give it my all, and not perform any acts she wished for half-heartedly as I would tonight. That would be for the best, babe. MHM. Our comfortable silence was promptly ended by Mick's voice once more today. Can the finalists, Momo and Melissa, make their way to the assigned waiting rooms? You should know the drill by now, so make haste. That's your call, babe, make sure to win this thing. I punctuated the end of my words with a kiss on the forehead. Can you portal me to my room? Sure, what room are you assigned to? 9. After opening a portal, and sending her through it, I went back to texting Minami. There were a few office buildings in cities all around Japan that were up for sale, and a few pieces of land in the more rural areas to boot. It was perfect for me, and I knew that I had more than enough in my account to fund the purchases. I sent the necessary information her way, mainly links to the listings in question with a little footnote for each, and left her to her own devices. Minami has been a blessing to work with, and I'm more than happy my clone had decided to recruit her before she could go to Gentle. It was such a waste of her immense talent with computers. The thought of letting Uraraka's parents construct the buildings on the free pieces of land did come to me, but I deemed it as an unnecessary expense. I could do the same, perhaps even better, than they could, but have it done much cheaper with my clone workforce. I also had done enough helping in regards to Uraraka's family. They will be well off for the foreseeable future unless they decide to blow it all on worthless things. If they do, I might just laugh in their faces at how they fucked up such a great thing. My attention was brought off of my phone by the sudden cheering of the stadium, a clear indicator that the final match has started, or will start soon enough. I was curious to see what my wife's strategy would be. She could just go with the standard flashbang spam and tase the blinded Melissa. That's only if danger sense doesn't warn her quickly enough for the oncoming taser shot. But I doubt she would go with that combination. This is the final match of the tournament. The winner takes it all. On one side, we have Momo Yaoyorozu, the technological marvel. On the other, we have Melissa Shield, the next All Might. I could only shake my head at technological marvel. He must have spent a while coming up with that one. There was also no point in bothering to hide Melissa's connection to OFA. The festival did a great job, with Mick's incredible input, at exposing that information to AFO. I just hoped that it took AFO's focus off of myself, even just a tiny bit. After midnight confirmed that they were both ready, which was a no-brainer at this point in the competition. Let's see who will be crowned champion of the first year's sports festival. 3, 2, 1, start. What followed next was a tiny bit disappointing, at least to myself. Momo decided to use the same ring combination as she did to take down the robots. Right now, with all the lightning arcing off of her, she looked like she had a superior version of Melissa's quirk. I wondered why she bothered stalling this out, and could only come to a single theory that I found acceptable. She's doing this to train her. The way they exchanged blows, Momo wasn't targeting any vital areas. Instead, she aimed for large groups of muscles, where her blows would do less damage. She was toying with Melissa and dodging each of her blows with controlled finesse. Melissa gradually got closer and closer to hitting Momo, improving considerably throughout the fight. Her stance was no longer complete garbage, and she cut off many potential openings before they could be exploited. I did not doubt in my mind that Melissa's danger sense was working overtime to assist her in closing said openings, but they were wonderful improvements nonetheless. I watched as Momo gradually sped up, and her blows became more precise, targeting vital areas and joints instead of the previous muscle-dense areas. Melissa couldn't keep up with the flurry of blows sent her way, and kept taking damage. Eventually, Momo finished the fight with a punch to the liver. She held back on the final punch, from what I could see, but it did the job. Melissa passed out soon after. Momo Yaoyorozu has won it all. Give it up for her, people. I feel bad for Homeless Sans ears right about now. He's seated right next to him. It took 10 more minutes after the final result, and with Shoto beating out Inesa for third place, but the award ceremony finally ended. This time, however, there was no rabid dog chained to the podium. In fact, he wasn't even on the podium at all. The look of silent fury on Bakugo's face, while he was being escorted by teachers, was something I loved. Maybe he wouldn't have been in that position if he took me up on my training. He would have been humbled by it, and less likely to be such a cunt. But, he didn't. My family, including the staff of both houses, took a big picture together down at the stadium with Momo lifting Eri like a trophy. It was hilarious watching Eri's scared face as she was suddenly grabbed before the picture was taken. Definitely, something that I will tease her for in the coming months. Currently, though, I am bundled up with Momo and Eri, watching some Disney movies Eri wanted to watch, to de-stress from this very long day. A/N, just like that, this arc is finally over and done with. A lot of shit happened in it, but now it's over. Also, in other news, the first chapter of the Pokemon FIC is out now. It's only really a cautionary/author's note, but there is a vote for what Pokemon to start with. Chapter 65, Chapter 64. The following two-day break, after the festivals were over, was something that every single student treasured. The rush of the sports festival was finally over, and they could rest in peace. The first year's festival is always the biggest of the 3 festivals held. People came to watch the next generation, or that would be what they told people. They actually came to see how the untrained teens would smash each other's faces in and hoped for blood. It held the most danger for the participants, and, by proxy, the most excitement for viewers. All the upper years were mobilized to make sure the festival was ready, and as a result of that, they were exhausted. The second-year hero course was exempt from the helping because they had to train for their festival the day after. The third-year hero course students, however, were not exempt because they were too valuable of a workforce. How much they treasured the 2-day break could have also been influenced by the goddess of the school, and how she ordered a ton of food again. Well, it was the clone of the goddess, but they didn't know. The teachers were even more exhausted, mentally at least, compared to the student populace. They had weeks of paperwork and preparation before the festivals even began, had to do their assigned duties during the festival, and after the festival, they had a lengthy meeting to attend. The only teachers who liked the festival were Midnight, All Might, Present Mike, Vlad King, and Nedzu. Midnight and Present Mike liked it because they got to promote themselves some more, and had speaking roles. Vlad King likes watching his students in action, preferably beating his rivals' class up. All Might liked the sportsmanship shown, and Nedzu liked watching humans beat each other up for his entertainment. Every other teacher was neutral. Didn't care, or disliked the festival. Present Mike, however, found himself in an unfavorable situation as soon as the first year's festival ended. He didn't understand why, he only did his assigned role of hyping the audience up like any other year. But, it seems as if he was in trouble for putting too much pressure on Melissa Shield by constantly promoting her as the next All Might. That's how his boss worded it at least. Nedzu emphasized the point of not comparing the two again. Present Mike had no idea why it was such a big deal, but his boss' next words terrified him. Sakuya has taken a vested interest in Melissa Shield and has taken her on as a pupil of sorts. She did not take kindly to your comparison between Melissa and All Might. Melissa suffers from a lack of self-confidence and a case of imposter syndrome, and your words only worsened those conditions during the tournament, especially so when coupled with the public nature of the festival. Just because I gave you the microphone to speak, it doesn't mean you can do so without consequence. Sakuya had to restrain herself from carving out your vocal cords on multiple occasions. So, for your own sake, Hizashi, watch your words in the future. They still sent a shiver down his spine whenever he recalled them. There was a singular person you didn't want to be on the bad side of, and it was Sakuya Izaoi. She was a monster in human skin. If she did decide to attack him, what was he supposed to do? Scream? That would only spur the sadistic woman on. Fight back. He wouldn't be able to do anything to her. His only option in that scenario would be to plead for his life, and hope that his desperation didn't spur her on further. So, he now makes a conscious effort to never mention All Might, or Star and Stripe, around Melissa. Partly because he didn't want to worsen her mental health issues, but it was mostly so he wouldn't be killed. The person of Present Mix nightmares, however, was blissfully unaware of that meeting, and, subsequently, Present Mix now heightened fear regarding her presence. Instead of caring about why her empathic sensory quirk was picking up higher levels of fear from Present Mike, she went back to eating the baked treats her classmate made her. Sakuya POV. Ah. Investing in Sato's family has been the best thing to happen while at UA. His family made a hefty profit from the stand at the sports festival, and have had an increase in the number of customers at the stores. Naturally, I got some of those profits sent directly to my account too. My cut of the profits didn't pay off the cost of the stand, but the increase in customers will eventually do so anyway, so I didn't care that much. But, Sato decided to thank me once again for allowing his family to expand by baking me various delectable treats. Who was I to deny good food being given to me for free? Ha ha ha, I see you're enjoying it, Sakuya. I swallowed the mouthful of cinnamon muffin, and after wiping my mouth for crumbs with a nearby napkin, I replied to Sato. Of course. I wouldn't have invested in you and your family if you made a bad product. Thanks again for that. I should be done with Kuna's treat soon enough. Oh. And, just what is Kuna getting to eat? The little ball of fluff in my lap shuffled around a bit at the mention of her name. I began stroking her fur to calm her down. I didn't want her jumping up on the countertop. It's just some peanut butter dog biscuits. They should last for a while, so you can feed her one as a treat now and then. I felt her soft ears twitch excitedly at the mention of future treats. After stifling a chuckle at the gluttonous fox in my lap, I spoke to the skilled chef in front of me once more. You're spoiling her, Sato. He gave a slight chuckle of his own before replying. It's hard not to, she's just so cute. Where did you find her? It was in an alternate timeline where humans didn't exist, and mythical beasts roamed the planet. His whisking hand stilled for a moment, before going back to work, clearly a little surprised by my admission of an alternate timeline like that. So, she's a mythical fox. Like, she'll be nine-tailed or something different. MHM. She would have her 9 tails by now if I decided to use my quirk, but her soul tail is already time-consuming enough to brush and maintain. So, I decided against it for the time being. That's a shame. I would have liked to see her 9-tailed appearance. He looked downtrodden, and Kuna seemed to be pleading with me to give her the other tails, but I didn't care. There were already enough stray hairs being left with a singular tail, so I don't want to bother with 9 tails worth of hair. She can get her extra tails on Ari's birthday because Ari will probably be the person most excited about the change. I finished my rather pleasant meal in relative silence, with only the conversations of my classmates in the background as they filed into the lounge area, preparing to go to homeroom. After feeding one of the cool-down biscuits to Kunu, I got up to wash my hands. While I was at the sink, I felt a body collide with my side. Knowing who it was, I hurried the washing and subsequent drying of my hands. Mama. I ruffled her hair with my hand and planted a kiss on her horn. She giggled before I noticed something. She needed to release some of her stockpiled energy soon. I addressed her, after deciding to have Fluffy-chan let her use her quirks on things during their lessons. Hello, sweetie, did you have fun with Grandma Miha last night? MHM. We went shopping, I bought some new clothes, and then we got ice cream. Then, Grandma told me lots of stories about you and Mommy Dash. She did what now? Stories. What kind of stories, sweetie? Like about how you cried when you made boobs dash. Oh my god. I thought nobody was around for that. Damn sneaky maids, I just hope there were no pictures of that moment. How did you make boobs, Mama? I asked Grandma and Grandpa, but they wouldn't tell me, she inquired with a tilt of her head. I made them out of snow, for a snow woman during winter. You can ask Momo when it snows if you want to do it then, alright. Okay. She was still in casual clothing, but I don't think Fluffy-chan cares that much about her wearing the uniform or not. But, she still needed her bag, which had all of her stationery and books in, so I portaled it over and strapped it on her. It's almost time for your lessons with Fluffy-chan, sweetie. Did you finish all of your homework? Yep. I did it all by myself too. Whoa. My baby is a genius, huh? I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree after all. I opened another portal, linking the kitchen to Fluffy-chan's office, and sent her through. Kunu walked through the portal alongside Ari, seeing no problem with it, I let her do so. After putting the remaining dog biscuits in a Tupperware container and storing them in the cupboard, I left to go to class. Momo was waiting for me by the classroom door, it was sweet of her. We shared a quick kiss and a long hug, we soaked in each other's warmth for a minute. We typically cuddled for a while after waking up, but Momo woke up earlier than usual and had to head to the reception area to receive Ari from Rappa, who escorted her into the building. Ah, did you miss me that much? She teased. Yep. After a few more seconds, I broke the hug apart and we walked hand in hand to our seats. A scant few seconds later Homeless-san crawled through the open doorway in his sleeping bag. After some quick shuffling, Homeless-san finally left his cocoon and stood behind the podium. He rooted around in his pocket dimension located in between his scarf's bindings before he pulled out a remote. Alright, you brats. Some things need to be said before we can get into today's homeroom lesson. Oh god. Did I fail? There was no test to fail, Denki. My Netta has been transferred to general studies, for reasons I know, and you won't, which is why he isn't present in today's homeroom. Before the class could celebrate this wonderful occasion, he spoke once more. The purple-haired brat has been replaced with another purple-haired brat. So, if you think about it, nothing noteworthy happened. Now, welcome your new classmate, Hitoshi Shinso. And just like that, the insomniac appeared. He was being really awkward in the face of all the cheering, not knowing that most were cheering about my Netta being gone, instead of cheering for his presence. Did you have something to do with this? Momo asked. Do you even need to ask? Well, you did good this time. What do you mean, this time? I'm a saint, I only do good. As the cheering died down, mainly due to Jiro getting a headache, Homeless-san spoke up again. Purple-haired brat, introduce yourself in 10 words or less. Okay. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, an ex-general studies student. Good enough. Go sit in your seat, it's the one in front of the demon teen. Demon teen. Gotta say, doesn't have the same charm as Problem Child, but I'll have to make do with it. After making a mental note to mess with Homeless-san in the future, I locked eyes with Shinso. Shinso obviously knew who he meant by demon teen, however, that didn't help the fact that he would need to go near me, a thing he was hesitant to do. I smirked at him and watched as his previously slow movements came to a standstill. Stop scaring him, dear, you can do that later. Okay. He sat down, still rather hesitant in his movements. Homeless-san found how easily intimidated Shinso was rather amusing. He was probably thinking about mental training for him right now. Now that's done, listen up brats. After seeing he had most people's attention, not caring if he had mine or not, he clicked a button on his remote, and the screen behind him lit up, displaying the draft numbers. Momo had the second highest, with Shoto having the highest. I put that down to people not knowing what Momo's quirk was, meaning they had no idea what to train her in, or how to go about it. These are how many pro heroes want to draft you into their agency for a week, and train you on the field. The numbers are usually lower than this because not many people want to train completely inexperienced people. The second and third years are when the numbers usually jump up to what you see now. If you don't wish to choose from the pros who offered you an internship, there are 40 other heroes that the school has on standby who are willing to take a student or two. It's a first-come first-served basis for those offers. Whoa. Todoroki's the highest. But, he didn't come first in the tournament. Most of them are probably from people who work with my father, or want to form a connection with him, Shoto explained for those curious. Shut up. Today's homeroom isn't just about sorting through your offers, it's about something very important to your hero careers dash. Hero names. Midnight finished while entering the room. Midnight will be helping you with your hero names. I can't, because I didn't even come up with my own hero name. When you choose, make sure that it's something that will represent a version of you in the future accurately, and something that you will be proud of. If your name sucks, you won't get far in the hero rankings unless you are an All Might level powerhouse. A stack of whiteboards and markers were passed down the seats, and everyone got to writing. I didn't care about my hero name at all, so I called my #1 fan for their input. I pulled out my phone and dialed Manami. She worships the ground I walk on, so she's probably thought of what my potential hero name would be. Sakuya-sama. What has blessed me enough to hear your divine voice today? Manami, what do you think my hero name should be? You're asking me. Oh my god. Wait a minute, let me get my list up. Are you really letting her decide, dear? Momo asked, curious about my action. Not decide, she will give me options. I will then run them by Eri, who will then choose. I put the phone to my ear once again and was blasted with a constant stream of names. Cronoa, Aphrodite, Venus, Tempo Dash. Thank you for your input, Manami, you can go back to your duties now. I hung up shortly after, not even waiting for her reply. If I did, she would probably start reading another list of names, or start praising me once more. I dialed Eri's number and waited for her to pick up. Mama. Hello, sweetie. I need you to do something for me, okay? Okay. What do you want my hero name to be? Do you want it to be Cronoa, Tempo, or something else? The first one. Thank you, sweetie, sorry for disturbing your lesson. It's okay, we were playing Monopoly anyway. Before I could respond, I heard a quick shuffling with the phone hanging up soon after. I decided to ignore how my child was playing board games with Fluffy-chan for the sake of my sanity. I just hope that she wins, so I can laugh at Fluffy-chan at a later date. Okay. Let's start presenting, if you're ready, come up to the podium. Midnight announced to the class. The names went as canon, but with a few changes courtesy of my intervention. Aoyama no longer was allowed that war crime of a hero name, it was now Lux. It represents light, and the first half of the word luxury, something that was much more fitting. Mina was allowed to keep Alien Queen, because I thought Pinky sounded way worse. Ida called himself Ingenium, just like every other hero in his family before him did. I decided to allow Shoto to have his name of Shoto, because if he called himself something like Freezerburn with his deadpan tone, I would never be able to take him seriously. I gave Bakugo his name of Dynamite, because he has a naming sense worse than my own. I thought that was impossible until he went up to the podium with King Explosion Murder. Toru's canon name was vetoed in favor of the name Blind Spot. Those were the only names that I bothered interfering with, the others were decent enough, except Sato's Sugarman. But, if I said anything, he may not want to bake me any more treats, so I held off. Toga chose the name Carmilla, which I wasn't surprised with in the slightest. Melissa chose the name Aegis, which was a pretty neat name. It was the shield of Zeus, her surname is Shield, and she wants to protect the people. So, it all fit together pretty nicely. Momo chose the name Genesis, which I didn't expect. I would have assumed she would have gone with Athena or even Hephaestus. I, however, didn't bother walking to the podium, it was a waste of time. So, I lifted my board to the podium with Poltergeist. And, let people read what was written on the board. It said Cronoa. After a few more minutes, the names were all picked and listed down. Homeless-san woke up from his power nap and took the list off of Midnight as she left. If you want to change your name, you have to go to Ned's office by the end of the day, because they will be filed for tonight. In other news, the next period is free for you. It's meant to be used to sift through your internship requests. You will find all of your requests listed on the UA Student app. The list should be in your inbox. If you've forgotten your login details, go to Power Loader and have him reset them for you. For those of you that didn't receive any offers, there should be another separate list titled School-Provided Internships. Click on those and choose one. After saying his piece, he left to deliver the list of names to his boss. I didn't have to bother looking through my list, because I didn't have one. I was already a medical hero, so I didn't need to do any internships. I could, however, send out an internship request, and accept a student of my own to teach. I initially planned to go with All Might during the internship period, but it might be better for me to just take a break for a bit. Step back from the action for a while. The Nomus will probably be released in HOSA still, mainly because that's where Melissa will be interning. AFO wouldn't miss this chance to build up a reputation for the OFA holder, so it will be all the more satisfying to tear it down during his fight. He enjoys playing with his food, so I don't doubt that he will release some low-level Nomus for a test run. I didn't need to be in HOSA for that. I already had copied the quirk factor I wanted from the Nomu, namely the tongue web quirk. Are you even interning with anyone, dear? I don't need to, I'm already a medical hero with experience in the field. Are you thinking about taking anybody on as a student? Not really. The only person I would take on would be yourself, but you're interning with Naite this week for the Shai Hasaikai cleanup raid. Why don't you come with us on the raid? You already took care of 2 of the heavy hitters anyway. As fun as beating them up would be, which wouldn't be much as the stronger ones are taken care of already, I would like to just relax for this week. Maybe destroy a timeline or 2 while chilling on the couch, you know. That's fair enough, you've done a lot lately, you deserve a little break. Just make sure to actually rest, otherwise, I will call Pastonia-san and she will force you to relax for the week. I couldn't believe this, she pulled the Pastonia card. I was equally as happy as I was shocked. Did she threaten me? Well, it was a kind-hearted threat, but it still counts. I was happy because she pulled out a threat, but shocked that she chose the correct threat to use in this situation. It was a wonderful thing to hear. I will make sure to relax so much with Eri that you will be so jealous of us. You will be out beating up Yakuza thugs, while Eri and I will be cuddling on the couch playing Animal Crossing with ice cream. She broke out into an expression of sheer betrayal, before reeling her emotions back in with a cough. Do you think Sir would mind it if I didn't turn up? You mean the person who would strap you to a tickle machine if you're 10 seconds late? Yes, he would. Damn it. Don't worry, I will make sure to send you pics. That makes it worse. Our back and forth was interrupted by the opening of the door, and the subsequent arrival of our next teacher, Lego-kun, aka Cementas. Hello, class. Take out your modern literature textbooks and turn to page 46, also, take out the book I handed to you last class. Shinso, I have a copy of the book on the desk for you. We will be discussing Lord of the Flies by William Golding today. Just like that, my school life is back in the swing of things. Chapter 66, Chapter 65. Everybody was excited to head to their internships, well, apart from everyone that knew what it would entail. Those who knew roughly what would happen weren't excited for the extensive amount of paperwork they would inevitably have to fill in after every outing. Momo had her internship with Sir Naite that she was looking forward to. It would be her first big case. Sure, her wife took down the Yakuza boss a few years back, but the Shai Hasaikai was too stubborn to move on from their trigger-supplying job. It was a big money earner, even if it meant that they didn't have their boss as a rather powerful shield against heroes. Shoto decided that he would take his father's internship request because he knew the number 2 hero would probably turn up wherever he went anyway. Plus, he might as well utilize his father's knowledge of fire-related combat before the court date is announced. Toga had an internship request from Edshot, someone who she didn't expect to send her one at all. Ken was a little upset that Toga didn't take him up on his internship offer. However, he knew that taking Edshot's offer would be more valuable for Toga in the long run. Ken knew he could offer her advice and training in the future, so he wasn't as upset as his pouting let on. Mina was offered an opportunity to intern with Wash, which she was very excited about. She could make water with her quirk, or a liquid close to its pH level, so it would be nice to see just how someone more experienced in messing around with liquids would help her. His high ranking, and absolutely zero scandals related to him, also helped a lot in Mina making her decision. Sakuya's hero database website was a big deciding factor in the students' decisions. The school had vetoed the internship requests from any heroes with criminal activity under their names that weren't resolved. They didn't wish for the students to be caught in any scandals, or be influenced by any corrupt heroes that hadn't been fired yet. The cleaning process for the HPSC was slow, and the police had been capitalizing on it. The police were arresting the heroes, and showing the world that heroes aren't above the law and that they weren't all righteous people. The image of heroes in the public's eye also wasn't helped by the fact that the police were able to take down those who resisted arrest with relative ease thanks to their new equipment. The biggest blow to the HPSC, however, was Hawk's interview/interrogation live on the biggest news channel in Asia. Hawks decided to try and save his own skin by exaggerating just how much the HPSC had manipulated him with half-truths. The HPSC, his previous benefactors, didn't take kindly to his remarks or falsehoods but didn't pursue Hawks further than firing him. So, in the end, Hawks managed to obtain his freedom from the HPSC. However, it came at the cost of years of jail time, probably serving a similar sentence to his predecessor Lady Nagant over in Tartarus. In short, the cost of his freedom came at the cost of his newly gained freedom. But, he was happier this way, because he at least would be in his rightful birdcage. This did, however, mean that Tokoyami couldn't choose Hawks as his mentor. However, it wasn't a large loss, as he was selected by Takahiro, a hero with a bird quirk, in the end anyway. He planned to ask Takahiro how to fly, or if he had any ideas on how to pull it off using Dark Shadow as a basis. Sato managed to secure an internship with Fatcom, alongside Kirishima, which he was excited about. He didn't think that because of his parents' stand at the festival that he would secure an internship with such a well-suited hero for his internship. Inasa was interning with the retired hero Captain Celebrity because he was one of the few heroes that could assist Inasa in bettering his quirk. Sure, some backdoor deals took place between Captain Celebrity and a silver-haired demon to get him out of retirement for the week, but nobody knew of that, not even Inasa. Melissa was off to Hosu, to intern under All Might's teacher and with All Might himself. She was more excited to meet his teacher, who was a friend of Nana's. She hoped that she could get some blackmail material so that she could force the stubborn bitch to allow her access to the float quirk. Everybody else went to the same internships as their canon counterparts, apart from Ida, who was interning with his brother due to him not being stuck in the hospital this time around. They were ready to take their first step into the world of hero work, or at least most were. A certain silver-haired woman didn't care about her work, or even needed to go to an internship in the first place. She had already done years of interning under Recovery Girl before entering UA. She knows exactly what the hero world is like. The only difference between the two types of internships was that she had to experience the nitty-gritty of the hero world that first years would be kept away from. Deep tissue wounds, lost limbs, corpses, and third-degree burns, all of these things were scenarios she had to deal with, the unpublicized risks of living in the MHA world. Sakuya POV. Today is the start of my week-long holiday, and I was ready to relax. Well, my version of relaxing probably doesn't match up with other people's definition of it, but I would have some chilled-out fun. Sadly, this fun starts with me finally doing something that I had been putting off for the longest time. It's time to awaken my quirk. There were many reasons for me wanting to put this off, and it revolved around me not wanting to experience the pain or lack of control that awakening forces onto the person in question. I wouldn't be able to use my quirk, as the quirk factor would be what I like to refer to as locked. I would also be in immense amounts of pain, as my quirk factor for my chronokinesis is far more complex than others, for an extended period of time. I could have a clone of me fast-forward the process, but I didn't know how it would interact with my version of chronokinesis that would be undergoing transformation. So, they would only be there in the unfortunate case that something goes awry, and try to keep me alive. After sending Momo off to her internship with the portal, I started making my way over to my private building in UA. It was set up perfectly for the occasion. There was fake blood splattered and dried all over the walls and floor, candlelit sconces lining the walls, chains, and various other weird objects hanging from the ceiling like a hanged Elmo plushie. The masterpiece that tied this all together, however, was the satanic summoning circle in the center of the floor, where I would be chained down. Why did I bother going through all of this effort? I wanted to give Fluffy-chan a show. He thinks that I didn't notice the camera he had installed, so I planned this the second I saw the device. It took a detailed illusion being upheld constantly, but it would be worth it for the reveal. As I scanned my card at the door to unlock it, I made the clones and entered with the clones in tow. I turned to the rather hesitant clones, and addressed them. If any of you decide to fuck around with this, I will use my improved quirk to torture you all for eternity, got it? Yes, ma'am, they all responded with a salute. After hearing their genuine confirmation, I laid down in the middle of the circle and had my clones strap me in. I didn't want to start flailing around in agony, I would much prefer to be completely constricted in that scenario, so I was chained down firmly. You know what you need to do. We start accelerating ourselves and sing Smash Mouth's All-Star in an operatic tone. And hold hands in a circle around you while wearing cultist robes and other assorted satanic paraphernalia. Perfect. I couldn't be prouder of my clones, especially after watching them all transform into their cultist clothing. I, naturally, had to play the part of the virgin sacrifice to appease whatever Lovecraftian tickle monster that gave me this damn quirk in the first place, so I was clothed in white nun robes. After taking a few deep breaths, I had my clones place the ball gag in my mouth, and started the process after erasing all of my other stored quirks, which dispelled the illusion. The results were immediate, and every single cell of my body felt like it was being set on fire. MMMMMMMMPPPPPPHHHHHHHH. The room around me began shaking. I could feel a liquid running down the side of my face, which I hoped wasn't blood, and I was being serenaded by a sped-up version of All-Star courtesy of my clones. With this, I could finally confirm that I wasn't a masochist, because this would have been masochistic heaven. A certain chimera was having a mediocre day, nothing noteworthy happened yet. He always expected some nonsensical thing would happen due to Sakuya's interference, and those expectations were only raised when he overheard that she was taking a week-long break during internship week. He found the idea horrifying. An entire week, where she would inevitably get bored, and make her own fun. That alone could spell the destruction of humanity depending on the level of her boredom and general mood. If he found out anything about how to deal with Sakuya, it would be that you don't let her get bored, it never ends well. You have to find a way of making her accept duty so that she would be preoccupied. That alone was nigh impossible, as she would send a clone to do whatever it is if she didn't feel like it. Currently, he was in a meeting, specifically on how to deal with the more troublesome students, namely one Bakugo Katsuki, in the hero course, and how to handle Shinso's catch-up training sessions. So, does anyone want to take charge of the new students, Hitoshi Shinso's, training? Nedzu asked. Shota should do it, the kid idolizes him, and he's also in his class. Therefore, it is his responsibility to teach and train him. There was a quick round of agreements, and zero objections from the men in question. So, Nedzu decided that would be the course of action regarding Shinso. Alright, Shota, I expect you to inform Shinso of your new role by tomorrow. You have a week's worth of one-on-one training to try and make him catch up to his peers as much as you can. When is your new boss making good on their deal regarding the equipment and facility upgrades? If it is during this week, I would like to know what is going to be available to me before I plan out Shinso's routine. Aizawa questioned. Aizawa's question got a lot of the teachers curious about this new boss of their boss. They didn't think that the principal would ever have a boss that wasn't the education board. They will make good on their deal when I inform them of a suitable time to do so. As for what it entails, I will hand you a list when the facilities are upgraded. Do you wish for the advanced equipment and facilities to be implemented today? Nedzu asked in return. If you believe they can get it completed by today, then that would be best. The Chimera opened his phone and prepared to text Sakuya. Before he could, however, he saw her most recent message. Evil time bestie, check the camera. It didn't take much thinking to understand just exactly which camera she was talking about. It would be the rather poorly hidden camera he implemented to her freak show building. Without thinking, he pulled the live feed of the camera on his laptop. What the fuck? A collective gasp was heard by Nedzu. He then apologized. I apologize for my language, but did you need to react like that? The gasp wasn't for that, sir, Namiri said. He looked towards Namiri and caught sight of just why the gasp was heard. He forgot that his laptop was connected to the board at the front of the room, which was now broadcasting the satanic ritual. However, even after noticing his blunder, he didn't take down the broadcast. Instead, he unmuted it, only for the room to be blasted with a cacophony of melodic sped-up operatic tones, and muffled screaming. After a few seconds, he muted the feed for good. I think my boss is preoccupied at the minute, Shota. I'll try asking her later. Aizawa couldn't handle it anymore. He wanted to leave, to escape this madness. But, he couldn't. He was contractually obligated to be here. Also, deep down he knew that no matter where he went, Sakuya would haunt him. So, he settled for slamming his head into the table in hopes it would knock him out, even if only temporarily. It didn't work, but it also didn't make the atmosphere any more awkward than it already was. Sakuya's satanic torture dance already did an admirable job at making the meeting as awkward as possible. Do we need to go and save her? Ken asked. Do you think you can save her? Mike rebutted. With all those clones around her? Impossible. Nedzu decided to intervene before All Might decided to be his heroic self and charge over to the building Sakuya is located in. You don't need to worry about Sakuya, she's the last person whose health you ever need to worry about. I don't think she would mind this information being shared, as it is in our contract, but she is forcing her quirk to undergo an awakening, as she termed it. The process is extremely painful, and you cannot use your quirk during the time it is awakening. This is why I assume she decided to put on a show because she couldn't just skip over the process. After the awakening is complete, the person's quirk evolves. A case that you are all familiar with would be Ken's quirk, and how it improved to allow him to puppeteer people through inserting a few drops of his blood into another person's bloodstream. She's going to get even stronger. Indeed, she is. I am quite excited to see whatever it is that her quirk evolves into, so please ignore the camera feed for the meantime. I would like to see the process through to the end. Nedzu didn't bother filing their complaints away about how they couldn't ignore the morbidly fascinating scene, instead opting to sort through his folders for the second point of today's meeting. Hush. He silenced the room. Good. Now, let us move on to the next of today's topics, the final exams. Specifically, we will be tackling the first years today, with the other two final exams being the topic of discussion for following meetings. Are we not going to just have them fight the robots like previous years? Ken asked. That would have been the plan as usual. However, there are some big threats on the horizon, threats of the human variety. So, fighting robotic opponents wouldn't give them the challenge they need to grow, and potentially survive. Personally, I don't want my students' careers to end before they could even start. The previously awkward atmosphere in the room instantly turned serious. The few teachers who were still watching the camera feed were now completely giving their boss their full attention. How do you know these threats are real? Being on Sakuya Izaoi's side comes with many benefits. One such benefit is access, albeit limited access, to her large amount of information. She has a certain book, named the Game Plan. Inside of that book, every single thing was written in code, and I managed to get a glimpse at a page, no doubt because Sakuya let me glimpse at it. I managed to decode the sliver of text that I managed to read, which confirmed the existence of some rather large threats. I will not go into detail about those threats right now, but you only need to know that they exist, and are currently idle. Naturally, the staff was angry at the lack of details, with some even marking it down as a prank by Sakuya. However, their opinions on the matter didn't matter, all they could do now was prepare. Sakuya POV. It was finally over. I couldn't move anymore, and my sight was dyed red from the dried blood that welled up in my eyes. My chest heaved as I tried my hardest to suck in air, a task that proved near impossible with my fatigued body, even with the gag taken off. One of you shut the camera off, while another unchains me. Those were the only words I managed to get out before my throat instantly dried up. As I heard the rattling of the chains and found that I could move once more, I was met with the vilest of sounds. My clothes were soaked through with sweat, blood, and tears, and when I jostled around, a squelching noise reverberated around the room. Here. I felt something nudge me. It was my clone offering me some wet wipes. I didn't bother thanking them, I was too busy trying to gain my eyesight once more. When I cleaned my eyes of all the dried blood, I was met with another surprise. What the fuck? It is exactly what you think it is. One of my clones answered my unasked question. Here's a mirror for you, ma'am. My skin was now reminiscent of an ever-changing galaxy. I looked like a sexier version of Eternity from the MCU. As cool as it looked, it would lead to me getting more stares than I would like. So, I copied all of the quirks present in my clones, and used the Flawless Imposter quirk, a quirk that lets one copy the appearance and voice of another, and changed my appearance to look like my old self once more. I could always change my appearance back, but I preferred my human-looking form far more. Can the both of you dress me in something more suitable for relaxing? I don't wish to ever see, or be in these robes ever again. After getting 2 affirmative responses, I stood up with shaky legs, and let them get to work. I closed my eyes and trusted them to choose a suitable outfit. I just wanted to go to my baby and cuddle her for the rest of the day. My clones dressed me in some comfortable clothing, with the main piece of clothing being an oversized cream hoodie with a cartoon ducky in the middle. It seems as if they didn't bother messing around with me today, something I greatly appreciated. After everything was finished, I reverted the room to before it was turned into a cultist's den, hugged my clones for not being annoying, and fixed the camera Fluffy-chan placed. I was sure that I gave him a good enough show. I then teleported myself to my dorm room, where Eri was playing on the Switch, and flopped down onto the couch next to her. She didn't even get startled, she was too busy focusing on her game. I used larceny to grab one of the spare duvets from the storage cupboard, and snuggled into it. I was too tired to bother Eri for some cuddles, so I went for a nap. It was an eventful start to my break and an even more exhausting one. I made sure to send a message to my clone, saying that she might have to be the one to portal Momo back to the dorm room before I did go to sleep, though. When I was asleep, I kept being blasted with vague memories that I could only assume to be mine. The only thing I could make out was laughter and the name Victoria. I had no idea what they meant, so I chose to do what I do to my responsibilities. I ignored them when I woke up. Chapter 67, Chapter 66. The next day of my week-long break, I was awoken by a very hungry Eri. Apparently, Momo suggested that she wake me up for breakfast, as she was needed back at Nightai's agency as soon as possible. I wasn't about to complain. Eri did wake me up from those weird memories, and give me something to focus on instead of them. Unfortunately for the hungry child in front of me, I was in the need of some cuddles. So, Eri now found herself in my lap, happily nibbling away at a snack bar I stole from Momo's emergency supply. It wasn't a filling breakfast, I knew that, but I hoped it would tide her over until I was in the mood for cooking. What do you want to eat for breakfast, sweetie? I asked the restless unicorn child on my lap. Eggs. I had no idea what she wanted, as the answer, eggs, didn't narrow it down enough. Scrambled. Poached. Fried. An omelette. I didn't know, but I will just make whatever I want to eat that involves eggs and hope it lines up with her interests as well. MHM. Okay, I'll make something with eggs for you. Can you get off of me, so I can go and take a shower? After she shuffled her way off of my lap, I sent a clone to pick out some clothing for today and entered the shower. While I was conditioning my hair, my thoughts drifted off to what happened in my slumber. They were most likely my memories, but from when? They weren't from my life before reincarnation to MHA, and they weren't from my life after reincarnating to this world either. So, what time frame were those memories from? Who the fuck is Victoria? Was someone fucking with my mind like a Charles Xavier and Jean Grey situation? I had no definite answers to my questions, and I definitely wanted some, but I knew that I couldn't search for them myself. If it was like a Charles Xavier and Jean Grey situation, then I would only have to wait it out until my locked-away memories come back. It was so annoying to know that I was in a situation that I couldn't control, and that's not for lack of trying, because I tried forcing myself to sleep once more in hopes to get more clues, but it didn't reveal anything new. As I finished in the shower and stepped out to dry and dress, I briefly pondered what I was going to make Ari for breakfast. Well, it's not just for Ari, it's for myself too, so I have to think about what I want to eat as well. I decided to put off deciding on what to eat until I get to look at the ingredients available. After drying and dressing myself in the outfit that my clone picked out, I brushed my teeth and headed out to the lounge area where I left Ari. I saw that she was ready and waiting by the door for me, so I went over and picked her up into my arms. "Are we going to make breakfast now?" she asked me. "Oh. What's with the we? Do you want to help me with breakfast today?" "Yes, please." Seeing how determined she was, I relented. I was just going to have to make sure she doesn't start messing around with the sharp knives. Sure, I could heal her in the event she got hurt, but I don't even want to allow a scenario where that could happen in the first place. "Alright, but you won't be using any knives, okay?" She raised some objections to my limitation, but I shut them all down with a quick, "I love you, and don't want to see you hurt." She still wasn't happy, but she was content with my reasoning enough to not push the topic any further. As we entered the elevator, she rested her head against my shoulder while humming away at the tunes the speakers were playing. When we left the elevator, the kitchen area was in sight, along with an empty seating area that would usually have been teeming with life. If I was anyone else, it would have probably been a lonely sight, but living in a big estate got me used to empty rooms. I carried Ari over to the kitchen, before sitting her down near the sink. "Can you wash your hands while I look for the aprons?" After receiving an enthusiastic nod in response, I left to the pantry where the aprons were hung up as she cleaned her hands. Each person had their own custom embroidered apron, something my wife wanted everyone to have as it looked cute. I grabbed the two with the pocket watch and the golden unicorn embroidered onto it and left only to be met with the sight of bubbles, a lot of bubbles. With a snap of my fingers, I watched as everything happened in reverse. The obvious cause of it all. Ari, who decided to pour a lot of hand soap into the sink basin. After I reversed the area back to a point before all of the bubbles happened, and Ari still had washed her hands, I stopped reversing time. "Have you washed your hands?" I asked, ignoring the previous bubble mountain that never happened in Ari's memory. "MHM. See," she said, showing me her dripping wet hands. I took a nearby hand towel off of one of the drawer handles and tossed it to her, which she caught, before saying, "Perfect, now dry your hands." Soon after she dried her hands, I took her off of the countertop, before putting her apron on her. When I finished tying her apron, she jogged off to the pantry to grab her stool which she needs to stand on to reach the countertops. While she did that, I decided to look through the kitchen so I could see what ingredients were available to me. After double-checking for ingredients, I settled for a vegetable frittata and a couscous salad. The frittata would take way longer than the salad, as it needs to be baked, so that would be what I was tackling first. I separated the required ingredients according to their respective recipes and grabbed the required equipment while preheating the oven. "You started without me." Turning to my left, I was greeted with the sight of my pouting daughter. I placed my hand on her head, before replying to her accusation. "No, I didn't, I simply got everything needed for us before we can start." "Humph. I don't believe you." "Oh. And, why don't you believe me?" "The light inside the oven is on," she said in complete confidence that it would prove her point. "Why don't you go and look at what's in the oven? I'll be expecting an apology afterward." I watched as she confidently strutted her way to the oven before instantly deflating because there was nothing inside. She even opened it to make 100% sure, but not before she got blasted by a wave of hot air from the oven as soon as she opened it. She then trudged back to me with her head down and hugged my waist. "I'm sorry," I heard her muffled voice say. "It's fine, sweetie. Now, I need you to crack some eggs into a bowl and whisk them. Can you do that for me?" MHM. Seeing her energetic again was refreshing. However, I couldn't relish her change in demeanor too much as I had to do most of the prep work for both dishes. I turned on the kettle and let that boil away as I got to chopping. I super sped through the chopping process and stir-frying of the vegetables, before resuming back to my normal pace. I didn't want to keep her waiting for breakfast any longer than I already did, hence why I opted to speed through the preparation work for the meals. I busied myself with random things as I watched Ari, with the most concentration I've ever seen her have, crack eggs. I could tell that she wanted to not get any shell into the bowl, even going as far as to use her quirk to fix an egg that got some shell into the bowl. It took her 3 minutes, but she finally had the eggs in the bowl and whisked so they were all incorporated into one homogeneous mixture. Well done, sweetie. Now, can you pour the eggs into the pan for me? Be careful, the pan is really hot. All of it. All of them, I confirmed. After finishing her task, I did some more time shenanigans to make sure the eggs would be almost cooked instantly in her eyes, before placing the pan in the preheated oven after crumbling some feta cheese on top. Once it was in there, I sped up the time in the oven by 2x so it would be finished at the same time as the salad. I heard the kettle finish boiling and poured the hot water onto the couscous that was in a bowl nearby before covering it with foil. Seeing that there was only the dressing for the couscous left, I instructed Ari on what to do after setting a timer for 5 minutes. After the alarm on my phone goes off, I need you to take off the foil and stir what's inside this bowl, okay? Naturally, I could have sped up the process of the couscous absorbing the water. But, I also wanted to let her experience the boring side of cooking, the waiting. I did, however, give her my phone to play some games on. Which, if I think about it, defeats the entire point, but I didn't care. I was busy watching her perform consistent T-spins on Tetris. It was very satisfying to watch, or at least, it was until the alarm went off and the pop-up blocked the screen. I took my phone off of Ari before she dropped it in favor of a large spoon, and went to take out the frittata that was now finished. I slid the now fully cooked frittata onto a cooling rack, as I went to finish the salad. Did you finish stirring? Yep. After getting confirmation, I tossed in the ingredients needed for the salad and tossed the salad to make sure that everything was coated in the dressing, and all the ingredients were evenly distributed. When everything was done, I sped up the cooling process of both dishes to make sure they wouldn't scald our mouths, before serving it up on 2 plates. I left the extra food in 2 Tupperware containers that were in a time loop, so it wouldn't expire or go cold, before placing them on the countertop near the fridge. I made sure to write a note saying that if they want any they should contact me, otherwise, it will never digest properly, because the food won't break down in their stomach acid due to the time loop placed on it. Sweetie, you go and put your step back along with your apron, while I clean up here. Cleaning up didn't take any time at all, I just had to open the drawers and cupboards where I retrieved the equipment from, and watch them go flying back to their initial places as I cleaned them with chronokinesis and lifted them with telekinetic quirks. When Ari came back from her little errand, we both happily ate away at the filling breakfast before I took her to Fluffy-chan. She still had her lessons, or rather, playtime with Fluffy-chan scheduled during this week. There was no change in schedule for her. Which was to be expected, as she wasn't a hero course student. I then spent the rest of the day with Fluffy-chan and Ari assorted board games, to which I cheated on occasion. I wasn't above cheating, especially when I could cheat without anyone knowing any better. In fact, it would be an irresponsible misuse of power for me not to cheat. So, I did the right thing by cheating. Fluffy-chan did ask me to implement the upgrades to the facilities. One large upgrade was the addition of an entirely new building that had training rooms in them. The rooms were small initially before I used distance manipulation to make it so they were bigger on the inside. There were 40 of those rooms, completely reinforced with various fictional metals so they wouldn't break, in total. The rooms had various ways to augment the inside such as gravity reduction/increasing, etc. On the outside of the door, people had to set a timer for how long they wanted to train and what modifier for the time alteration they would want, which would sound an alarm inside the room when the time was up, so they didn't spend days on end training without realizing. There was a maximum limit for training capped at 12 hours inside the chambers. That alone would increase the results of UA's Hero Course students by a considerable margin, especially so for those who applied for the keycard so they could train after lessons were over. Sadly, they won't see any use for the first week of implementation by the Hero Course students, as they were all on internships currently. Well, apart from Shinso, who was unwillingly dragged over there alongside Bakugo, who wasn't allowed to take any actual internships because of his behavior, but that's beside the point. Fluffy-chan also informed me, during one of our heated games of Scrabble, which I miraculously lost, that the process of obtaining the required permits and licenses for the teleportation company was nearing completion. I only needed to wait 3 days for the final pieces of paperwork to be processed before I could finally start building the business officially. My day was rather peaceful compared to yesterday. But, that was a given as I didn't feel like my cells were set ablaze for an hour. Yes, it took an entire hour of torture to awaken my quirk, around 4-6x longer than anyone else's that I've done so far. After tucking Ari into bed, I couldn't help but give off a little sigh. I hoped that I would get more answers to help me in solving the riddle about this Victoria person who is somehow related to my forgotten memories. They appeared in my mind as I was sleeping, so I had hoped that every time I slept naturally, tidbits of information would flow into me like last time. Momo had already returned and went to sleep a few minutes ago, leaving me to drift off to unconsciousness after her. Which was proving to be a difficult task with the vice grip hug she had me in. But, I managed it every other time, so I knew I could do it tonight too. Eventually, I fell asleep. During my slumber, instead of my hysterical laughing, I was met with only a singular voice. It was oddly familiar to me, which should have been obvious if these were my memories, and it spoke out to me. Mother. As much as it pains me to do so, I shall grant your wish. I hope you can change for the better, you were once so kind. It was almost mournful, but their voice was laced with nothing but love. I tried to speak out to the voice, to get answers in the weird hope that it could hear me, but nothing came out. I should have expected that result, it was only a memory after all, and not a dream I could otherwise influence. I woke up in a cold sweat, in a lonely bed, soon after the voice finished speaking. It answered no questions of mine, other than the fact that I now knew that there was a person that repressed my memories, and they were related to me. The bombshell that I was a mother to a child was something that I didn't need detonating in my conscience right now. Who was my child? What was my wish? Why did I apparently stop being kind? All questions I wanted answers to, but knew I couldn't get them until tomorrow, and even then, there was only a chance that I was able to unlock a memory that related to those topics. Chapter 68, Chapter 67. For the rest of my week-long break, I had been barraged by my previously repressed memories during my slumber. To say that I wasn't happy with my findings would be an understatement. I had a vague understanding of what my past self was like, and I was a huge bitch. There was also a tiny amount of sympathy I felt for my past self, but it was still overpowered by my disappointment. My first dream on Monday kickstarted the entire memory regaining process, and a part of me wishes it had never happened, that I could have lived blissfully without them. I now assumed that the awakening of my powers was the trigger of this process. My boredom and curiosity towards what my quirk would evolve into had led me down this path of self-rediscovery, no matter how much I wish it didn't. Looking back on the first memory that was unlocked, I truly wish that I stuck to my guns and tried my best to ignore them. Something I managed to do for an entire 10 minutes on the day that it happened. Yet another case of my boredom getting the better of me. My first dream revealed the name Victoria to me and had my own mocking laughter played back to me on loop like a broken record. A bizarre thing to dream of, that was my first impression of it at least. Who was Victoria? A question I wish I never had answers to, yet I got them eventually. The name Victoria, a name belonging to a person that I had no idea who existed in my life, despite them being a pretty important part of it from before my time on Earth, and a person I terrorized for decades. My sick, mocking laughter disgusted me. Now I knew the reason behind it. I knew that the current me was sadistic and had a despair fetish to boot, but I didn't think I would stoop so low as I did in the past. There was a limit to things, a line that I don't think should be crossed, yet this past version of me was so far past the line that it was no longer in her view. My second dream, which I now reasoned to be a memory of mine that was repressed, revealed a familiar voice to me. It was a mournful and melancholic voice belonging to someone claiming to be a child of mine. The words spoken were, "Mother. As much as it pains me to do so, I shall grant your wish. I hope you can change for the better, you were once so kind." Words that now hurt me much more than they did initially. My child was mourning the loss of me, or rather, the person I used to be, the me they remembered when I created them. It revealed that there was indeed a person that was repressing my memories, and they were my child. It was a big thing that weighed on my conscience the entire day following it. Yet, that wasn't going to be the biggest revelation that would be revealed to me. Something I, so desperately, wish wasn't true. My third dream/memory that was revealed to me was much more in-depth when it came to the emotions attached to them. I was bored, curious, frustrated, envious and many other emotions at once. Instead of any words being spoken, I was left with my thoughts and flashing images. I saw humanity evolving from the barbaric caveman that was immensely stupid, to the point it was almost endearing. I saw myself helping them on occasion, like making sure they developed some minor survival instincts, so they wouldn't set themselves on fire or anything too detrimental. They were my pets, and adorable little creatures that I looked down upon fondly as a maternal figure. However, as they evolved, they began to turn into what I currently knew humanity as. The literal scum of the earth was what I viewed them as. The constant feelings of anger and frustration kept building up as I watched humanity make every stupid decision they possibly could, yet they were satisfied with them. A feeling the past version of me seemingly longed for, the feeling of satisfaction, the sensation of feeling complete. It was such a simple thing, yet my old self couldn't achieve it. She was too busy focusing on her impossible goal of perfection. They no longer resembled the moronic ape humans that I adored for their stupidity. They were now fully fledged modern-day humans that I held no love for. I had given them so much, even that is an understatement, yet they wanted more, and it came at the cost of the planet. I had given them everything. Without me, they would never have existed, yet their greed knew no bounds. When I awoke the following morning after experiencing those dreams, I was the angriest I had ever been. My emotions were out of control as I awoke, and none of the emotions I was feeling were pleasant. A small part of me kept nudging me to erase humanity, but the larger part of me didn't want that. There was no point in doing so other than to indulge in my past self's desires. It took me soaking in a lavender-scented bath for an extended time before I calmed down enough to where I could operate normally and process the information I had gotten. Even then, I had to vent in sparring sessions against my clones before I had fully calmed down. I was old enough to watch over humanity as they evolved, so I was obviously super old. Then, I had the powers and an ego and God complex to match them. When I ignore all of the negative emotions, watching humanity evolve was endlessly fascinating to me. It also explained my child's morning words the night before. I had changed from watching over humanity fondly to abhorring them over time. Perhaps my child was a human that I raised. But, I wrote that line of thinking off as nonsense, as a human wouldn't have been able to grant any wishes that I couldn't do for myself. I would also find out just who my child was later on in the week. The conclusion that I reached at the time was that I was a deity of some kind or a member of an alien race that was tasked to watch over Earth's life. Both were ridiculous in their own rights, yet neither of them was inherently wrong as I came to find out later on in the week. The fourth dream/memory was less of a dream and more of a nightmare than anything. It showed me the depths of where I could fall if I didn't have an anchor to reality. I wanted to puke after seeing what I did, or rather what my past self did, and I did puke. It was a shock to Momo, as she witnessed me teleport into the bathroom before overhearing my retching while I puked my stomach contents out into the toilet bowl. She had only ever seen me vomit once, and it was after Toga managed to convince me that her cooking tasted better than it looked. It was a shock to myself as well. I didn't think I was capable of puking anymore due to my physique and quirks. I guess I just wanted to puke, and my body autopiloted from there. I reassured her that I was okay and that it would be dealt with soon so she didn't have to worry about me. It was the biggest lie that I had probably ever told Momo as of recent. I definitely was not okay. I finally found out just who this Victoria person was. She was an innocent soul that was played with and tortured emotionally by the person I once was. I didn't want to acknowledge that I would have ever done such things to Victoria Rose, but I knew that it was indeed me behind those terrible acts and that there was no amount of denial that could let me hide from that fact. I watched on helplessly as memories of me tormenting her flashed through my mind. I toyed with her for 22 out of her 26 years alive on Earth, a place she wasn't even meant to exist in initially. She was born in the Pokemon universe, but my past self decided she was the perfect toy/experiment as Victoria held something she didn't. She was complete. My past self wanted to see if she could break Victoria's completeness, to see if she could break the hero that Victoria was. However, she didn't want to harm her physically, as it may have damaged Victoria's completeness if she did, so she settled on seeing if external factors could break her. It was also to see if she, a person who couldn't be harmed physically, could have any future completeness she may obtain damaged by external factors. It was a sick and twisted game she played, but my past self got nothing if not enjoyment from venting trillions of years worth of pent-up frustration onto Victoria, an innocent person. Victoria's mother. My past self caused her to die of a heart attack on Victoria's 4th birthday when the candles on the cake were blown out. Victoria's father. The ceiling above where he stood collapsed and a wardrobe fell on top of his head from the room above. He died while on the phone to the hospital. That was only the start of my past self-sick experiment. There were 22 more years of that. There were so many more things done to worsen that poor woman's life by me, that I wanted to repress the memories myself. I mean seriously. I was giving out terminal illnesses to anyone close to Victoria like they were candy on Halloween. I watched as I influenced every single bad thing that would happen to Victoria, and I almost slipped into denial. The deaths that I caused didn't affect me as much as watching Victoria's downward spiral did. Watching as Victoria turned to alcohol, drugs, and sex as a crutch to feel something other than sadness and helplessness because my past actions were deeply uncomfortable. However, Victoria didn't completely break, or lose her completeness, like my past self wanted to see. She miraculously held on despite every fucked up thing that I did to her. It was a silver lining, as slim as it may be, because if she did break, I had no idea what my past self would have done after getting the results that she wanted. But, what I do know was that whatever it would have been, it wouldn't have been nice for the other parties involved. The final part of my reign of terror over this poor woman was interrupted. I had manifested as an avatar and began working as her secretary. She grew close to my past self while I was in the position, as I wasn't affected by the curse she believed she had, and the relationship was all planned to be ended in one huge fight before Victoria died due to some lightning strikes. It was by far the most unpleasant of my memories and something that answered 2 questions of mine. I had found out who Victoria was. She was an innocent person I tormented for decades. I had also found a reason why my child said I had changed, because I certainly did. The 5th dream was much tamer compared to the previous 2. Actually, it was much tamer than all previous dreams, as it didn't leave me with any questions, and there were no unwelcome emotions attached to it. Instead of the tears and depressive episodes of the previous memory, the dream consisted of nothing but images. I watched as the nothingness of the void was eventually overtaken by the creation of everything. It was mesmerizing how the pitch-black void was illuminated by the creation of the multiverse. I awoke soon after, making it the shortest dream so far, but it definitely had more content compressed into the short time span compared to others. I spent the first hour after waking up looking through my newly gained memories and being entranced by the beauty that creation presented. I definitely didn't look at the sleeping Momo by my side as I called creation beautiful, no, definitely not. My question of whether or not I was a deity was answered, along with confirming that I was indeed super old. In fact, I was the oldest thing ever. My best guess was that I was indeed a deity. Actually, I was probably the only deity that mattered but nobody knew about. Granted, that discovery didn't help my ego quell in the slightest. In truth, it inflated it to unforeseen heights. I even foolishly challenged Eri to a Tetris duel, where I suffered humiliation at her tiny hands, resulting in my ego deflating back down to reasonable levels once more. The sixth dream unlocked the repressed memories related to my alleged child previously revealed to me in my second dream. This mysterious child of mine was something that weighed on my conscience throughout the entire week. Sure, it may not have been the most pressing matter at the forefront of my mind, but it was certainly something that worried me. I hated terrible parents with a passion, especially those that abandon their children, probably stemming from my time on Earth. The only solace that I had when it came to my past self's child was that they were old and capable enough to take care of themselves before they granted whatever my wish was. While I was happily asleep after finally giving Momo her due reward for winning the sports festival, I only did so to take my mind off of things briefly, which was a very satisfying experience for her. She wanted to top me, which I wasn't against. Sure, my preference was to top, but I could be a switch for the right person, and Momo was absolutely the person for me. The night before going to sleep, however, was Momo acting out her desires on me and testing out various kinks she thought she had. It was a night of experimenting for her, which I happily played along with, even if it meant being strapped into my wife's R18 version of Sir Nightie's tickle machine. I was shocked, whipped, penetrated, tickled, spanked. It was a masochistic dream. I played up my enjoyment of it a fair amount, to satisfy Momo's top needs for the night. It ended with her discovering that she wasn't a top. Shocking, I know. She much preferred being the one topped instead of the other way around. She did, however, want to top me again on rare occasions in the future to freshen things up, to which I happily agreed. We were going to live for a very long time, eternally if Momo desires immortality because it's not something I just force onto someone. So, we would require those nights to keep things interesting for both of us. The dream started with me floating over an expansive golden area that looked as if everything was made of clouds. It looked divine and gave off the feeling of serenity as I gazed at the scenery. Eventually, I watched on as I began to create something out of a part of myself. It was an odd sensation as I felt something rip out of me. It was the concept of love. I had given my love to form my creation, my child. Something I reasoned in hindsight to be completely idiotic on my part. It was probably the reason for my gradually decreasing kindness, as I lost the ability to love over time. But, I could understand my past self's reasoning behind the decision. It just wasn't the correct one in my eyes. My creation took the shape of a human male and looked as divine as its surroundings. It was my child, and they looked eerily familiar to me, much more so than other memories so far. Before I had time to dwell on their appearance, the interaction between me and my child started. Welcome to the land of the living, my child. It was the first time I had heard my past voice that wasn't an hysterical laughter or a twisted tone of voice. My voice was much calmer, and measured, almost resembling my voice after awakening my quirk. Thank you, Mother. What is your purpose for creating me? I was curious about what would happen if I, a person that witnessed creation, made my own creation. As there was nothing to reproduce with apart from myself, this was the only way to do so. A rather terrible reason for creating a child, but I didn't focus on it. What do I do now? At this point, I knew that my past self had no idea what to answer the question with. But it seems as if no matter how much time has passed, I will always go with the flow and make up shit on the spot in a hard situation. I think it is best if you watch over creation and maintain order. I gave you my love, use that love to empower yourself, and rule kind but firm over creation. But, most importantly, aspire to be the best you that you can be. In short, become the one that stands above all, my son. I should aspire to be the one above all. Even above yourself, Mother. Only time will tell if you can achieve that or not. Count it as your final goal in existence. I shall leave you be. For now, this domain is yours to control and manipulate to whatever it is that you desire. Make good use of the love I have bestowed upon you, son. The dream ended promptly afterward. I had my questions answered about just who my child was. He was the one above all, or rather, he was God. It wasn't the knowledge I wanted to wake up to on a Sunday morning, with Sunday ironically being a day of worship in Christianity. I ignored that major revelation in my life when Momo asked for hugs, which overpowered my mind as it was gradually processing the information. The final, and seventh, dream revealed what my past self's master plan was last night, and I wasn't surprised by most of it. I think I was numb to surprise revelations by now. Then again, I think anyone in my shoes would be with the amount of shit being revealed this week. I wanted to kick back and relax for the week, not find out I was a huge bitch and God's mother. I've kept the dreams and unlocked memories a secret from Momo until I had the entire picture. I wasn't going to explain a half-told story to Momo. Hell, I wasn't even sure that I would be telling this to Momo at all. I knew it would eat me up on the inside eventually if I didn't, but I wanted to postpone that talk for as long as I could. This master plan of my past self revolved around having the one above all, her child, remove her powers, and force her into a mortal shell as a human, so she could potentially gain the completeness that she dearly sought. She knew that if she had just asked, then he wouldn't have granted it. He held too much love for her to punish her. Unfortunately, he was the only person that could punish her, as he was made from her, and therefore was the only person that could affect her. So, she decided to kill two birds with one stone. She ran her experiments on humanity's sensation of feeling complete on Victoria, which would force his hand and allow her to see if humanity's completeness could be broken from outside factors. It would also guarantee that Victoria, her test subject, would be given a chance at a better life in her old world, as she knew her son wouldn't let her suffer for long without being paid some compensation. It wasn't good enough reasoning for me to accept my past decisions, but I could do nothing about it. Victoria had already suffered and died. I just hoped that she had the chance to reincarnate or was returned to her homeworld free of her trauma. Because, as nice as I'm sure compensation would be, she had still suffered for decades at my hands, and that trauma just doesn't go away overnight. Then there were the countless innocents surrounding Victoria that I hurt and killed to affect Victoria as well. They deserve some compensation too. Momo POV. I awoke from my rather comfortable rest to the sight of Sakuya staring aimlessly off into space. It was as if every single time she woke up her life was turned upside down, yet she said nothing of it to me. I have no idea what happened during this week while I was away, but something big has almost certainly happened to her. I trusted that she would tell me eventually when she was ready to share whatever it is that she sees in her sleep. So, I didn't push her. I didn't like secrets being kept from me, especially those that affect people I care about, but I understood that Sakuya needed her space and privacy to work things out for herself for the time being. Privacy and space or not, though, I was getting my morning hugs no matter what. I don't like starting my day without them and only do so when Sir Naite needs me over at his agency for an emergency meeting. I reached over and dragged myself so I was happily settled on top of her. I planted a kiss on her cheeks, which she returned as soon as she got back to her senses, and I felt her arms wrap around me. Being held, such a simple thing, but it meant the world to me when she did it. There were no words needed between us as we lay in each other's arms in complete silence because everything was right with the world. A/N, this will be the last chapter for around a weekish time. My birthday is on the 9th and my friends decided it would be fun to take a road trip. 2 of their birthdays are on the 8th, across the UK. I don't know when the trip is planned to end, so don't panic if there aren't any updates next week etc. Chapter 69, Chapter 68. The next week for the UA students, the hero course specifically, was completely boring and held no substance for them. They had come back from their internships, with the star of Class 1A being Momo Yaoyorozu, the class president of the class in question, who had taken down a Yakuza-related trigger-supplying ring. With a close runner-up being Tsuyu Azui who had shared her story of taking down a thief at sea. Melissa wasn't the center of attention with her Hosa buddies as they were ordered to not talk about it, and nobody bothered them with wanting the details after Momo convinced the class that the trio was under an NDA. She was exhausted and was resting her sore upper body against the desk. The injuries weren't from the numerous Nomu, they were from Gran Torino. The old man just loved targeting her diaphragm. She assumed it was him giving her a taste of her own medicine for what she did to Toga during the sports festival. Their exciting tales helped cover up the depression that they both felt when they had to fill in all the extensive paperwork for their escapades. While others regaled the class of their internships and tried their best to hype up their own experiences to match the two girls, which ended up falling short apart from Mina and Toga's who carried their respective stories with their unmatched energy when telling it. The main character who the entire class thought did nothing for the entire week, Sakuya, was matching Melissa with resting her head on the desk, trying to get some sleep. Some assumed that she was up all night causing terror on an unknown timeline, but they were wrong. She hadn't slept well for the past week because of her memories coming back to her of a time when she was, to put it bluntly, a horrendous bitch. Thoughts of how to make amends with Victoria were a constant that plagued Sakuya's mind. She couldn't just apologize, could she? Nope, any sane person wouldn't care about an apology after all she did and she knew that. So, she tried to think of a way to help Victoria without raising suspicion towards herself. She had zero ideas for now but wanted them quickly. Sakuya POV. Why couldn't I have just not given the power of love to the OAA, couldn't I have at least kept some? How can someone with omniscient capabilities not know how bad of an idea it is to remove all the love from themselves? It truly baffles me. I let my mind wander idly after that thought as I gazed lovingly at Momo. I knew she wanted answers, or for me to just rely on her more, but I would only allow her one of those. I'm far too ashamed of what I did to reveal to Momo in depth. It was a delicate situation that I truly never wanted to ever be in, but I was so I have to stomach it for now. She gave me a smile in response when she noticed my gaze on her, before turning back to the conversation she was having with Toga. I understood what the past version of me longed for now. She wanted completeness, and I had the completeness, or rather, I was as close to feeling complete as I currently could. My son was still out there with the part of me that created him, but other than that I was whole. Momo was the key to that, and because of my past actions of terror, I could currently be with Momo. It was a tiny, minuscule, silver lining regarding my past actions, but it was a silver lining nonetheless. How did it feel beating up the Yakuza? Did you become their boss after you beat them? Did you? I always thought you had Yakuza princess energy, Yamamo. I overheard Toga say. Yakuza Momo, huh? Damn, she'd be hot as hell tatted up in a kimono. I fantasized. No, I'm not, nor ever will be a Yakuza member, or leader, or princess, Toga. Why not? Sakutan seems to like the idea. Huh. Without missing a beat as Momo turned to me, I stared her right in the eyes and said with a blush and slight drool running down my lips. MHM. You'd be hot as hell, babe. Am I not hot enough for you already? She asked with a raised brow. Without answering, I reached over to touch her before messing around with my newfound powers, specifically the reality warping aspect, and made it seem as if my finger was smoking and mimicking a hissing noise. That answer your question? Or, should I get physical to show you how much I appreciate your smoking body? I purred. Yo. Keep your fucking in the bedroom. Toga said jokingly with a mock cringe. Before the now cherry-red Momo could reply, the door to the classroom had opened. Instead of the usual homeless San that entered the door, it was the insomniac eggplant aka Shinso Hitoshi. He had obviously overslept despite never looking as if he ever slept at all. It was quite the mystery. Shinso, why are you late? Momo questioned, taking on a serious tone. I guess she cares about her position as class president, huh? I pondered. Shinso gave a half-assed wave and said. I was up all night, and slept late. You sleep, was the overwhelming response from the students. He connected the dots between the class outburst and my nickname of Insomniac for him, so he glared at me as best as his dead fish eyes could. It was a pathetic glare, but it got the point across. To combat this, I smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Ah. Of course, I sleep. I would be hospitalized or dead if I didn't. You all need to stop believing everything Sakuya says. Are you calling me untrustworthy? Yes. Fair enough, I said with a shrug. As he made his way to his seat in front of me, something weird happened. Homeless Sensei entered the room. Now, this isn't inherently weird normally, but he chose to do it in the weirdest way so far. He propelled himself up to the window from outside and entered through the window. Morning, brats. Good morning, Aizawa Sensei. Nothing is good about this morning, especially for you. Today your typical homeroom stuff has been replaced due to the better facilities in place. We will be going on a tour and then awakening your quirks. If you wish to not have your quirk awakened, that's fine too. The process isn't mandatory and not something for the faint of heart. Now, pack up and come with me as I give you the mandatory tour, otherwise my pay gets docked. Damn, what a terrible teacher, only cares about the money. However will I be able to succeed academically with such a person guiding me? Woe is me. Shut up, you've already completed all of your tests, there are no more academics for you to succeed in here. I am eagerly counting down the days until you can no longer bother me as much. Naturally, the reveal that I had completed all of my academic tests was a shock to all outside of my friend group. Confused murmurs escaped my classmates as they tried to understand why I still attended class. Homeless-san decided to enlighten them all as to my situation. She's only attending until she can take the licensing exam. When she completes that, she will be a fully fledged hero, as it will allow her to upgrade her existing medical hero license into a hybrid one that gives the benefits of both. Until then, she's stuck attending class. She gets to have a head start on the hero rankings. I was wondering where Bakugo was. I guess him being quiet and peaceful made him invisible, almost like it's the opposite of his entire personality, and it made him too unnoticeable. You seriously think that the HPSC would let Sakuya, the person who has been the biggest opposition to their company and hero society as a whole as of recent years, get high on the rankings that they control? Just think about it, bro. Kirishima said, sounding weirdly smart for once. Whoa, bro, this is the longest I think I've heard you speak without saying manly, Siro added. Big brain time. Kaminari chimed in with a goofy smile. I saw Homeless-san activate his quirk and glared at the trio of boys who were in their own world. They quickly quieted down and got to packing their bags once again. He cleared his throat and addressed Bakugo, to make sure that he wouldn't blow a fuse or something. Kirishima's right, Bakugo. Sakuya is on the rankings currently too, but they have probably shadow banned her from climbing higher on it as she hasn't moved from her initial position. So, you don't have to worry about the head start, as you call it. That's true. I should probably create my own hero ranking system free from HPSC influence. I will contact Minami about that later on, as she's too busy with creating the interface for the teleportation company. Momo noticed my absent-mindedness and quickly brought me back to reality with a squeeze of my hand. I squeezed back, and leaned on her shoulder, before portaling our bags back to our dorm room. I had no idea why he wanted us to pack up for a tour, but I did know that I wasn't going to bother carrying my bag with me throughout the entire thing. Alright, follow me as we need to meet up with Vlad King's class. Dad's coming on the tour too. Ugh. Toga whined half-heartedly. Momo obviously missed the half-hearted tone Toga used when whining and gently scolded the girl. Toga, your father is an admirable hero and hero course teacher in the school, it was only natural he would be touring with us. Also, you shouldn't be embarrassed about your father's caring personality, it's endearing in a way. Not even me, being blinded by my love for this woman next to me, believed her words at all. Instead of caring, it should be more like overbearing. That's not to say that Ken didn't care for Toga deeply, because he truly does. Toga and Aluka are all he ever talks about whenever he's given the chance to, so it's obvious he cares deeply about his daughters, both adopted and genetic, the same huge amount. You don't get it, Yamamoto, your dad's all cool and doesn't hug you out of now dash. Buffed. Toga, Mitaka dotes on Momo just as much as Ken does for you. The only difference is that Mitaka isn't always around Momo like Ken is for you because of the dorms. I enlightened her. TCH, alright, but she has your dad as an in-law, and he's cool. Huh? What about that? I had no idea why she was acting this smug. Sure, my father in this world is Dio, which was pretty cool until he turned into a person who tries to make every dad joke he can while speaking to me to catch up for all the years he missed. I'll take this one, dear. Toga, while Dio is indeed cool, to begin with, because of his title and quirk, etc. However, he wears Crocs, which instantly demotes him on the cool scale for committing that unforgivable sin. Momo said wisely. Yeah. I guess. But, can you just ignore his Crocs? Because, if you do, then he's cool. Toga, one can never ignore Crocs, they are simply too powerful. It would also go against everything I believe in if I ever saw a person wearing Crocs and tried to ignore the crime against fashion as if nothing wrong happened. It is my duty as a hero to prevent such crimes from taking place, and educate the youth about these matters to prevent future crime. I lectured. Laying it on a bit thick there, dear. I think she understands your opinion on Crocs now. Before our brilliant conversation about Crocs and my crusade against them could go on any longer, Ken and 1B had met up with us outside on the field where I assumed the tour was going to start. Yui upon spotting me instantly departed from her group and made her way over to me and Momo. I pretended that I didn't notice her doing so, because if I looked at her when she was walking over she would have frozen up on the spot and waited for me to come to her. Yui was an anomaly, but she was a cute robot-like one that I didn't mind. She eventually reached me and tugged on the sleeve of my free hand. Oh, Yui, what's wrong? Hand, please. Now I was confused, but I decided to ask what she meant instead of trying to figure it out for myself. Your hand. Did you hurt yourself earlier? She shook her head in negative, before holding onto my free hand with her own. I now understood what she wanted, but it was a pointless revelation as she had taken what she wanted for herself. I felt Momo squeeze my hand gently when Yui held my other one before I reassured Momo with a squeeze of my own. I knew she wasn't jealous of Yui, as I described the stoic girl as my child to her most of the time, but she was a little possessive regardless. I see, you want to hold hands, huh? I only received a nod this time instead of her usual affirmative hum, but I didn't press the matter further. The tour started soon after, with us visiting all of the places I had to upgrade during my week off, which was as boring as I thought it would be, but the presence of so many people and Shinso pissing off Monoma and vice versa was a nice thing that helped me through my boredom. Near the end of the tour, we reached what I could only describe as a fancy torture ground. It was the Quirk Awakening facility. Homeless-san and Ken led us into the building and sat us down in a room. It was similar to a typical classroom, just that there were no windows. Ken took the stand as soon as we were all seated and started speaking. This is, as you've read on the sign outside, the Quirk Awakening facility. I'm sure some of you have some questions about what a Quirk Awakening is, and I will do my best to answer them with the knowledge provided to me. He pulled out a clipboard from the drawer in the pillar and continued. After initial quirk manifestation, it is possible for the user to undergo an awakening later in life. The right emotional catalyst can cause quirks to evolve, with the catalyst usually being extreme amounts of stress like one would experience in a life or death scenario. This results in one's quirk gaining a new level of strength and or new aspects to its nature that were previously not possible as a last-ditch effort for your body to survive. It is a rare occurrence to happen naturally, and we have now got the equipment to do so with 100% reliability. He let the information soak in, and I heard some worried murmurs. I couldn't blame them. Ken did just drop a bomb on them that their quirks could evolve and that they may have to experience a life or death scenario to make it happen. Naturally, they wouldn't be in a situation like that, and the smarter ones knew that, but it would still be immensely painful nonetheless. Granted, I couldn't make the pain last long because Fluffy-chan requested me to make it quick. Naturally, I still made it last at least a minute, because it should hurt. I will be completely honest with you all, the process is as painful as you can possibly imagine. You will cry, scream, shout, and probably much more, but we have managed to improve the process so it only takes under a minute instead of the typical 10 to 15 that it did before. This process isn't mandatory, you can opt out and we won't judge you for it. For those of you that wish to go through the process, follow Eraserhead. For those of you that don't, you can stay here with me, while we watch those who do to give you an idea of what they go through. Kirishima, who I've confirmed to have awakened his quirk by himself after the sports festival, myself, Momo, Toga, Mina, Yui, Shoto, Reiko, and Melissa didn't move. We already had awakened quirks, or in Melissa's case, a quirk that can't be awakened. It would be a changing point in their lives, while it would be boring for us. You're not coming. Yamamoto. Jiro asked as she got up to leave. I already have gone through my awakening, so the procedure is useless for me. Ah, I see. Was it in this building or naturally? How did it feel? Neither, Sakuya had done it for me a few years ago. As for how it felt, I'm confident in saying it's going to be the most painful experience you will ever go through. She left out how she moaned constantly throughout it. Yikes, that bad, huh? Still gonna go through with it, though, my quirk needs as much of a boost as it can get. See ya when I get back, Yamamoto. As they all left the room and our group alone, with Kendo deeply regretting not having me awaken her quirk years before, even more now on her way out, Ken started speaking again. Now that they have left, I have to say I'm surprised. I would have thought that at least one of the more squeamish students would have hung back. This is better, though. Huh? Is it really that bad, sensei? Melissa asked, blissfully unaware of the suffering that was about to be thrown upon her schoolmates. However, before Ken could answer, the room erupted into a cacophony, with everybody but myself trying to tell tales of their suffering at my gracious hands to Melissa to enlighten her. I nearly died. It was the most painful thing I have ever experienced, and that's saying something. HN. My bones felt like they were melting my flesh off of my body. I had always wondered what it was like being a sacrifice in a dark ritual, and I think I had it worse than those people. I did melt. I threw myself out of my dorm room window to awaken it, which was super manly. Well, apart from when I landed on the fence, I nearly lost my manly parts. Kiri, isn't the fence spiked? Their tales went on for a few minutes, to which I got enlightened to some information I didn't know. One such tidbit was Kirishima's awakening process, which involved him throwing himself out of his window. I guess the adrenaline combined with the fear of having his penis impaled on the fence awakened it. I theorized briefly before Kan's voice brought me out of my thoughts. Melissa, the only footage we have of an awakening taking place is of Sakuya's own one. I'm sure I can ask the principal for access to the recording if you want. I feel like that should give you an idea of what it's like. No, that's fine, I don't want to both dash. Screw that. I want to see Sakatan on the other end for once. Toga interjected. There was a short chorus of agreements, with everybody eager to see me in pain. It was touching to see. Kan, always eager to give Toga whatever she wanted, got on the phone with Fluffy-chan. Momo squeezed my hand to catch my attention before asking. Why do they have footage of your awakening? You put on a show, didn't you? She was disappointed, but I couldn't bring myself to care enough. Of course, I did. It would have been criminal not to, so as a hero, I had to do it. She let out a sigh as she leaned against my shoulder. How bad is it? Not that bad, however, I'm thankful that Ibra isn't here right now. Did you crucify yourself? No, it was a bit satanic and cult-like though, I admitted. She didn't bother speaking anymore, opting to make some headphones and an eye mask. She probably didn't want to watch me in pain, which was touching if I was right. As soon as the scene of my awakening came up on the screen, I toned it out. I didn't want to hear my own muffled screaming, it was weird. When it was over, I was too busy watching over the awakening room in my astral body to hear the reactions to the scene. The other group's muffled screaming was something that I could get enjoyment from, so I naturally decided it was more important than the usual outrage and or disbelief I heard regarding my actions. Going through some people's newly gained quirks, I noticed that they were all interesting. Siro could now fire tape from all of his joints, which now have greater adhesive power. Kaminari could now store electricity inside of his body, allowing him to have safe discharges without frying his brain. Jiro seemed to have gained some ports on her neck for her jacks, allowing her to have an attack similar to Present Mix quirk. The most interesting, however, was Shoji, who now had body manipulation, a power with a lot of potential despite the fact it only worked on his own body. I watched on as everybody recovered from their minute in hell, before returning to my own body in the other part of the building. I was being given worried looks, which I answered with my own confused look. What's up? I asked. Are you okay? Toga asked in return. Yeah, why do you ask? Never mind. It was a bit weird of an interaction, but I put it down to them asking my body questions while I wasn't in it. I should probably make sure to put a copy of my consciousness into my body in the future. It would certainly prevent a scenario like this from happening again. The next 10 or so minutes were spent with the new additions to the Awakened Quirk Club. They were all excited to test their quirks out, and they were given that opportunity. The rest of the day was spent in Gym Gamma, commonly known as the Training Kitchen Land. I had no idea why it was called that over the easier to say Gym Gamma, but I didn't care enough to change everyone's minds. I spent the entire time with Momo instead of training. I didn't need to train at all, it was pointless. Momo didn't either. The only training she needed was for her imagination, which the training session couldn't provide. She did, however, bring up the point of Toru's quirk and how the invisible girl wanted to see herself again. So, I spent an hour trying to teach her how her quirk, which was originally a form of light manipulation and now upgraded into a light-based illusion quirk, worked. It worked oddly similar to the overactive imagination semblance from RWBY, just with some tweaks here and there. She managed to get the hang of things pretty quickly, but didn't reveal herself. She wanted that moment to be with her family, which was a sentiment I could understand. Which brings me to now, where I was back in class and waiting for the perpetually grumpy homeless man to decide to open his mouth and speak. He has been at the stand just looking at all of us. I think he was trying to build suspense, but he didn't realize there needs to be a build-up for that. What he was actually doing was staring at a bunch of school children, which I'm sure was what he didn't intend for it to come off like. Aizawa-san dash. Before Ida could even finish his sentence, Homeless-san interrupted him. Shut up, brats. I have some important news for you. Your final exams are in a week. Now, I know that you all just got improvements to your quirks and need to make modifications to your costumes, etc., etc. Which is why I am giving you a week. Now, this may not seem like long, but it is. You have full access to the time chambers to train, and a week to run your costumes through the support course. So, in actuality, it's more than enough time. That is it from me. You still have your mock English test with Mike next period. Good luck. Did he wait for us to speak before telling us to shut up? Was that a power play? Did he just assert his dominance on Ida? I had so many questions, but no answers to them as he had already vanished. Chapter 70, Chapter 69. Sakuya POV. I don't know why I was invited to the meeting regarding the matchups, or more accurately, I didn't care enough to find out why I was in this predicament in the first place. I wasn't a teacher, at least I didn't think I was one. However, I didn't have time to figure out why Fluffy-chan regarded my appearance in this meeting as necessary because I was busy tending to the Ilkomo-sensei who was seated on my right. Now, I could have healed her without batting an eyelid. But, this is my petty payback for all those tearful goodbyes she forced me to go through in my younger years. The tears that were shed are now being avenged. So, in my own humble opinion, I'm really doing the right thing here. Sakuya. I'm dying, help. Komo-sensei groaned as she leaned on my shoulder. Do you want me to awaken your quirk in hopes you get immortality and have that cure you? I helpfully suggested. My sadism and despair fetish may have declined a fair bit in the past few weeks, but it was still an undeniable part of me. Therefore, seeing Komo-sensei in immense pain caused by the awakening process would simply be divine for me. I care about her a lot, don't get me wrong there, however, I have dreamed of what it would be like to awaken her quirk. No. Magic it away, please. What about the tamsulosin I prescribed you, isn't it working? It's working, but I hate all the side effects that come with it. I also don't want to pass these kidney stones ever, so please help me. You don't want to get rid of the dash. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Having had enough fun, I cured her symptoms with a wave of my hand. Komo-sensei would still have to pass the kidney stones, but they would be much smaller than before. I wasn't going to completely solve her problem, as it was her dietary habits that caused these stones to appear in the first place. If I cured her completely, she wouldn't learn her lesson. After receiving a grateful look from Komo-sensei, I looked around the meeting room to find that all eyes were on me. We are in a meeting, people, try to pay attention. Fluffy-chan coughed into his paw, to attract everyone's attention away from me, and started speaking once again. Now that is solved, let's get back on track, okay. We finished up most of the matchups for Class 1A, so let's go over them once again to make sure everyone's on the same page. Snipe, you are facing your previous sharpshooting student Yaoyorozu and Shoji. Are you okay with what you need to do? Got it, boss. I need to test the boy's adaptability with his new quirk, along with my ex-student's marksmanship. Snipe said with a tip of his hat. That's the bare bones of it, but you have a general idea down. Cementas, you will be facing Kirishima and Sato. I'm sure you already know what you need to do, so I won't question you on it. Eraserhead, you will be facing Yuga and Shoto. They both rely on their quirks, especially so in Yuga's case, so blitz them down and put on the pressure early. Hound Dog, you will be going against Toru and Shinso. They will both attempt to elude you and trick you as they run towards the exit, and your nose will be your main guiding factor towards victory. Midnight, you will be facing off against Toga and Siro. I don't think I need to say much about what you need to do, it's your usual takedown methods anyway. I looked over at Ken and saw him nearly popping a blood vessel. Fluffy-chan knew about Toga's lesbian thoughts and forced this matchup to go through just to mess with Kansas. It was all only because Ken kept filing his paperwork terribly for the past few weeks because he was hurrying back to his wife. So, in retribution, Fluffy-chan will be having Midnight try her best to seduce/tease Toga during her test in full view of him. I will be facing the couple of Jiro and Kaminari. They will most likely form an agency together in the future, and I need to test whether or not they can work well together or if their relationship will hinder them on the field. Power Loader, you have the arduous task of facing Mina and Ida. I hope you have enough alkaline on hand, otherwise, she will speed through everything you put in her way without a care in the world. Ectoplasm, you are facing Tokoyami and Tsuyu. They both have straightforward quirks, so I will leave the test up to your own discretion. Just make sure to run it by me beforehand. 13, you will be facing off against Ochako in a disaster scenario where you play the villain. Sakuya will leave some disguised clones in the field, and your job is to kill them all before Ochako can save them. Naturally, you can also choose to face off against her directly and bypass all this, it's up to you. Finally, we have two people who can level buildings casually, Melissa and Katsuki. All Might will be facing off against Melissa, and Sakuya will be facing off against Katsuki. I couldn't help the cruel smile that worked its way onto my face. The person who had claimed they were the best ever since their quirk awakened is now going to face me, the apex predator, the absolute pinnacle in terms of power. His pride had gone down in the past few days, mainly because of him being beaten over and over again by Homeless-san, so I won't beat him too badly. Would I also be merciful because it would mean I wouldn't have to heal him afterward? That was a huge part of it, yes. If there was something I didn't want to do, it was to heal or help Katsuki in any way. Is it because he always disturbs me when I'm peacefully eating breakfast or just being a general menace in the morning? Yes. If I didn't heal him, it would mean he would be too occupied being hurt to get out of bed early and annoy me. Why don't I just not heal him? Because I'm employed as a medic in place of Chio who had decided to cash in her holiday days, something about not wanting to deal with two sets of children beating on each other or something. Sir, are you sure that it's suitable for Sakuya to be facing off with Katsuki? I'm sure you know that the relationship between the two is almost murderous. Mike questioned. Mike. Seemingly startled by my cold tone, he immediately locked onto me and squeaked out. Yes. I've been waiting for this day for months, I haven't been this eager for anything since my wedding day, and now you want to take this special day away from me. I don't mind it, but you have to take Katsuki's place if you do, and seeing as you're an adult, I won't hold back. Answer the question, Mike. Do you want to take this away from me, or not? I glared at the radio host/hero and watched as he shrank in on himself, and avert his eyes from me. His sunglasses didn't hide his eye movements from me, though, so I decided to force him to face me. Answer the question. Under the effect of weighted words he could no longer shirk away from answering, and finally squeaked out the answer I wanted to hear. I don't. I knew he was just looking out for Katsuki's, or rather a, student's well-being. However, unfortunately for him, I didn't give a single fuck about mixed moral compass and common sense regarding this situation right now. I wanted to put an end to Katsuki's behavioral problems towards myself, and this was a perfect opportunity for me to do so. After taking note that all the teachers present were silent and no longer wanted to protest against my matchup, I leaned over to my bag and started rummaging through its compartments. I found my glorious nectar, chalky milk, and began happily sipping away. The mood of the room instantly became a little awkward in the face of my sharp mood switch from threatening to happy. Ahem. Ignoring that thinly veiled threat from Sakuya, has anyone got any objections to the plan so far? Fluffy-chan spoke up. I do. Hound Dog, what is it that you are objecting to in particular? It's Ochako's test, the rescue and clone aspects in particular. I understand that she wants to become a rescue hero like 13, whom she is competing against, but what about the casualties and subsequent trauma that may appear due to this testing process? The trauma can be removed by Sakuya in the event that she does suffer from some. The disguised clones are there to wake her up and give her a harsh reality check regarding the life of a rescue specialist hero. She is a determined young girl with a positive outlook on life, especially so after her family won the lottery last week. He fixed me a nasty glare, clearly knowing that I gave her the correct numbers for the draw. What are you looking at me for? Did your libido finally awaken? Are you finally going to take me up on my offer of making you a female Fluffy-chan? So I feel like she, of all people, needs this wake-up call the most, which is why her test is a lot more mentally taxing and harsh compared to others. This isn't a game, there are a lot of risks and not everyone can be saved, it's the harsh reality of being a hero, especially a rescue-oriented one. This isn't only a wake-up call for her, but it will be one for all of the students watching it in the observation chamber. It may seem drastic, I know, but they, unfortunately, need to mature sooner rather than later. I would much rather have them experience these hardships in a controlled environment such as UA than out in the streets during their internships. Fluffy-chan said with a tense voice. The meeting ended after some final revisions of the plan, and I spent the rest of the day resting in the dorm while I sent clones to help Power Loader build the exam sites. Well, it was full of resting until an angry Komo-sensei stormed into Heights Alliance during one morbidly fascinating serial killer documentary I was watching. Apparently, she didn't appreciate that the kidney stones were still inside her and hurt immensely when she passed them. Now, I wasn't expecting to be thanked, but I feel like I didn't deserve a 20-minute rant on how her pussy felt like it was being torn apart. Which was an awkward thing for an unfortunate Toru to overhear, and then proceed to tell Momo that I tore apart Komo-sensei's pussy. Naturally, I didn't want to deal with explaining why Komo-sensei's pussy was throbbing, so I erased everybody's memories regarding it and peacefully went to bed waiting for the next day to come. A/N, been a while, huh? Well, there has been a lot of shit going on this past month. The drinking road trip was a complete mess. There were 2 car accidents, not caused by us, we were responsible and sober when driving, and we had to change cars and fill out paperwork, etc., which caused the trip to take a long time. Then, I had found a new job, because as some of you might know already, I lost my job a while back. I no longer have as much time as I used to have, so updates will be a little slower than previous ones, but I will not drop the book, so don't worry. Also, 200k words. Chapter 71, Chapter 70. As the day of the physical section of the final exams began, our tired protagonist, Sakuya Izaoi, wasn't looking forward to it as much as she thought she would have. There was still the thrilling experience of getting to educate Katsuki Bakugo to look forward to, but it wasn't as big of a highlight as she would have wanted. The reason for the silver-haired woman's lack of enthusiasm could be linked to the previous night, and a few spoken words she never wanted to utter. She had decided to join Komo-sensei on a drinking session with Momo, making sure to leave Eri with Miha Yayorozu, Momo's mother, beforehand. Wanting to experience what it was like being drunk once again, she forcefully adjusted her bodily functions to allow herself to get drunk. Which, in hindsight, was a terrible thing for a person who is close to omnipotent, with Sakuya only needing to reabsorb her son to reach it, to do. A drunken person and the power to alter reality subconsciously was a dangerous combination that could have been disastrous. However, Sakuya was lucky as she didn't accidentally wipe out reality in her drunken stupor, instead only revealing to an equally drunken Momo and Komo that she has a son. The night went on as usual, with nobody questioning Sakuya about her mysterious son. Well, it lasted until Momo sobered up completely and recalled that little tidbit of information when she woke up a few seconds ago. Dear, can you enlighten me about something? Sakuya knew something was up the second Momo woke up, mainly due to the lack of morning cuddles, and knew exactly what it was about. It couldn't have been about her 34 declarations of love she made in her drunken state last night, she really wished it was though. Unfortunately, Sakuya wasn't as delusional as to think that it was about anything other than the fact she revealed her son's existence. She knew that she could have easily made Momo forget the entire reveal, but it was going to come out sooner or later anyway, so she decided to face the music. She hoped that the relaxed atmosphere of the bedroom and the intimacy of the location would help in the inevitable questioning process. Looking over at Momo, who was sitting up against the headboard of the bed with her arm crossed, Sakuya could only let out a sigh that anyone who watched a YouTuber apology could recognize immediately as forced. Her heart quickened its pace and threatened to jump out of her ribcage at a moment's notice, leading to her having to take a few steadying breaths. After finally mustering up the courage, she finally answered. Is it about my son? The reluctant tone that Sakuya used wasn't missed by Momo, however, she had more pressing matters in her heart to have time worrying about her wife's reluctance. Yes, it is, I would like to know exactly what is going on in that situation. Sakuya, The lack of use of Momo's usual affectionate address tore at Sakuya's heartstrings, causing her to suck in a harsh breath through her teeth. She could have easily wiped Momo's memories and escaped this awkward scenario, but she chose not to. It was something that she was going to face sooner or later, and she knew it would be pointless to delay it any longer. I trust you, I really do, but you can understand my worries, right? What else are you keeping a secret from me? You've apparently had a son this entire time, yet I never knew about it. Did you chia? Just before Momo could finish that last inquiry, Sakuya couldn't help but stop her, never wanting to hear Momo ever ask her that question in her life. She knew it was going to repeat endlessly inside of her head if Momo did get the question out. No. I didn't. I would never do that to you. Momo regretted going that far with her accusations the second she saw the pain and betrayal in both Sakuya's eyes and tone. It clearly hurt Sakuya, and Momo instinctively reached out for Sakuya's hands as soon as she saw the tears build up in her wife's eyes, but she held back. She hated how the pain in her wife's eyes only worsened by her actions, but she wanted answers. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have accused you of that, it was a step too far, and I apologize. But, I want answers, Sakuya. Just, ask your questions, Momo, and I'll answer honestly. Who is your son, and what is the situation regarding his birth? Sakuya took a deep breath, not knowing what to say. She was going to answer honestly, but would Momo really believe she's God's mother? Highly doubtful, and that would only cause further strain on this awkward scenario and their relationship in general. Then, thankfully, she remembered that she had a lie detector quirk. Momo, before I answer that question, are you okay with me giving you a lie detector quirk beforehand? I'm sure some things I will say are too hard to believe, no matter how much you say you trust in me being completely honest. Sakuya asked. Momo couldn't believe what Sakuya was asking, but she found no reason to deny herself some further guarantees in terms of gaining the truth she dearly wanted. So, she acquiesced to Sakuya's request. If you think that's for the best, I'm fine with that. With a snap of Sakuya's fingers, the quirk was successfully installed. After some preliminary questions, Momo confirmed that the quirk worked as intended and she knew the response for both lies and truths, with truths being a ding of a bell and lies being a sharp buzzing noise. Ask me again. Sakuya requested. Okay. Who is your son, and what is the situation regarding his birth? My son is called the One Above All, you would know him more commonly as God. He was made by me, by my lonesome, through sacrificing a part of me and my power. There was no other person involved in the creation of my son. Ding. While Momo's paling face was gradually processing this information, Sakuya could only offer a wry smile. Momo quite literally had her entire worldview subverted in the span of a minute and even wanted to deny Sakuya's words to save her mind from losing its sense of normalcy. However, the familiar ding stopped her. The ding, however, didn't stop her from having a short outburst. Your son is God. As in the religious deity. You know, the creator of everything. He didn't create everything, no, as I created him and the event of creation itself took place before that too. But, yes, my son is the person you are referring to. Ding. Momo now hated this bell noise, much preferring to have been ignorant for the rest of her life. She was married to and has had sex with God's mother, it was simply too unfathomable. God was her son-in-law now, it was ridiculous. Sakuya, you aren't messing with the lie detector quirk, right? Momo knew she was grasping at straws, but it was her last hope at returning to a semi-normal life with a semi-normal family. A regularly normal family was already out of the window due to Sakuya and her various personality quirks among a plethora of other reasons, so Momo could only hope to have a semi-normal family life at best. No, I'm not. I told you it was going to be hard to believe, didn't I? Ding. You did, I just wasn't expecting that. Is Jesus my grandson? Where does Eri fit in all of this? Where do your parents fit into this, are they deities too? This is overwhelming, I won't lie. My parents, I am not sure about that. I was alive for a long time before a certain situation arose that needed me to have my power sealed and reborn again in this universe as a child. They are my parents in this world, but they aren't my actual parents if that makes sense. What is this certain situation? You might as well tell me it, there can't be anything too shocking compared to you being God's mother. While I created my son, I stupidly created him by sacrificing my love. Why was this stupid, you may wonder. It was stupid because it meant I slowly lost my ability to love anything. In short, I turned into a huge bitch and ended up toying with innocent people's lives before my son stepped in and sealed me. There's a lot of details that have been skipped, but that's the gist of it. Ding. Well, that's not that terrible, I guess. It definitely could have been worse, trust me. Ding. Momo could only smile helplessly, the ringing in her head was more than enough of an indicator to trust Sakuya, so that comment was unnecessary. After a few seconds, in which the atmosphere grew a lot less tense, Momo began asking the questions that were forming in the back of her mind. Does this secret have anything to do with your behavior these past days? Is this the cause of your change? It does dash. Ding. Why didn't you tell me? You know I don't like pushing you on things, but this is something that I would expect that you would share with me regardless of my inability to push you to talk to me about it. So, why didn't you confide in me? Because I was scared, all right. I didn't even know about my son, and that time of my life until I awakened my powers while you were on your internship. It's a lot to process, you know. I thought the pain would have been the worst part about awakening my quirk, but the regaining of my memories during my sleep was far more terrible. I still have those damn nightmares now, I've just gotten better at handling them. I've never hated having a perfect memory as much as I did in the past month. All the things I put innocent people through, it was so fucking vile and deplorable, yet there's nothing I can do about it. I didn't even want to acknowledge I could do those things to people, that I could have ever been the person I was. Momo kept quiet throughout Sakuya's answer and watched on as her wife described her past as a nightmare. It wasn't the most shocking thing to be revealed tonight, but it certainly displayed the sincerity of Sakuya to her. The scrunched-up sheets, the heavy tone that sounded painful to the ears, and the way that Sakuya avoided looking directly at her were more than enough as a measure for how hard this had been on Sakuya for the past few weeks. It was certainly a wake-up call for the raven-haired woman that she had better be a little more assertive when dealing with her wife's stubbornness to bottle things up. At first I wanted to keep it a secret from you forever, and wanted to live a nice and quiet normal life with you and Eri, but it was so hard. I knew you knew that something was off about me, yet never pushed me to talk about it, but a part of me so desperately wanted you to do that, to push me to speak about it and confess everything. It was tortuous trying to balance everything. On one hand, I wanted to not bother you with my past life, as I've already brought enough trouble to you with my selfish behavior that almost ruined whatever sense of normalcy you had. On the other hand, however, I wanted to tell you, to alleviate your suspicions, and have it all return to normal as soon as possible. It ate at me every time I saw the care in your eyes. I'm not the easiest person to get along with, Momo, everybody knows this. I'm selfish, whimsical, unpredictable, sadistic, and much more. I didn't want you to think any less of me than you may already do, to not bother you with this thing that not even I knew how to handle. Sorry. Momo decided to turn off the lie detector quirk, choosing to trust that Sakuya will answer the following questions honestly. The series of dings that kept ringing in her head during her wife's emotional response was more than enough to prove that the emotional woman in rubber ducky pajamas sitting across from her wasn't going to lie to her. However, before she turned it off, Momo decided to ask a few more short questions to be fully reassured. There was no need to comfort Sakuya during this time, as it wouldn't be as helpful as just moving on from this event as soon as possible and getting all the questions out of the way first. It may look insensitive in the eyes of others, but Momo firmly believed that this was the best course of action for helping Sakuya get out of this slump. The decision was made based on over a decade of knowledge regarding how to deal with Sakuya. There was also the determining factor that an hour or so of cuddling afterward would almost definitely be enough to comfort her wife no matter what. If that didn't work, then she would have to rely on her trump card and bring Eri in from the other room and have some family time. Now that you have your former powers back, are you going to lose your ability to love once again? If you are, is there any way to prevent it from reaching that point? I don't want to see the day where you look at me as if I'm a stranger because of an inability to love. No, I'm not, I can be 100% sure of that. It's not an overstatement to say that the only thing that can hurt me is myself, which is why my son, who is made from a part of me, could seal me. He used the love I had made him with to seal me, and when I broke the seal through the awakening process, I had regained said love. Ding. Then, is God dead? You had regained the love you made him with, so surely he is dead, right? Momo questioned worriedly. Well, he did die for a total of 3 seconds before I remade him. Only this time, I used a part of my love instead of all of it. It may have seemed like a short amount of time but, oh boy, it was an entire fucking mess during those 3 seconds. Ding. Momo was terribly curious about those 3 seconds in question, mainly due to her wanting to see what would happen when God dies. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event that may never occur again, and she wanted the details desperately. However, she knew those questions could wait until a later date. Ignoring my curiosity regarding those 3 seconds, for now, let's ask another question. Did you have a different name from before being reborn that you would like me to call you now that you have memories of that life back? Grafia gave me the name Sakuya Izayoi, so I'll be sticking with that for the foreseeable future. What I had before were titles instead of a traditional name, all of which I prefer not to be referred to by. Sakuya answered as she portaled a chalky milk carton into her hands. Ding. What is your quirk/power now that you have broken the seal? Is it omnipotence now? Sakuya didn't know how to answer that question. So, she settled on taking a sip of her big brain potion, chalky milk, and pretended to be deep in thought. Omnipotence isn't what she had, that was for sure. If she did have omnipotence, then she could never have been sealed in the first place and she knew it. Eventually, Sakuya's mind started drifting into some raunchy territory before snapping out of it when she finished her big brain potion. She decided to settle for answering half-heartedly in hopes it would satisfy Momo's curiosity without lying to her. No idea. Ding. Momo let out a deep breath that she previously held in anticipation of her wife's answer, completely disappointed with the outcome. The raven-haired woman reasoned, after getting over her initial disappointment, that whatever her wife's power was called didn't matter in the long run anyway. It wasn't going to be like anyone was going to beat Sakuya in a fight if the specific name was revealed. As the dawn light broke through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the room in all of its golden splendor, Momo decided to throw all other questions out of the window, deciding to only have one last question. A single question that would ease all of her worries if she got the answer she wished for. Reaching over to Sakuya's hand, grasping it firmly in her grip, Momo looked her life partner dead in the eyes, tears welling in her eyes, and asked in a tone that Sakuya only heard Momo use once before. It was the same tone she had used in the bath many years ago when she broke down. Sakuya, dear, this is my final question. After regaining your past memories and an identity that you had no idea about, I can't help but worry about how that past may affect our present situation. I know you love me, I believe you do with all my heart, but I need confirmation. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you still love me as much as you did before you regained your memories? No. Ding. Momo's heart dropped, and she almost let go of Sakuya's hand. Negative thoughts quickly brewed in her mind before Sakuya brought her back to reality with a follow-up answer. I love you even more, Momo. Knowing my past has only made me treasure you and the time I spent, and will continue to spend with you even more. Ding. Fuck, you nearly made me have a heart attack. You're lucky this is the last question. Playing around with my feelings like that isn't nice. How would you feel if I did that to you? Momo, I have no idea how I would feel, because you would never do that to me in the first place. You're far too kind. It's pointless imagining impossible scenarios. It's like imagining this author would have a consistent upload schedule for once. Never gonna happen. Ding. What do you mean by off dash? Unfortunately, before Momo could finish her question, Sakuya interrupted her. Very unfortunate indeed. Yep, I'm taking away that lie detector quirk now. Thanks, but I still want to know what you meant by AUT dash. Sakuya decided it would be best to just erase Momo's memory regarding the author, saving her, and everyone some time. The dazed Momo could only retort to Sakuya's previous statement regarding how kind she was, blissfully unaware of what happened a few seconds earlier. I'm too kind. What about all the villains I beat up in the USJ, or the Yakuza thugs I arrested during my internship? If you ask them, I'm sure they would give you a very different opinion of me. Momo questioned proudly. Momo, you used non-lethal strikes and weaponry the entire time for both cases. You even apologized to one thug in the USJ because they were allergic to the perfume you were wearing. Sakuya deadpanned. I thought he was going to die, okay. Within no time at all, the married couple in Heights Alliance finally got over this small bump in their relationship, and everything was getting back on track. The two, after a few more minutes of back and forth bantering, decided to take a little cuddle break, while looking forward to the exams in a few hours. A/N, alright, been a month or two, but I am here, alive. This chapter was going to have the entire final exam section and the fights included in it, but I needed to write something slice of life in between the fight scenes. God, fight scenes are awkward to write. Anyway, I pushed this out so you guys at least have some content. Not much happened, if anything. This chapter was pushed out in a few hours of binge writing, so I hope you enjoyed it.